Letter 1 of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 1. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Friday evening. Just returned from an airing with my charmer, complied with after great importunity. She was attended by the two nymphs. They both topped their parts, kept their eyes within bounds, made moral reflections now and then. O Jack, what devils are women, when all tests are got over, and we have completely ruined them! The coach carried us to Hampstead, to Highgate, to Muswell Hill, back to Hampstead, to the Upper Flask. There, in compliment to the nymphs, my beloved consented to alight, and take a little repast. Then home early, by Kentish town. Delightfully easy she, and so respectful and obliging, I, all the way. And as we walked out upon the heath, to view the variegated prospects which that agreeable elevation affords, that she promised to take now and then a little excursion with me. I think, Miss Howe, I think, said I to myself, every now and then as we walked, that thy wicked devices are superseded. But let me give thee a few particulars of our conversation in the circumrotation we took while in the coach. She had received a letter from Miss Howe yesterday, I presumed. She made no answer. How happy should I think myself to be admitted into their correspondence! I would joyfully make an exchange of communications. So, though I hoped not to succeed by her consent, and little did she think I had so happily in part succeeded without it, I thought it not amiss to urge for it, for several reasons, among others, that I might account to her for my constant employment at my pen, in order to take off her jealousy, that she was the subject of thy correspondence and mine, and that I might justify my secrecy and uncommunicativeness by her own. I proceeded, therefore, that I loved familiar letter writing, as I had more than once told her, above all the species of writing. It was writing from the heart, without the fetters prescribed by method or study, as the very word correspondence implied. Not the heart only, the soul was in it. Nothing of body when friend writes to friend, the mind impelling sovereignly the vassal fingers. It was, in short, friendship recorded, friendship given under hand and seal, demonstrating that the parties were under no apprehension of changing from time or accident, when they so liberally gave testimonies which would always be ready, on failure or infidelity, to be turned against them. For my own part, it was the principal diversion I had in her absence. But for this innocent amusement, the distance she so frequently kept me at would have been intolerable. Sally knew my drift, and said, she had had the honour to see 2 or 3 of my letters, and of Mr. Belford's, and she thought them the most entertaining that she had ever read. My friend Belford, I said, had a happy talent in the letter-writing way, and upon all subjects. I expected my beloved would have been inquisitive after our subject, but, lying perdu as I saw, not a word said she. So I touched upon this article myself. Our topics were various and diffuse. Sometimes upon literary articles, she was very attentive upon this; sometimes upon the public entertainments; sometimes amusing each other with the fruits of the different correspondencies we held with persons abroad, with whom we had contracted friendships; sometimes upon the foibles and perfections of our particular friends; sometimes upon our own present and future hopes; sometimes aiming at humour and raillery upon each other. It might indeed appear to savour of vanity, to suppose my letters would entertain a lady of her delicacy and judgment; but yet I could not but say, that perhaps she would be far from thinking so hardly of me, as sometimes she had seemed to do, if she were to see the letters which generally pass between Mr. Belford and me. I hope, Jack, thou hast more manners than to give me the lie, though but in thy heart. She then spoke, after declining my compliment in such a manner as only a person can do who deserved it. She said, for her part, she had always thought me a man of sense. A man of sense, Jack! What a niggardly praise! And should therefore hope, that, when I wrote, it exceeded even my speech; for that it was impossible, be the letters written in as easy and familiar a style as they would, but that they must have that advantage from sitting down to write them, which prompt speech could not always have. She should think it very strange, therefore, if my letters were barren of sentiment; and as strange, if I gave myself liberties upon premeditation, which could have no excuse at all, but from a thoughtlessness, which itself wanted excuse. But if Mr. Belford's letters and mine were upon subjects so general, and some of them equally, she presumed, instructive and entertaining, she could not but say, that she should be glad to see any of them, and particularly those which Miss Martin had seen and praised. This was put close. I looked at her, to see if I could discover any tincture of jealousy in this hint, that Miss Martin had seen what I had not shown to her. But she did not look it. So I only said, I should be very proud to show her not only those, but all that passed between Mr. Belford and me, but I must remind her that she knew the condition. No, indeed, with a sweet lip pouted out, as saucy as pretty, implying a lovely scorn, that yet can only be lovely in youth so blooming, and beauty so divinely distinguished. How I long to see such a motion again! Her mouth only can give it. But I am mad with love. Yet eternal will be the distance at the rate I go on. Now fire, now ice, my soul is continually upon the hiss, as I may say. In vain, however, is the trial to quench what, after all, is unquenchable. Prithee, Belford, forgive my nonsense, and my Vulcan-like metaphors. Did I not tell thee, not that I am sick of love, but that I am mad with it? Why brought I such an angel into such a house, into such company? And why do I not stop my ears to the sirens, who, knowing my aversion to wedlock, are perpetually touching that string? I was not willing to be answered so easily. I was sure that what passed between two such young ladies, friends so dear, might be seen by every body. I had more reason than any body to wish to see the letters that passed between her and Miss Howe, because I was sure they must be full of admirable instruction, and one of the dear correspondents had deigned to wish my entire reformation. She looked at me as if she would look me through. I thought I felt eye-beam after eye-beam penetrate my shivering reins. But she was silent, nor needed her eyes the assistance of speech. Nevertheless, a little recovering myself, I hoped that nothing unhappy had befallen either Miss Howe or her mother. The letter of yesterday sent by a particular hand, she opening it with great emotion, seeming to have expected it sooner, were the reasons for my apprehensions. We were then at Muswell Hill, a pretty country within the eye, to Polly, was the remark, instead of replying to me. But I was not so to be answered. I should expect some charming subjects and characters from two such pens. I hoped every thing went on well between Mr. Hickman and Miss Howe. Her mother's heart, I said, was set upon that match. Mr. Hickman was not without his merits. He was what the ladies called a sober man. But I must needs say that I thought Miss Howe deserved a husband of a very different cast. This, I suppose, would have engaged her into a subject from which I could have wire-drawn something. For Hickman is one of her favourites. Why, I can't divine, except for the sake of opposition of character to that of thy honest friend. But she cut me short by a look of disapprobation, and another cool remark upon a distant view. And how far off, Miss Horton, do you think that clump of trees may be? Pointing out of the coach. So I had done. Here endeth all I have to write concerning our conversation on this our agreeable airing. We have both been writing ever since we came home. I am to be favoured with her company for an hour before she retires to rest. All that obsequious love can suggest, in order to engage her tenderest sentiments for me against to-morrow's sickness, will I aim at when we meet, but at parting will complain of a disorder in my stomach. We have met. All was love and unexceptionable respect on my part, ease and complaisance on hers. She was concerned for my disorder, so sudden, just as we parted. But it was nothing. I should be quite well by the morning. Faith, Jack, I think I am sick already. Is it possible for such a giddy fellow as me to persuade myself to be ill? I am a better mimic at this rate than I wish to be. But every nerve and fibre of me is always ready to contribute its aid, whether by health or by ailment, to carry a resolved-on roguery into execution. Dorcas has transcribed for me the whole letter of Miss Howe, dated Sunday, May 14th, of which before I had only extracts. She found no other letter added to that parcel, but this, and that which I copied myself in character last Sunday, while she was at church, relating to the smuggling scheme, are enough for me. Dorcas tells me, that a lady has been removing her papers from the mahogany chest into a wainscot box, which held her linen, and which she put into her dark closet. We have no key of that at present. No doubt but all her letters, previous to those I have come at, are in that box. Dorcas is uneasy upon it, yet hopes that her lady does not suspect her, for she is sure that she laid in every thing as she found it. End of Letter I. Letter II of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 2. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Cocoa Tree, Saturday, May 27th. This ipecacuanha is a most disagreeable medicine. That these cursed physical folks can find out nothing to do us good, but what would poison the devil. In the other world, were they only to take physic, it would be punishable enough of itself for a misspent life. A doctor at one elbow, and an apothecary at the other, and the poor soul labouring under their prescribed operations, he need no worse tormentors. But now if this was to take down my countenance, it has done it, for with violent reachings, having taken enough to make me sick, and not enough water to carry it off, I presently looked as if I had kept my bed a fortnight. Ill jesting, as I thought in the midst of the exercise, with edged tools, and worse with physical ones. 2 hours, it held me. I had forbid Dorcas to let her lady know anything of the matter, out of tenderness to her, being willing, when she knew my prohibition, to let her see that I expected her to be concerned for me. Well, but Dorcas was nevertheless a woman, and she can whisper to her lady the secret she is enjoined to keep. Come hither, toad, sick as a devil at the instant. Let me see what a mixture of grief and surprise may be beat up together in thy puddin face. That won't do. That dropped jaw, and mouth distended into the long oval, is more upon the horrible than the grievous. Nor that pinking and winking with thy odious eyes, as my charmer once called them. A little better that, yet not quite right. But keep your mouth closer. You have a muscle or two which you have no command of, between your cheek-bone and your lips, that should carry one corner of your mouth up towards your crow's foot, and that down to meet it. There, be gone. Be in a plaguy hurry running up stair and down, to fetch from the dining-room what you carry up on purpose to fetch, till motion extraordinary put you out of breath, and give you the sigh natural. What's the matter, Dorcas? Nothing, madam. My beloved wonders she has not seen me this morning, no doubt, but is too shy to say she wonders. Repeated, what's the matter, however, as Dorcas runs up and down stairs by her door, bring on, oh, madam, my master, my poor master! What? How? When? And all the monosyllables of surprise. Within parentheses, let me tell thee, that I have often thought that the little words in the republic of letters, like the little folks in a nation, are the most significant. The trisyllables, and the rumblers of syllables more than 3, are but the good for little magnates. I must not tell you, madam, my master ordered me not to tell you, but he is in a worse way than he thinks for. But he would not have you frighted. High concern took possession of every sweet feature. She pitied me. By my soul, she pitied me. Where is he? Too much in a hurry for good manners. Another parenthesis, Jack. Good manners are so little natural, that we ought to be composed to observe them. Politeness will not live in a storm. I cannot stay to answer questions, cries the wench, though desirous to answer. A third parenthesis. Like the people crying proclamations, running away from the customers they want to sell to. This hurry puts the lady in a hurry to ask. A fourth, by way of establishing the third. As the other does the people in a hurry to buy. And I have in my eye now a whole street raised, and running after a proclamation or express crier, as if the first was a thief, the other his pursuers. At last, O Lord, let Mrs. Lovelace know. There is danger, to be sure, whispered from one nymph to another, but at the door, and so loud that my listening fair one might hear. Out she darts. As how? As how, Dorcas? O madam, a vomiting of blood, a vessel broke, to be sure. Down she hastens, finds every one as busy over my blood in the entry, as if it were that of the Neapolitan saint. In steps my charmer, with a face of sweet concern. How do you, Mr. Lovelace? O my best love, very well, nothing at all, nothing of consequence. I shall be well in an instant. Straining again, for I was indeed plaguy sick, though no more blood came. In short, Belford, I have gained my end. I see the dear soul loves me. I see she forgives me all that's past. I see I have credit for a new score. Miss Howe, I defy thee, my dear. Mrs. Townsend, who the devil are you? Troop away with your contrabands. No smuggling, nor smuggler, but myself. Nor will the choicest of my fair one's favours be long prohibited goods to me. Every one is now sure that she loves me. Tears were in her eyes more than once for me. She suffered me to take her hand, and kiss it as often as I pleased. On Mrs. Sinclair's mentioning that I too much confined myself, she pressed me to take an airing, but obligingly desired me to be careful of myself. Wished I would advise with a physician. God made physicians, she said. I did not think that, Jack. God indeed made us all, but I fancy she meant physic instead of physicians, and then the phrase might mean what the vulgar phrase means, God sends meat, the devil cooks. I was well already on taking the styptic from her dear hands. On her requiring me to take the air, I asked if I might have the honour of her company in a coach, and this that I might observe if she had an intention of going out in my absence. If she thought a chair were not a more proper vehicle for my case, she would with all her heart. There's a precious. I kissed her hand again. She was all goodness. Would to heaven I better deserved it, I said. But all were golden days before us. Her presence and generous concern had done every thing. I was well. Nothing ailed me. But since my beloved will have it so, I'll take a little airing. Let her chair be called. O my charmer! Were I to have owned this indisposition to my late harasses, and to the uneasiness I have had for disobliging you, all is infinitely compensated by your goodness. All the art of healing is in your smiles. Your late displeasure was the only malady. While Mrs. Sinclair, and Dorcas, and Polly, and even poor silly Mabel, for Sally went out as my angel came in, with uplifted hands and eyes, stood thanking heaven that I was better, in audible whispers. See the power of love, cried one. What a charming husband, another. Happy couple, all. Oh, how the dear creature's cheek mantled! How her eyes sparkled! How sweetly acceptable is praise to conscious merit, while it but reproaches when applied to the undeserving! What a new, what a gay creation it makes all at once in a diffident or dispirited heart! And now, Belford, was it not worth while to be sick? And yet I must tell thee that too many pleasanter expedients offer themselves to make trial any more of this confounded ipecacuanha. End of Letter 2. Letter 3 of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 3. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Saturday, May 27th. Mr. Lovelace, my dear, has been very ill. Suddenly taken, with a vomiting of blood in great quantities, some vessel broken. He complained of a disorder in his stomach overnight. I was the affected with it, as I am afraid it was occasioned by the violent contentions between us. But was I in fault? How lately did I think I hated him! But hatred and anger, I see, are but temporary passions with me. One cannot, my dear, hate people in danger of death, or who are in distress or affliction. My heart, I find, is not proof against kindness, and acknowledgements of errors committed. He took great care to have his illness concealed from me as long as he could. So tender in the violence of his disorder. So desirous to make the best of it. I wish he had not been ill in my sight. I was too much affected. Every body alarming me with his danger. The poor man, from such high health, so suddenly taken, and so unprepared. He is gone out in a chair. I advised him to do so. I fear that my advice was wrong, since quiet in such a disorder must needs be best. We are apt to be so ready in cases of emergency to give our advice without judgment or waiting for it. I proposed a physician, indeed, but he would not hear of one. I have great honour for the faculty, and the greater, as I have always observed that those who treat the professors of the art of healing contemptuously, too generally treat higher institutions in the same manner. I am really very uneasy, for I have, I doubt, exposed myself to him, and to the women below. They indeed will excuse me, as they think us married. But if he be not generous, I shall have cause to regret this surprise, which, as I had reason to think myself unaccountably treated by him, has taught me more than I knew of myself. 'Tis true, I have owned more than once, that I could have liked Mr. Lovelace above all men. I remember the debates you and I used to have on this subject, when I was your happy guest. You used to say, and once you wrote, that men of his cast are the men that our sex do not naturally dislike. Well, I held, that such were not, however that might be, the men we ought to like. But what with my relations precipitating of me on one hand, and what with his unhappy character and embarrassing ways on the other, I had no more leisure than inclination to examine my own heart in this particular. And this reminds me of a transcribe, though it was written in raillery. May it not be, say you, that you have had such persons to deal with, as have not allowed you to attend to the throbs, or if you had them a little now and then, whether, having had two accounts to place them to, you have not by mistake put them to the wrong one? A passage which, although it came into my mind when Mr. Lovelace was least exceptionable, yet that I have denied any efficacy to, when he has teased and vexed me, and given me cause of suspicion. For after all, my dear, Mr. Lovelace is not wise in all his ways. And should we not endeavour, as much as is possible, where we are not attached by natural ties, to like and dislike as reason bids us, and according to the merit or demerit of the object? If love, as it is called, is allowed to be an excuse for our most unreasonable follies, and to lay level all the fences that a careful education has surrounded us by, what is meant by the doctrine of subduing our passions? But, O my dearest friend, am I not guilty of a punishable fault, were I to love this man of errors? And has not my own heart deceived me, when I thought it did not? And what must be that love, that has not some degree of purity for its object? I am afraid of recollecting some passages in my cousin Morden's letter. And yet why fly I from subjects that, duly considered, might tend to correct and purify my heart? I have carried, I doubt, my notions on this head too high, not for practice, but for my practice. Yet think me not guilty of prudery neither. For had I found out as much of myself before, or rather had he given me heart's ease enough before to find it out, you should have had my confession sooner. Nevertheless, let me tell you, what I hope I may justly tell you, that if again he give me cause to resume distance and reserve, I hope my reason will gather strength enough from his imperfections to enable me to keep my passions under. What can we do more than govern ourselves by the temporary lights lent us? You will not wonder that I am grave on this detection. Detection, must I call it? What can I call it? Dissatisfied with myself, I am afraid to look back upon what I have written, yet know not how to have done writing. I never was in such an odd frame of mind. I know not how to describe it. Was you ever so? Afraid of the censure of her you love, yet not conscious that you deserve it? Of this, however, I am convinced, that I should indeed deserve censure, if I kept any secret of my heart from you. But I will not add another word, after I have assured you, that I will look still more narrowly into myself, and that I am your equally sincere and affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 3. Letter 4 of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 4. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Saturday evening. I had a charming airing. No return of my malady. My heart was perfectly easy. How could my stomach be otherwise? But when I came home, I found that my sweet soul had been alarmed by a new incident. The inquiry after us both, in a very suspicious manner, and that by description of our persons, and not by names, by a servant in a blue livery turned up, and trimmed with yellow. Dorcas was called to him as the upper servant, and she, refusing to answer any of the fellow's questions unless he told his business, and from whom he came, the fellow, as short as she, said, that if she would not answer him, perhaps she might answer somebody else, and went away out of humour. Dorcas hurried up to her lady, and alarmed her, not only with the fact, but with her own conjectures, adding, that he was an ill-looking fellow, and she was sure could come for no good. The livery and the features of the servant were particularly inquired after, and as particularly described. Lord bless her! No end of her alarm, she thought. And then did her apprehensions anticipate every evil that could happen. She wished Mr. Lovelace would come in. Mr. Lovelace came in soon after, all lively, grateful, full of hopes, of duty, of love, to thank his charmer, and to congratulate with her upon the cure she had performed. And then she told the story with all its circumstances, and Dorcas, to point her lady's fears, told us, that the servant was a sunburnt fellow, and looked as if he had been at sea. He was then no doubt Captain Singleton's servant, and the next news she should hear was that the house was surrounded by a whole ship's crew, the vessel lying no further off, as she understood, than Rotherhithe. Impossible, I said. Such an attempt would not be ushered in by such a manner of inquiry. And why may it not rather be a servant of your cousin Morden, with notice of his arrival, and of his design to attend you? This surmise delighted her. Her apprehensions went off, and she was at leisure to congratulate me upon my sudden recovery, which she did in the most obliging manner. But we had not sat long together, when Dorcas again came fluttering up to tell us that the footman, the very footman, was again at the door, and inquired whether Mr. Lovelace and his lady, by name, had not lodgings in this house. He asked, he told Dorcas, for no harm; but his disavowing of harm was a demonstration with my apprehensive fair one, that harm was intended; and as the fellow had not been answered by Dorcas, I proposed to go down to the street parlour, and hear what he had to say. I see your causeless terror, my dearest life, said I, and your impatience. Will you be pleased to walk down, and, without being observed, for he shall come no further than the parlour door, you may hear all that passes? She consented. We went down. Dorcas bid the man come forward. Well, friend, what is your business with Mr. and Mrs. Lovelace? Bowing, scraping. I am sure you are the gentleman, sir. Why, sir, my business is only to know if your honour be here, and to be spoken with, or if you shall be here for any time. Whom came you from? From a gentleman who ordered me to say, if I was made to tell, but not else, it was from a friend of Mr. John Harlowe, Mrs. Lovelace's eldest uncle. The dear creature was ready to sink upon this. It was but of late that she had provided herself with salts. She pulled them out. Do you know any thing of Colonel Morden, friend? Said I. No, I never heard of his name. Of Captain Singleton? No, sir. But the gentleman my master is a captain too. What is his name? I don't know if I should tell. There can be no harm in telling the gentleman's name, if you come upon a good account. That I do, for my master told me so, and there is not an honester gentleman on the face of God's earth. His name is Captain Tomlinson, sir. I don't know such a one. I believe not, sir. He was pleased to say he don't know your honour, sir, but I heard him say as how he should not be an unwelcome visitor to you for all that. Do you know such a man as Captain Tomlinson, my dearest life? Aside. Your uncle's friend? No, but my uncle may have acquaintance, no doubt, that I don't know. But I hope, trembling, this is not a trick. Well, friend, if your master has any thing to say to Mr. Lovelace, you may tell him that Mr. Lovelace is here, and will see him whenever he pleases. The dear creature looked as if afraid that my engagement was too prompt for my own safety, and away went the fellow. I wondering, that she might not wonder, that this Captain Tomlinson, whoever he were, came not himself, or sent not a letter the second time, when he had reason to suppose that I might be here. Meantime, for fear that this should be a contrivance of James Harlowe, who, I said, loved plotting, though he had not a head turned for it, I gave some precautionary directions to the servants and the women, whom, for the greater parade, I assembled before us, and my beloved was resolved not to stir abroad till she saw the issue of this odd affair. And here must I close, though in so great a puzzle. Only let me add, that poor Belton wants thee, for I dare not stir for my life. Mowbray and Tourville skulk about like vagabonds, without heads, without hands, without souls, having neither you nor me to conduct them. They tell me they shall rust beyond the power of oil or action to brighten them up, or give them motion. How goes it with thy uncle? End of Letter 4. Letter 5 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 5. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Sunday, May 28th. This story of Captain Tomlinson employed us not only for the time we were together last night, but all the while we sat at breakfast this morning. She would still have it that it was the prelude to some mischief from Singleton. I insisted, according to my former hint, that it might much more probably be a method taken by Colonel Morden to alarm her, previous to a personal visit. Travelled gentleman affected to surprise in this manner. And why, dearest creature, said I, must every thing that happens, which we cannot immediately account for, be what we least wish? She had had so many disagreeable things befall her of late, that her fears were too often stronger than her hopes. And this, madam, makes me apprehensive that you will get into so low-spirited a way, that you will not be able to enjoy the happiness that seems to await us. Her duty and her gratitude, she gravely said, to the dispenser of all good, would secure her, she hoped, against unthankfulness, and a thankful spirit was the same as a joyful one. So Belford, for all her future joy, she depends entirely upon the invisible good. She is certainly right, since those who fix least upon second causes are the least likely to be disappointed. And is not this gravity for her gravity? She had hardly done speaking, when Dorcas came running up in a hurry. She set even my heart into a palpitation. Thump, 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 like a precipitated pendulum in a clock case. Flutter, 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 my charmers, as by her sweet bosom rising to her chin I saw. This lower class of people, my beloved herself observed, were for ever aiming at the stupid wonderful, and for making even common incidents matter of surprise. Why the devil, said I to the wench, this alarming hurry? And with your spread fingers, and your oh, madams, and oh, sirs, and be cursed to you! Would there have been a second of time difference had you come up slowly? Captain Tomlinson, sir! Captain Devilson, what care I? Do you see how you have disordered your lady? Good Mr. Lovelace, said my charmer, trembling. See, Jack, when she has an end to serve, I am good Mr. Lovelace. If my brother, if Captain Singleton should appear, pray now, I beseech you, let me beg of you, to govern your temper. My brother is my brother. Captain Singleton is but an agent. My dearest life, folding my arms about her, when she asks favours, thought I, the devil's in it, if she will not allow such an innocent freedom as this from good Mr. Lovelace too. You shall be witness of all passes between us. Dorcas, desire the gentleman to walk up. Let me retire to my chamber first. Let me not be known to be in the house. Charming dear! Thou seest, Belford, she is afraid of leaving me. Oh, the little witchcrafts! Were it not for surprises now and then, how would an honest man know where to have them? She withdrew to listen. And though this incident has not turned out to answer all I wished from it, yet is it not necessary, if I would acquaint thee with my whole circulation, to be very particular in what passed between Captain Tomlinson and me? Enter Captain Tomlinson, in a riding dress, whip in hand. Your servant, sir. Mr. Lovelace, I presume? My name is Lovelace, sir. Excuse the day, sir. Be pleased to excuse my garb. I am obliged to go out of town directly, that I may return at night. The day is a good day. Your garb needs no apology. When I sent my servant, I did not know that I should find time to do myself this honour. All that I thought I could do to oblige my friend this journey was only to assure myself of your abode, and whether there was a probability of being admitted to the speech of either you or your lady. Sir, you best know your own motives. What your time will permit you to do, you also best know. And here I am, attending your pleasure. My charmer owned afterwards her concern on my being so short. Whatever I shall mingle of her emotions, thou wilt easily guess I had afterwards. Sir, I hope no offence. I intend none. None at all, sir. Sir, I have no interest in the affair I come about. I may appear officious, and if I thought I should, I would decline any concern in it, after I have just hinted what it is. And pray, sir, what is it? May I ask you, sir, without offence, whether you wish to be reconciled, and to co-operate upon honourable terms with one gentleman of the name of Harlowe, preparative, as it may be hoped, to a general reconciliation? Oh, how my heart fluttered! Cried my charmer. I can't tell, sir. And then it fluttered still more, no doubt. The whole family have used me extremely ill. They have taken greater liberties with my character than are justifiable, and with my family too, which I can less forgive. Sir, I have done. I beg pardon for this intrusion. My beloved was then ready to sink, and thought very hardly of me. But pray, sir, to the immediate purpose of your present commission, since a commission it seems to be. It is a commission, sir, and such a one as I thought would be agreeable to all parties, or I should not have given myself concern about it. Perhaps it may, sir, when known. But let me ask you one previous question. Do you know Colonel Morden, sir? No, sir, if you mean personally, I do not. But I have heard my good friend Mr. John Harlowe talk of him with great respect, and such a co-trustee with him in a certain trust. Lovelace. I thought it probable, sir, that the Colonel might be arrived, that you might be a gentleman of his acquaintance, and that something of an agreeable surprise might be intended. Captain. Had Colonel Morden been in England, Mr. John Harlowe would have known it, and then I should not have been a stranger to it. Lovelace. Well, but, sir, have you then any commission to me from Mr. John Harlowe? Captain. Sir, I will tell you, as briefly as I can, the whole of what I have to say. But you will excuse me also in a previous question, for what curiosity is not my motive. But it is necessary to be answered before I can proceed, as you will judge when you hear it. Lovelace. What, pray, sir, is your question? Captain. Briefly, whether you are actually and bona fide married to Miss Clarissa Harlowe? I started, and in a haughty tone. Is this, sir, a question that must be answered before you can proceed in the business you have undertaken? I mean no offence, Mr. Lovelace. Mr. Harlowe sought to me to undertake this office. I have daughters and nieces of my own. I thought it a good office, or I, who have many considerable affairs upon my hands, had not accepted of it. I know the world, and will take the liberty to say, that if the young lady... Captain Tomlinson, I think you are called. My name is Tomlinson. Why then, Tomlinson, no liberty, as you call it, will be taken well, that is not extremely delicate when that lady is mentioned. When you had heard me out, Mr. Lovelace, and had found I had so behaved as to make the caution necessary, it would have been just to have given it. Allow me to say, I know what is due to the character of a woman of virtue as well as any man alive. Why, Sir! Why, Captain Tomlinson, you seem warm. If you intend any thing by this— Oh, how I trembled, said the lady, when she took notice of this part of our conversation afterwards. I will only say, that this is a privileged place. It is at present my home, and an asylum for any gentleman who thinks it worth his while to inquire after me, be the manner or end of his inquiry what it will. I know not, Sir, that I have given occasion for this. I make no scruple to attend you elsewhere, if I am troublesome here. I was told, I had a warm young gentleman to deal with; but as I knew my intention, and that my commission was an amicable one, I was the less concerned about that. I am twice your age, Mr. Lovelace, I dare say; but I do assure you, that if either my message or my manner gives you offence, I can suspend the one or the other for a day, or for ever, as you like. And so, Sir, any time before 8 to morrow morning, you will let me know your further commands. And was going to tell me where he might be found. Captain Tomlinson, said I, you answer well. I love a man of spirit. Have you not been in the army? I have, Sir, but have turned my sword into a ploughshare, as the Scripture has it. There was a clever fellow, Jack. He was a good man with somebody, I warrant. Oh, what a fine coat and cloak for an hypocrite will a text of Scripture, properly applied, make at any time in the eyes of the pious! How easily are the good folks taken in! And all my delight, added he, for some years past, has been in cultivating my paternal estate. I love a brave man, Mr. Lovelace, as well as ever I did in my life. But let me tell you, Sir, that when you come to my time of life, you will be of opinion, that there is not so much true bravery in youthful choler, as you may now think there is. A clever fellow again, Belford. Ear and heart both at once he took in my charmer. 'Tis well, she says, there are some men who have wisdom in their anger. Well, Captain, that is reproof for reproof, so we are upon a footing. And now give me the pleasure of hearing the import of your commission. Sir, you must first allow me to repeat my question. Are you really and bona fide married to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, or are you not yet married? Bluntly put, Captain. But if I answer that I am, what then? Why then, Sir, I shall say that you are a man of honour. That I hope I am, whether you say it or not, Captain Tomlinson. Sir, I will be very frank in all I have to say on this subject. Mr. John Harlowe has lately found out that you and his niece are both in the same lodgings, that you have been long so, and that the lady was at the play with you yesterday was se'nnight, and he hopes that you are actually married. He has indeed heard that you are, but as he knows your enterprising temper, and that you have declared that you disdain a relation to their family, he is willing by me to have your marriage confirmed from your own mouth, before he take the steps he is inclined to take in his niece's favour. You will allow me to say, Mr. Lovelace, that he will not be satisfied with an answer that admits of the least doubt. Let me tell you, Captain Tomlinson, that it is a high degree of vileness for any man to suppose— Sir, Mr. Lovelace, don't put yourself into a passion. The lady's relations are jealous of the honour of their family. They have prejudices to overcome as well as you. Advantage may have been taken, and the lady at the time not to blame. This lady, Sir, could give no such advantages, and if she had, what must the man be, Captain Tomlinson, who could have taken them? Do you know the lady, Sir? I never had the honour to see her but once, and that was at a church, and should not know her again. Not know her again, Sir? I thought there was not a man living who had once seen her, and would not know her among 1,000. I remember, Sir, that I thought I never saw a finer woman in my life. But, Mr. Lovelace, I believe you will allow, that it is better that her relations should have wronged you, than you the lady. I hope, Sir, you will permit me to repeat my question. Enter Dorcas in a hurry. A gentleman this minute, Sir, desires to speak with your honour. My lady, Sir. Aside. Could the dear creature put Dorcas upon telling this fib, yet want to save me one? Desire the gentleman to walk into one of the parlours. I will wait upon him presently. Exit Dorcas. The dear creature, I doubted not, wanted to instruct me how to answer the Captain's home put. I knew how I intended to answer it. Plump, thou mayst be sure. But Dorcas's message staggered me. And yet I was upon one of my master strokes, which was, to take advantage of the Captain's inquiries, and to make her own her marriage before him, as she had done to the people below, and if she had been brought to that, to induce her, for her uncle's satisfaction, to write him a letter of gratitude, which of course must have been signed Clarissa Lovelace. I was loath, therefore, thou mayst believe, to attend her sudden commands, and yet, afraid of pushing matters beyond recovery with her, I thought proper to lead him from the question, to account for himself and for Mr. Harlowe's coming to the knowledge of where we are, and for other particulars which I knew would engage her attention, and which might possibly convince her of the necessity there was for her to acquiesce in the affirmative I was disposed to give. And this for her own sake. For what, as I asked her afterwards, is it to me, whether I am ever reconciled to her family? A family, Jack, which I must for ever despise. You think, Captain, that I have answered doubtfully to the question you put. You may think so. And you must know, that I have a good deal of pride; and, only that you are a gentleman, and seem in this affair to be governed by generous motives, or I should ill brook being interrogated as to my honour to a lady so dear to me. But before I answer more directly to the point, pray satisfy me in a question or two that I shall put to you. With all my heart, Sir. Ask me what questions you please. I will answer them with sincerity and candour. You say, Mr. Harlowe has found out that we were at a play together, and that we were both in the same lodgings. How, pray, came he at his knowledge? For let me tell you, that I have for certain considerations, not respecting myself, I will assure you, condescended that our abode should be kept secret. And this has been so strictly observed, that even Miss Howe, though she and my beloved correspond, knows not directly where to send to us. Why, Sir, the person who saw you at the play was a tenant of Mr. John Harlowe. He watched all your motions. When the play was done, he followed your coach to your lodgings. And early the next day, Sunday, he took horse, and acquainted his landlord with what he had observed. Lovel. How oddly things come about! But does any other of the Harlowes know where we are? Capt. It is an absolute secret to every other person of the family, and so it is intended to be kept; as also that Mr. John Harlowe is willing to enter into treaty with you by me, if his niece be actually married: for perhaps he is aware that he shall have difficulty enough with some people to bring about the desirable reconciliation, although he could give them this assurance. I doubt it not, Captain. To James Harlowe is all the family folly owing. Fine fools! Heroically stalking about, to be governed by one to whom malice and not genius gives the busy liveliness that distinguishes him from a natural. But how long, pray, Sir, has Mr. John Harlowe been in this pacific disposition? I will tell you, Mr. Lovelace, and the occasion, and be very explicit upon it, and upon all that concerns you to know of me, and of the commission I have undertaken to execute; and this the rather, as when you have heard me out, you will be satisfied that I am not an officious man in this my present address to you. I am all attention, Captain Tomlinson. And so I doubt not was my beloved. Capt. You must know, Sir, that I have not been many months in Mr. John Harlowe's neighbourhood. I removed from Northamptonshire, partly for the sake of better managing one of 2 executorship which I could not avoid engaging in, the affairs of which frequently call me to town, and are part of my present business; and partly for the sake of occupying a neglected farm, which has lately fallen into my hands. But though an acquaintance of no longer standing, and that commencing on the bowling green, Uncle John is a great bowler, Belford. Upon my decision of a point to every one's satisfaction, which was appealed to me by all the gentlemen, and which might have been attended with bad consequences, no 2 brothers have a more cordial esteem for each other. You know, Mr. Lovelace, that there is a consent, as I may call it, in some minds, which will unite them stronger together in a few hours, than years can do with others, whom yet we see not with disgust. Lovel. Very true, Captain. Capt. It was on the foot of this avowed friendship on both sides, that on Monday the 15th, as I very well remember, Mr. Harlowe invited himself home with me; and when there, he acquainted me with the whole of the unhappy affair that had made them all so uneasy. Till then I knew it only by report; for, intimate as we were, I forbore to speak of what was so near his heart, till he began first. And then he told me, that he had had an application made to him 2 or 3 days before, by a gentleman whom he named, to induce him not only to be reconciled himself to his niece, but to forward for her a general reconciliation. A like application, he told me, had been made to his sister Harlowe by a good woman whom every body respected, who had intimated that his niece, if encouraged, would again put herself into the protection of her friends, and leave you; but if not, that she must unavoidably be yours. I hope, Mr. Lovelace, I make no mischief. You look concerned. You sigh, Sir. Proceed, Captain Tomlinson, pray proceed. And I sighed still more profoundly. Capt. They all thought it extremely particular, that a lady should decline marriage with a man she had so lately gone away with. Pray, Captain, pray, Mr. Tomlinson, no more of this subject. My beloved is an angel, in every thing unblameable. Whatever faults there have been theirs and mine. What you would further say is, that the unforgiving family rejected her application. They did. She and I had a misunderstanding, the falling out of lovers, you know, Captain. We have been happier ever since. Capt. Well, Sir. But Mr. John Harlowe could not but better consider the matter afterwards; and he desired my advice how to act in it. He told me that no father ever loved a daughter as he loved this niece of his, whom, indeed, he used to call his daughter niece. He said, she had really been unkindly treated by her brother and sister; and as your alliance, Sir, was far from being a discredit to their family, he would do his endeavour to reconcile all parties, if he could be sure that you were actually man and wife. Lovel. And what, pray, Captain, was your advice? Capt. I gave it as my opinion, that if his niece were unworthily treated, and in distress, as he apprehended from the application to him, he would soon hear of her again; but that it was likely, that this application was made without expecting it would succeed, and as a salvo only to herself for marrying without their consent: and the rather thought I so, as he had told me, that it came from a young lady her friend, and not in a direct way from herself, which young lady was no favourite of the family, and therefore would hardly have been employed, had success been expected. Lovel. Very well, Captain Tomlinson, pray proceed. Capt. Here the matter rested till last Sunday evening, when Mr. John Harlowe came to me with the man who had seen you and your lady, as I presume she is, at the play, and who had assured him that you both lodged in the same house. And then the application having been so lately made, which implied that you were not then married, he was so uneasy for his niece's honour, that I advised him to dispatch to town some one in whom he could confide, to make proper inquiries. Lovel. Very well, Captain. And was such a person employed on such an errand by her uncle? Capt. A trusty and discreet person was accordingly sent, and last Tuesday I think it was, for he returned to us on the Wednesday, he made the inquiries among the neighbours first. The very inquiry, Jack, that gave us all so much uneasiness. But finding that none of them could give any satisfactory account, the lady's woman was come at, who declared that you were actually married. But the inquirers keeping himself on the reserve as to his employers, the girl refused to tell the day, or to give him other particulars. Lovel. You give a very clear account of every thing, Captain Tomlinson. Pray proceed. Capt. The gentleman returned, and on his report, Mr. Harlowe, having still doubts, and being willing to proceed on some grounds in so important a point, besought me, as my affairs called me frequently to town, to undertake this matter. You, Mr. Tomlinson, he was pleased to say, have children of your own. You know the world. You know what I drive at. You will proceed, I am sure, with understanding and spirit. And whatever you are satisfied with, shall satisfy me. Enter Dorcas again, in a hurry. Sir, the gentleman is impatient. I will attend him presently. The Captain then accounted for his not calling in person, when he had reason to think us here. He said he had business of consequence a few miles out of town, whither he thought he must have gone yesterday, and having been obliged to put off his little journey till this day, and understanding that we were within, not knowing whether he should have such another opportunity, he was willing to try his good fortune before he set out, and this made him come booted and spurred, as I saw him. He dropped a hint in commendation of the people of the house, but it was in such a way as to give no room to suspect that he thought it necessary to inquire after the character of persons who make so genteel an appearance, as you observe they do. And here let me remark, that my beloved might collect another circumstance in favour of the people below, had she doubted their characters, from the silence of her uncle's inquirist on Tuesday among the neighbours. Capt. And now, sir, that I believe I have satisfied you in every thing relating to my commission, I hope you will permit me to repeat my question, which is... Enter Dorcas again, out of breath. Sir, the gentleman will step up to you. My lady is impatient. She wonders at your honour's delay. Aside. Excuse me, Captain, for one moment. I have stayed my full time, Mr. Lovelace. What may result from my question and your answer, whatever it shall be, may take us up time. And you are engaged. Will you permit me to attend you in the morning, before I set out on my return? You will then breakfast with me, Captain. It must be early if I do. I must reach my own house to-morrow night, or I shall make the best of wives unhappy. And I have 2 or 3 places to call at in my way. It shall be by 7 o'clock, if you please, Captain. We are early folks. And this I will tell you, that if ever I am reconciled to a family so implacable as I have always found the Harlowes to be, it must be by the mediation of so cool and so moderate a gentleman as yourself. And so with the highest civilities on both sides we parted. But for the private satisfaction of so good a man, I left him out of doubt that we were man and wife, though I did not directly aver it. End of Letter 5. Letter 6 of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 6. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Sunday night. This Captain Tomlinson is one of the happiest, as well as one of the best men in the world. What would I give to stand as high in my beloved's opinion as he does? But yet I am as good a man as he, were I to tell my own story, and have equal credit given to it. But the devil should have had him before I had seen him on the account he came upon, had I thought I should not have answered my principal end in it. I hinted to thee in my last what that was. But to the particulars of the conference between my fair one and me, on her hasty messages, which I was loath to come to, because she has had an half triumph over me in it. After I had attended the Captain down to the very passage, I returned to the dining room, and put on a joyful air on my beloved's entrance into it. O my dearest creature, said I, let me congratulate you on a prospect so agreeable to your wishes. And I snatched her hand, and smothered it with kisses. I was going on, when interrupting me, You see, Mr. Lovelace, said she, how you have embarrassed yourself by your obliquities. You see that you have not been able to return a direct answer to a plain and honest question, though upon it depends all the happiness, on the prospect of which you congratulate me. You know, my best love, what my prudent, and I will say my kind motives were for giving out that we were married. You see that I have taken no advantage of it, and that no inconvenience has followed it. You see that your uncle wants only to be assured from ourselves that it is so. Not another word on this subject, Mr. Lovelace. I will not only risk, but I will forfeit, the reconciliation so near my heart, rather than I will go on to countenance a story so untrue. My dearest soul, would you have me appear I would have you appear, sir, as you are. I am resolved that I will appear to my uncle's friend, and to my uncle, as I am. For 1 week, my dearest life, cannot you, for 1 week, only till the settlements? Not for 1 hour, with my own consent. You don't know, sir, how much I have been afflicted, that I have appeared to the people below what I am not. But my uncle, sir, shall never have it to upbraid me, nor will I to upbraid myself, that I have wilfully passed upon him in false lights. What, my dear, would you have me say to the Captain to-morrow morning? I have given him room to think. Then put him right, Mr. Lovelace. Tell the truth. Tell him what you please of the favour of your relations to me. Tell him what you will about the settlements. And if, when drawn, you will submit them to his perusal and approbation, it will show him how much you are in earnest. My dearest life! Do you think that he would disapprove of the terms I have offered? No? Then may I be accursed if I willingly submit to be trampled under foot by my enemies. And may I, Mr. Lovelace, never be happy in this life, if I submit to the passing upon my uncle Harlowe a wilful and premeditated falsehood for truth. I have too long laboured under the affliction which the rejection of all my friends has given me, to purchase my reconciliation with them now, at so dear a price as this, of my veracity. The women below, my dear! What are the women below to me? I want not to establish myself with them. Need they know all that passes between my relations and you and me? Neither are they any thing to me, madam, only that when, for the sake of preventing the fatal mischiefs which might have attended your brother's projects, I have made them think us married, I would not appear to them in a light which you yourself think so shocking. By my soul, madam, I had rather die, than contradict myself so flagrantly, after I have related to them so many circumstances of our marriage. Well, sir, the women may believe what they please. That I have given countenance to what you told them is my error. The many circumstances which you own one untruth has drawn you in to relate, is a justification of my refusal in the present case. Don't you see, madam, that your uncle wishes to find that we are married? May not the ceremony be privately over, before his mediation can take place? Urge this point no further, Mr. Lovelace. If you will not tell the truth, I will to-morrow morning. If I see Captain Tomlinson, tell it myself. Indeed I will. Will you, madam, consent that things pass as before with the people below? This mediation of Tomlinson may come to nothing. Your brother's schemes may be pursued, the rather that now he will know, perhaps from your uncle, that you are not under legal protection. You will at least consent that things pass here as before. To permit this is to go on in an error, Mr. Lovelace. But as the occasion for so doing, if there can be in your opinion an occasion that will warrant an untruth, will, as I presume, soon be over, I shall the less dispute that point with you. But a new error I will not be guilty of, if I can avoid it. Can I, do you think, madam, have any dishonourable view in the step I suppose you would not scruple to take towards a reconciliation with your own family? Not for my own sake, you know, did I wish you to take it. For what is it to me, if I am never reconciled to your family? I want no favours from them. I hope, Mr. Lovelace, there is no occasion, in our present not disagreeable situation, to answer such a question. And let me say, that I shall think my prospects still more agreeable, if, to-morrow morning, you will not only own the very truth, but give my uncle's friend such an account of the steps you have taken, and are taking, as may keep up my uncle's favourable intentions towards me. This you may do under what restrictions of secrecy you please. Captain Tomlinson is a prudent man, a promoter of family peace, you find, and I dare say may be made a friend. I saw there was no help. I saw that the inflexible Harlowe spirit was all up in her. A little witch, a little... Forgive me, love, for calling her names. And so I said with an air, We have had too many misunderstandings, madam, for me to wish for new ones. I will obey you without reserve. Had I not thought I should have obliged you by the other method, especially as the ceremony might have been over before any thing could have operated from your uncle's intentions, and of consequence no untruth persisted in, I would not have proposed it. But think not, my beloved creature, that you shall enjoy without condition this triumph over my judgment. And then clasping my arms about her, I gave her averted cheek, her charming lip designed, a fervent kiss. And your forgiveness of this sweet freedom, bowing, is that condition. She was not mortally offended. And now must I make out the rest as well as I can. But this I will tell thee, that although her triumph has not diminished my love for her, yet it has stimulated me more than ever to revenge, as thou wilt be apt to call it. But victory, or conquest, is the more proper word. There is a pleasure, 'tis true, in subduing one of these watchful beauties. But by my soul, Belford, men of our cast take 20 times the pains to be rogues than it would cost them to be honest; and dearly, with the sweat of our brows, and to the puzzlement of our brains, to say nothing of the hazards we run, do we earn our purchase, and ought not therefore to be grudged our success when we meet with it, especially as, when we have obtained our end, satiety soon follows, and leaves us little or nothing to show for it. But this indeed may be said of all worldly delights. And is not that a grave reflection from me? I was willing to write up to the time. Although I have not carried my principal point, I shall make something turn out in my favour from Captain Tomlinson's errand. But let me give thee this caution, that thou do not pretend to judge of my devices by parts, but have patience till thou seest the whole. But once more I swear, that I will not be out-Norrised by a pair of novices. And yet I am very apprehensive at times of the consequences of Miss Howe's smuggling scheme. My conscience, I should think, ought not to reproach me for a contrivance, which is justified by the contrivances of 2 such girls as these, one of whom, the more excellent of the 2, I have always, with her own approbation, as I imagine, proposed for my imitation. But here, Jack, is the thing that concludes me, and cases my heart with adamant. I find by Miss Howe's letters, that it is owing to her that I have made no greater progress with my blooming fair one. She loves me. The ipecacuanha contrivance convinces me that she loves me. Where there is love, there must be confidence, or a desire of having reason to confide. Generosity, founded on my supposed generosity, has taken hold of her heart. Shall I not now see, since I must for ever be unhappy if I marry her, and leave any trial unessayed, what I can make of her love, and her newly raised confidence? Will it not be to my glory to succeed? And to hers, and to the honour of her sex, if I cannot? Where then will be the hurt to either to make the trial? And cannot I, as I have often said, reward her, when I will, by marriage? 'Tis late, or rather early, for the day begins to dawn upon me. I am plaguy heavy. Perhaps I need not to have told thee that, but will only indulge a doze in my chair for an hour, then shake myself, wash, and refresh. At my time of life, with such a constitution as I am blessed with, that's all that's wanted. Good night to me. It cannot be broad day till I am awake. Oh! Pox of this yawning! Is not thy uncle dead yet? What's come to mind, that he writes not to my last? Hunting after more wisdom of nations, I suppose. Yawning again. Pen, begone. End of Letter 6. Letter 7 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 7. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Monday, May 29th. Now have I established myself for ever in my charmer's heart. The Captain came at 7, as promised, and ready equipped for his journey. My beloved chose not to give us her company till our first conversation was over. Ashamed, I suppose, to be present at that part of it which was to restore her to her virgin state by my confession, after her wifehood had been reported to her uncle. But she took her cue, nevertheless, and listened to all that passed. The modestest women, Jack, must think, and think deeply sometimes. I wonder whether they ever blush at those things by themselves, at which they have so charming a knack of blushing in company. If not, and if blushing be a sign of grace or modesty, have not the sex as great a command over their blushes as they are said to have over their tears? This reflection would lead me a great way into female minds, were I disposed to pursue it. I told the Captain that I would prevent his question, and accordingly, after I had enjoined the strictest secrecy, that no advantage might be given to James Harlowe, and which he had answered for as well on Mr. Harlowe's part as his own, I acknowledged nakedly and fairly the whole truth, to wit, that we were not yet married. I gave him hints of the causes of procrastination, some of them owing to unhappy misunderstandings, but chiefly to the lady's desire of previous reconciliation with her friends, and to a delicacy that had no example. Less nice ladies than this, Jack, love to have delays, wilful and studied delays, imputed to them in these cases, yet are indelicate in their affected delicacy. For do they not thereby tacitly confess, that they expect to be the greatest gainers in wedlock, and that there's self-denial in the pride they take in delaying? I told him the reason of our passing to the people below as married, yet as under a vow of restriction as to consummation, which had kept us both to the height, one of forbearing, the other of vigilant punctilio, even to the denial of those innocent freedoms, which betrothed lovers never scruple to allow and to take. I then communicated to him a copy of my proposal of settlement, the substance of her written answer, the contents of my letter of invitation to Lord M. to be her nuptial father, and of my Lord's generous reply; but said, that having apprehensions of delay from his infirmities, and my beloved choosing by all means, and that from principles of unrequited duty, a private solemnization, I had written to excuse his Lordship's presence, and expected an answer every hour. The settlements, I told him, were actually drawn by Counsellor Williams, of whose eminence he must have heard. He had; and of the truth of this he might satisfy himself before he went out of town. When these were drawn, approved, and engrossed, nothing, I said, but signing, and the nomination of my happy day, would be wanting. I had a pride, I declared, in doing the highest justice to so beloved a creature, of my own voluntary motion, and without the intervention of a family from whom I had received the greatest insults. And this being our present situation, I was contented that Mr. John Harlowe should suspend his reconciliatory purposes till our marriage were actually solemnized. The Captain was highly delighted with all I said; yet owned that as his dear friend Mr. Harlowe had expressed himself greatly pleased to hear that we were actually married, he could have wished it had been so. But, nevertheless, he doubted not that all would be well. He saw my reasons, he said, and approved of them, for making the gentlewomen below, whom again he understood to be good sort of people, believe that the ceremony had passed; which so well accounted for what the lady's maid had told Mr. Harlowe's friend. Mr. James Harlowe, he said, had certainly ends to answer in keeping open the breach, and as certainly had formed a design to get his sister out of my hands. Wherefore it as much imported his worthy friend to keep this treaty as secret as it did me, at least till he had formed his party and taken his measures. Ill will and passion were dreadful misrepresenters. It was amazing to him that animosity could be carried so high against a man capable of views so pacific and so honourable, and who had shown such a command of his temper in this whole transaction as I had done. Generosity indeed in every case, where love of stratagem and intrigue (I would excuse him) were not concerned, was a part of my character. He was proceeding, when, breakfast being ready, in came the empress of my heart, irradiating all around her as with a glory, a benignity and graciousness in her aspect that, though natural to it, had been long banished from it. Next to prostration lowly bowed the Captain. Oh, how the sweet creature smiled her approbation of him! Reverence from one begets reverence from another. Men are more of monkeys in imitation than they think themselves. Involuntarily, in a manner, I bent my knee, my dearest life, and made a very fine speech on presenting the Captain to her. No title myself to her lip or cheek. 'Tis well he attempted not either. He was indeed ready to worship her, could only touch her charming hand. I have told the Captain, my dear creature, and then I briefly repeated, as if I had supposed she had not heard it, all I had told him. He was astonished that any body could be displeased one moment with such an angel. He undertook her cause as the highest degree of merit to himself. Never, I must needs say, did an angel so much look the angel. All placid, serene, smiling, self-assured, a more lovely flush than usual heightening her natural graces, and adding charms, even to radiance, to her charming complexion. After we had seated ourselves, the agreeable subject was renewed, as we took our chocolate. How happy should she be in her uncle's restored favour? The Captain engaged for it. No more delays, he hoped, on her part. Let the happy day be but once over, all would then be right. But was it improper to ask for copies of my proposals, and of her answer, in order to show them to his dear friend her uncle? As Mr. Lovelace pleased. Oh, that the dear creature would always say so! It must be in strict confidence then, I said. But would it not be better to show her uncle the draught of the settlements when drawn? And will you be so good as to allow of this, Mr. Lovelace? There, Belford! We were once the quarrelsome, but now we are the polite lovers. Indeed, my dear creature, I will, if you desire it, and if Captain Tomlinson will engage that Mr. Harlowe shall keep them absolutely a secret, that I may not be subjected to the cavil and controul of any others of a family that have used me so very ill. Now, indeed, sir, you are very obliging. Just think, Jack, that my face did not now also shine. I held out my hand, first consecrating it with a kiss, for hers. She condescended to give it me. I pressed it to my lips. You know not Captain Tomlinson, with an air, all storms overblown. What a happy man! Charming couple! His hands lifted up. How will my good friend rejoice! Oh that he were present! You know not, Madam, how dear you still are to your uncle Harlowe. I am still unhappy ever to have disobliged him. Not too much of that, however, fairest, thought I. The Captain repeated his resolution of service, and that in so acceptable a manner, that the dear creature wished that neither he, nor any of his, might ever want a friend of equal benevolence. Nor any of this, she said, for the Captain brought it in, that he had 5 children living, by one of the best wives and mothers, whose excellent management made him as happy as if his £800 a year, which was all he had to boast of, were 2,000. Without economy, the oracular lady said, no estate was large enough. With it, the least was not too small. Lie still, teasing villain, lie still. I was only speaking to my conscience, Jack. And let me ask you, Mr. Lovelace, said the Captain, yet not so much from doubt, as that I may proceed upon sure grounds, you are willing to co-operate with my dear friend in a general reconciliation? Let me tell you, Mr. Tomlinson, that if it can be distinguished, that my readiness to make up with a family, of whose generosity I have not had reason to think highly, is entirely owing to the value I have for this angel of a woman. I will not only co-operate with Mr. John Harlowe, as you ask, but I will meet with Mr. James Harlowe, senior, and his lady, all the way. And furthermore, to make the son James and his sister Arabella quite easy, I will absolutely disclaim any further interest, whether living or dying, in any of the 3 brothers' estates, contenting myself with what my beloved's grandfather had bequeathed to her. For I have reason to be abundantly satisfied with my own circumstances and prospects, enough rewarded, were she not to bring a shilling in dowry, in a woman who has a merit superior to all the goods of fortune. True as the gospel, Belford. Why had not this scene a real foundation? The dear creature by her eyes expressed her gratitude before her lips could utter it. O Mr. Lovelace, said she, you have infinitely and there she stopped. The Captain run over in my praise. He was really affected. Oh that I had not such a mixture of revenge and pride in my love, thought I. But, my old plea, cannot I make her amends at any time? And is not her virtue now in the height of its probation? Would she lay aside, like the friends of my uncontending Rosebud, all thoughts of defiance? Would she throw herself upon my mercy, and try me but 1 fortnight in the life of honour? What then? I cannot say. What then? Do not despise me, Jack, for my inconsistency. In no 2 letters, perhaps, agreeing with myself. Who expects consistency in men of our character? But I am mad with love, fired by revenge, puzzled with my own devices. My invention is my curse, my pride my punishment, drawn 5 or 6 ways at once. Can she possibly be so unhappy as I? Oh why was this woman so divinely excellent? Yet how know I that she is? What have been her trials? Have I had the courage to make a single one upon her person, though 1,000 upon her temper? Enow I hope to make her afraid of ever more disobliging me more. I must banish reflection, or I am a lost man. For these 2 hours past have I hated myself for my own contrivances; and this not only from what I have related to thee, but for what I have further to relate. But I have now once more steeled my heart. My vengeance is uppermost; for I have been reperusing some of Miss Howe's virulence. The contempt they have both held me in, I cannot bear. The happiest breakfast time, my beloved owned, that she had ever known since she had left her father's house. She might have let this alone. The Captain renewed all his protestations of service. He would write me word how his dear friend received the account he should give him of the happy situation of our affairs, and what he thought of the settlements, as soon as I should send him the draught so kindly promised. And we parted with great professions of mutual esteem, my beloved putting up vows for the success of his generous mediation. When I returned from attending the Captain down stairs, which I did to the outward door, my beloved met me as I entered the dining room, complacency reigning in every lovely feature. You see me already, said she, another creature. You know not, Mr. Lovelace, how near my heart this hoped for reconciliation is. I am now willing to banish every disagreeable remembrance. You know not, Sir, how much you have obliged me. And, O Mr. Lovelace, how happy I shall be, when my heart is lightened from the all-sinking weight of a father's curse! When my dear mamma, you don't know, Sir, half the excellencies of my dear mamma, and what a kind heart she has, when it is left to follow its own impulses. When this blessed mamma shall once more fold me to her indulgent bosom, when I shall again have uncles and aunts, and a brother and sister, all striving who shall show most kindness and favour to the poor outcast, then no more an outcast; and you, Mr. Lovelace, to behold all this, with welcome! What though a little cold at first? When they come to know you better, and to see you oftener, no fresh causes of disgust occurring, and you, as I hope, having entered upon a new course, all will be warmer and warmer love on both sides, till every one will perhaps wonder how they came to set themselves against you. Then drying her tears with her handkerchief, after a few moments pausing, on a sudden, as if recollecting that she had been led by her joy to an expression of it which she had not intended I should see, she retired to her chamber with precipitation, leaving me almost as unable to stand it as herself. In short, I want words to say how I was. My nose had been made to tingle before, my eyes have before been made to glisten by this soul-moving beauty, but so very much affected I never was, for, trying to check my sensibility, it was too strong for me, and I even sobbed. Yes, by my soul, I audibly sobbed, and was forced to turn from her before she had well finished her affecting speech. I want, methinks, now I have owned the odd sensation, to describe it to thee. The thing was so strange to me, something choking, as it were, in my throat, I know not how, yet I must needs say, though I am out of countenance upon the recollection, that there was something very pretty in it, and I wish I could know it again, that I might have a more perfect idea of it, and be better able to describe it to thee. But this effect of her joy on such an occasion gives me a high notion of what the virtue must be, or what other name can I call it, which in a mind so capable of delicate transport should be able to make so charming a creature, in her very bloom, all frost and snow to every advance of love from the man she hates not. This must be all from education too. Must it not, Belford? Can education have stronger force in a woman's heart than nature? Sure it cannot. But if it can, how entirely right are parents to cultivate their daughters' minds, and to inspire them with notions of reserve and distance to our sex, and indeed to make them think highly of their own. For pride is an excellent substitute, let me tell thee, where virtue shines not out, as the sun, in its own unborrowed lustre. End of Letter VII. Letter VIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter VIII. Mr. Lovelace, to John Belford, Esquire. And now it is time to confess, and yet I know that thy conjectures are aforehand with my exposition, that this Captain Tomlinson, who is so great a favourite with my charmer, and who takes so much delight in healing breaches and reconciling differences, is neither a greater man nor a less than honest Patrick Macdonald, attended by a discarded footman of his own finding out. Thou knowest what a various-lifed rascal he is, and to what better hopes born and educated, but that ingenious knack of forgery, for which he was expelled the Dublin University, and a detection since in evidenceship, have been his ruin. For these have thrown him from one country to another, and at last into the way of life, which would make him a fit husband for Miss Howe's Townsend, with her contrabands. He is, thou knowest, admirably qualified for any enterprise that requires adroitness and solemnity. And can there, after all, be a higher piece of justice, than to keep one smuggler in readiness to play against another? Well, but Lovelace, methinks thou questionest, how camest thou to venture upon such a contrivance as this, when, as thou hast told me, the lady used to be a month at a time at this uncle's, and must therefore in all probability know that there was not a Captain Tomlinson in all the neighbourhood, at least no one of the name so intimate with him as this man pretends to be? This objection, Jack, is so natural a one, that I could not help observing to my charmer, that she must surely have heard her uncle speak of this gentleman. No, she said, she never had. Besides, she had not been at her uncle Harlowe's for near 10 months. This I had heard from her before. And there were several gentlemen who used the same green, whom she knew not. We are all very ready, thou knowest, to believe what she likes. And what was the reason, thinkest thou, that she had not been of so long a time at this uncle's? Why, this old sinner, who imagines himself entitled to call me to account for my freedoms with the sex, has lately fallen into familiarities, as it is suspected, with his housekeeper, who assumes airs upon it. Accursed deluding sex! In youth, middle age, or dotage, they take us all in. Dost thou not see, however, that this housekeeper knows nothing, nor is to know any thing, of the treaty of reconciliation designed to be set on foot, and therefore the uncle always comes to the captain, the captain goes not to the uncle, and this, I surmise, to the lady, and then it was a natural suggestion, that the captain was the rather applied to, as he is a stranger to the rest of the family. Need I tell thee the meaning of all this? But this intrigue of the ancient is a piece of private history, the truth of which my beloved cares not to own, and indeed affects to disbelieve, as she does also some puny gallantries of her foolish brother, which by way of recrimination I have hinted at, without naming my informant in their family. Well, but, methinks thou questionest again, is it not probable that Miss Howe will make inquiry after such a man as Tomlinson? And when she cannot, I know what thou wouldst say: but I have no doubt that Wilson will be so good, if I desire it, as to give into my own hands any letter that may be brought by Collins to his house for a week to come. And now I hope thou art satisfied. I will conclude with a short story. Two neighbouring sovereigns were at war together about some pitiful chuck-farthing thing or other, no matter what, for the least trifles will set princes and children at loggerheads. Their armies had been drawn up in battalia some days, and the news of a decisive action was expected every hour to arrive at each court. At last issue was joined, a bloody battle was fought, and a fellow who had been a spectator of it, arriving with the news of a complete victory, at the capital of one of the princes, some time before the appointed couriers, the bells were set a-ringing, bonfires and illuminations were made, and the people went to bed intoxicated with joy and good liquor. But the next day all was reversed. The victorious enemy, pursuing his advantage, was expected every hour at the gates of the almost defenceless capital. The first reporter was hereupon sought for, and found, and being questioned, pleaded a great deal of merit in that he had, in so dismal a situation, taken such a space of time from the distress of his fellow citizens, and given it to festivity, as were the hours between the false good news and the real bad. Do thou, Belford, make the application. This I know, that I have given greater joy to my beloved than she had thought would so soon fall to her share. And as the human life is properly said to be chequer work, no doubt but a person of her prudence will make the best of it, and set off so much good against so much bad, in order to strike as just a balance as possible. The lady, in 3 several letters, acquaints her friend with the most material passages and conversations contained in those of Mr. Lovelace's proceeding. These are her words, on relating what the commission of the pretended Tomlinson was, after the apprehensions that his distant inquiry had given her. At last, my dear, all these doubts and fears were cleared up and banished, and in their place a delightful prospect was open to me. For it comes happily out, but at present it must be an absolute secret, for reasons which I shall mention in the sequel, that the gentleman was sent by my uncle Harlowe. I thought he could not be angry with me for ever. All owing to the conversation that passed between your good Mr. Hickman and him. For although Mr. Hickman's application was too harshly rejected at the time, my uncle could not but think better of it afterwards, and of the arguments that worthy gentleman used in my favour. Who, upon a passionate repulse, would despair of having a reasonable request granted? Who would not, by gentleness and condescension, endeavour to leave favourable impressions upon an angry mind, which, when it comes coolly to reflect, may induce it to work itself into a condescending temper? To request a favour, as I have often said, is one thing; to challenge it as our due is another. And what right has a petitioner to be angry at a repulse, if he has not a right to demand what he sues for as a debt? She describes Captain Tomlinson, on his breakfast visit, to be a grave, good sort of man; and, in another place, a genteel man of great gravity, and a good aspect. She believes upwards of 50 years of age. I liked him, she says, as soon as I saw him. As her projects are now, she says, more favourable than heretofore, she wishes that her hopes of Mr. Lovelace's so often promised reformation were better grounded than she is afraid they can be. We have both been extremely puzzled, my dear, says she, to reconcile some parts of Mr. Lovelace's character with other parts of it, his good with his bad, such of the former in particular as his generosity to his tenants, his bounty to the innkeeper's daughter, his readiness to put me upon doing kind things by my good Norton, and others. A strange mixture in his mind, as I have told him, for he is certainly, as I have reason to say, looking back upon his past behaviour to me in 20 instances, a hard-hearted man. Indeed, my dear, I have thought, more than once, that he had rather see me in tears than give me reason to be pleased with him. My cousin Morden says, that free livers are remorseless; and so they must be in the very nature of things. Mr. Lovelace is a proud man. We have both long ago observed that he is. And I am truly afraid that his very generosity is more owing to his pride and his vanity, than that philanthropy, shall I call it, which distinguishes a beneficent mind. Money he values not, but as a mean to support his pride and his independence; and it is easy, as I have often thought, for a person to part with a secondary appetite, when by so doing he can promote or gratify a first. I am afraid, my dear, that there must have been some fault in his education. His natural bias was not, perhaps, as his power was likely to be large, to do good and beneficent actions; but not, I doubt, from proper motives. If he had, his generosity would not have stopped at pride, but would have struck into humanity; and then would he not have contented himself with doing praiseworthy things by fits and starts, or, as if relying on the doctrine of merits, he hoped by a good action to atone for a bad one; but he would have been uniformly noble, and done the good for its own sake. O my dear, what a lot have I drawn! pride, this poor man's virtue, and revenge his other predominating quality. This one consolation, however, remains. He is not an infidel and unbeliever. Had he been an infidel, there would have been no room at all for hope of him. But priding himself as he does in his fertile invention, he would have been utterly abandoned, irreclaimable, and a savage. When she comes to relate those occasions which Mr. Lovelace in his narrative acknowledges himself to be affected by, she thus expresses herself. He endeavoured, as once before, to conceal his emotion. But why, my dear, should these men, for Mr. Lovelace is not singular in this, think themselves above giving these beautiful proofs of a feeling heart? Were it in my power again to choose or to refuse, I would reject the man with contempt who sought to suppress or offered to deny the power of being visibly affected upon proper occasions, as either a savage-hearted creature, or as one who was so ignorant of the principal glory of the human nature as to place his pride in a barbarous insensibility. These lines, translated from Juvenal by Mr. Tate, I have been often pleased with. Compassion proper to mankind appears, which nature witnessed when she lent us tears. Of tender sentiments we only give these proofs, to weep is our prerogative, to show by pitying looks and melting eyes how with a suffering friend we sympathize. Who can all sense of other ills escape, is but a brute at best in human shape. It cannot but yield me some pleasure, hardly as I have sometimes thought of the people of the house, that such a good man as Captain Tomlinson had spoken well of them upon inquiry. And here I stop a minute, my dear, to receive in fancy your kind congratulation. My next, I hope, will confirm my present, and open still more agreeable prospects. Meantime, be assured, that there cannot possibly any good fortune befall me, which I shall look upon with equal delight to that I have in your friendship. My thankful compliments to your good Mr. Hickman, to whose kind invention I am so much obliged on this occasion, conclude me, my dearest Miss Howe, your ever affectionate and grateful Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 8. Letter 9 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Leith. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 9. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq., Tuesday, May 30th. I have a letter from Lord M. Such a one as I would wish for, if I intended matrimony. But as matters are circumstanced, I cannot think of showing it to my beloved. My lord regrets that he is not to be the lady's nuptial father. He seems apprehensive that I have still, specious as my reasons are, some mischief in my head. He graciously consents that I may marry when I please, and offers one or both of my cousins to assist my bride, and to support her spirits on the occasion, since, as he understands, she is so much afraid to venture with me. Richard, he tells me, has his final orders to draw up deeds for assigning over to me, in perpetuity, 1,000 per annum, which he will execute the same hour that the lady in person owns her marriage. He consents that the jointure be made from my own estate. He wishes that the lady would have accepted of his draught, and commends me for tendering it to her, but reproaches me for my pride in not keeping it myself. What the right side gives up, the left, he says, may be the better for. The girls, the left-sided girls, he means. With all my heart. If I can have my Clarissa, the devil take everything else. A good deal of other stuff writes this stupid peer, scribbling in several places 6 lines, apparently for no other reason but to bring in as many musty words in an old saw. If thou sawest how I can manage, since my beloved will wonder that I have not an answer from my lord to such a letter as I wrote to him, and, if I own I have one, will expect that I should shew it to her, as I did my letter. This I answer: that I can be informed by Pritchard that my lord has the gout in his right hand, and has ordered him to attend me in form for my particular orders about the transfer. And I can see Pritchard, thou knowest, at the King's Arms, or wherever I please, at an hour's warning, though he be at M. Hall, I in town, and he by word of mouth can acquaint me with everything in my lord's letter that is necessary for my charmer to know. Whenever it suits me, I can resolve the old peer to his right hand, and then can make him write a much more sensible letter than this that he has now sent me. Thou knowest that an adroitness in the art of manual imitation was one of my earliest attainments. It has been said on this occasion, that had I been a bad man in meum and tuum matters, I should not have been fit to live. As to the girls, we hold it no sin to cheat them.
And are we not told that in being well deceived consists the whole of human happiness? Wednesday, May 31st. All still happier and happier. A very high honour done me. A chariot instead of a coach permitted, purposely to indulge me in the subject of subjects. Our discourse in this sweet airing turned upon our future manner of life. The days bashfully promised me. Soon, was the answer to my repeated urgency. Our equipage, our servants, our liveries, were parts of the delightful subject. A desire that the wretch who had given me intelligence out of the family, honest Joseph Leman, might not be one of our menials, and her resolution to have her faithful Hannah, whether recovered or not, were signified, and both as readily assented to. Her wishes, from my attentive behaviour when with her at St. Paul's, that I would often accompany her to the divine service, were greatly intimated, and as readily engaged for. I assured her, that I ever had respected the clergy in a body, and some individuals of them, her Dr. Lewen for one, highly, and that were not going to church an act of religion. I thought it, as I told thee once, a most agreeable sight to see rich and poor, all of a company, as I might say, assembled once a week in one place, and each in his or her best attire, to worship the God that made them. Nor could it be a hardship upon a man liberally educated, to make one on so solemn an occasion, and to hear the harangue of a man of letters, though far from being the principal part of the service, as it is too generally looked upon to be, whose studies having taken a different turn from his own, he must always have something new to say. She shook her head, and repeated the word new, but looked as if willing to be satisfied for the present with this answer. To be sure, Jack, she means to do great despite to his satanic majesty, in her hopes of reforming me. No wonder, therefore, if he exerts himself to prevent her, and to be revenged. But how came this in? I am ever of party against myself. One day I fancy I shall hate myself on recollecting what I am about at this instant. But I must stay till then. We must all of us do something to repent of. The reconciliation prospect was enlarged upon. If her uncle Harlowe will but pave the way to it, and if it can be brought about, she shall be happy. Happy, with a sigh, as it is now possible she can be. She won't forbear, Jack. I told her, that I had heard from Pritchard just before we set out on our airing, and expected him in town to-morrow from Lord M. to take my directions. I spoke with gratitude of my Lord's kindness to me, and with pleasure of Lady Sarah's, Lady Betty's, and my two cousins Montague's veneration for her, as also of his lordship's concern that his gout hindered him from writing a reply with his own hand to my last. She pitied my lord. She pitied poor Mrs. Fretchville too, for she had the goodness to inquire after her. The dear creature pitied everybody that seemed to want pity. Happy in her own prospects, she had leisure to look abroad, and wishes everybody equally happy. It is likely to go very hard with Mrs. Fretchville. Her face, which she had valued herself upon, will be utterly ruined. This good, however, as I could not but observe, she may reap from so great an evil, as the greater malady generally swallows up the less. She may have a grief on this occasion that may diminish the other grief, and make it tolerable. I had a gentle reprimand for this light turn on so heavy an evil. For what was the loss of beauty to the loss of a good husband? Excellent creature! Her hopes, and her pleasure upon those hopes, that Miss Howe's mother would be reconciled to her, were also mentioned. Good Mrs. Howe was her word, for a woman so covetous, and so remorseless in her covetousness, that no one else will call her good. But this dear creature has such an extension in her love, as to be capable of valuing the most insignificant animal related to those whom she respects. Love me, and love my dog, I have heard Lord M. say. Who knows but that I may in time, in compliment to myself, bring her to think well of thee, Jack? But what am I about? Am I not all this time arraigning my own heart? I know I am, by the remorse I feel in it, while my pen bears testimony to her excellence. But yet I must add, for no selfish consideration shall hinder me from doing justice to this admirable creature, that in this conversation she demonstrated so much prudent knowledge in every thing that relates to that part of the domestic management which falls under the care of a mistress of a family, that I believe she has no equal of her years in the world. But indeed I know not the subject on which she does not talk with admirable distinction, insomuch that could I but get over my prejudices against matrimony, and resolve to walk in the dull beaten path of my ancestors, I should be the happiest of men. And if I cannot, I may be 10 times more to be pitied than she. My heart, Belford, is not to be trusted. I break off to reperuse some of Miss Howe's virulence. Cursed letters, these of Miss Howe, Jack. Do thou turn back to those of mine, where I take notice of them. I proceed. Upon the whole, my charmer was all gentleness, all ease, all serenity, throughout this sweet excursion. Nor had she reason to be otherwise, for it being the first time that I had the honour of her company alone, I was resolved to encourage her, by my respectfulness, to repeat the favour. On our return, I found the counsellor's clerk waiting for me, with a draft of the marriage settlements. They are drawn, with only the necessary variations, from those made for my mother, the original of which, now returned by the counsellor, as well as the new drafts, I have put into my beloved's hands. These settlements of my mother made the lawyer's work easy, nor can she have a better precedent, the great Lord S. having settled them, at the request of my mother's relations. All the difference, my charmers are £100 per annum more than my mother's. I offered to read to her the old deed while she looked over the draft, for she had refused her presence at the examination with the clerk, but this she also declined. I suppose she did not care to hear of so many children, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh sons, and as many daughters, to be begotten upon the body of the said Clarissa Harlowe. Charming matrimonial recitativos! Though it is always said lawfully begotten too, as if a man could beget children unlawfully upon the body of his own wife. But thinkest thou not that these arch rogues the lawyers hereby intimate, that a man may have children by his wife before marriage? This must be what they mean. Why will these sly fellows put an honest man in minds of such rogueries? But hence, as in numberless other instances we see, that law and gospel are two very different things. Dorcas, in our absence, tried to get at the wainscot box in the dark closet, but it cannot be done without violence, and to run a risk of consequence now for mere curiosity's sake would be inexcusable. Mrs. Sinclair and the nymphs are all of opinion that I am now so much a favourite, and have such a visible share in her confidence, and even in her affections, that I may do what I will, and plead for excuse violence of passion, which, they will have it, makes violence of action pardonable with their sex, as well as allowed extenuation with the unconcerned of both sexes, and they all offer their helping hands. Why not, they say? Has she not passed for my wife before them all? And is she not in a fine way of being reconciled to her friends? And was not the want of that reconciliation the pretence for postponing the consummation? They again urge me, since it is so difficult to make night my friend, to an attempt in the day. They remind me that the situation of their house is such that no noises can be heard out of it, and ridicule me for making it necessary for a lady to be undressed. It was not always so with me, poor old man, Sally told me, saucily flinging her handkerchief in my face. End of Letter 9.
Letter 10 of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 10. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Friday, June 2nd. Notwithstanding my studied for politeness and complaisance for some days past, and though I have wanted courage to throw the mask quite aside, yet I have made the dear creature more than once look about her, by the warm though decent expression of my passion. I have brought her to own that I am more than indifferent with her. But as to love, which I pressed her to acknowledge, what need of acknowledgments of that sort, when a woman consents to marrying? And once repulsing me with displeasure, the proof of true love I was vowing for her was respect, not freedom. And offering to defend myself, she told me that all the conception she had been able to form of a faulty passion was, that it must demonstrate itself as mine sought to do. I endeavoured to justify my passion by laying over-delicacy at her door. Over-delicacy, she said, was not my fault, if it were hers. She must plainly tell me that I appeared to her incapable of distinguishing what were the requisites of a pure mind. Perhaps had the libertine presumption to imagine that there was no difference in heart, nor any but what proceeded from difference of education and custom, between the pure and impure, and yet custom alone, as she observed, if I did so think, would make a second nature, as well in good as in bad habits. I have just now been called to account for some innocent liberties which I thought myself entitled to take before the women, as they suppose us to be married, and now within view of consummation. I took the lecture very hardly, and with impatience wished for the happy day and hour when I might call her all my own, and meet with no check from a niceness that had no example. She looked at me with a bashful kind of contempt. I thought it contempt, and required the reason for it, not being conscious of offence, as I told her. This is not the first time, Mr. Lovelace, said she, that I have had cause to be displeased with you, when you, perhaps, have not thought yourself exceptionable. But, sir, let me tell you, that the married state in my eye is a state of purity, and, I think she told me, not of licentiousness. So at least I understood her. Marriage purity, Jack! Very comical, faith! Yet, sweet dears, half the female world ready to run away with a rake, because he is a rake, and for no other reason, nay, every other reason against their choice of such a one. But have not you and I, Belford, seen young wives, who would be thought modest, and when maids were fantastically shy, permit freedoms in public from their uxorious husbands, which have shown that both of them have forgotten what belongs either to prudence or decency, while every modest eye has sunk under the shameless effrontery, and every modest face been covered with blushes for those who could not blush? I once, upon such an occasion, proposed to a circle of a dozen thus scandalized to withdraw, since they must needs see that as well the lady as the gentleman wanted to be in private. This motion had its effect upon the amorous pair, and I was applauded for the check given to their licentiousness. But upon another occasion of this sort, I acted a little more in character; for I ventured to make an attempt upon a bride, which I should not have had the courage to make, had not the unblushing passiveness with which she received her fond husband's public toyings, looking round her with triumph rather than with shame upon every lady present, incited my curiosity to know if the same complacency might not be shown to a private friend. 'Tis true, I was in honour obliged to keep the secret. But I never saw the turtle's bill afterwards, but I thought of number 2 to the same female, and in my heart thanked the fond husband for the lesson he had taught his wife. From what I have said thou wilt see that I approve of my beloved's exception to public loves. That, I hope, is all the charming icicle means by marriage purity. But to return. From the whole of what I have mentioned to have passed between my beloved and me, thou wilt gather, that I have not been a mere dangler, a Hickman, in the past days, though not absolutely active, and a Lovelace. The dear creature now considers herself as my wife elect. The unsaddened heart, no longer prudish, will not now, I hope, give the sable turn to every address of the man she dislikes not. And yet she must keep up so much reserve as will justify past inflexibilities. Many and many a pretty soul would yield, were she not afraid that the man she favoured would think the worse of her for it. That is also a part of the rake's creed. But should she resent ever so strongly, she cannot now break with me, since, if she does, there will be an end of the family reconciliation, and that in a way highly discreditable to herself. Saturday, June 3rd. Just returned from Doctors' Commons. I have been endeavouring to get a license. Very true, Jack. I have the mortification to find a difficulty, as the lady is of rank and fortune, and as there is no consent of father or next friend, in obtaining this all-fettering instrument. I made report of this difficulty. It is very right, she says, that such difficulty should be made. But not to a man of my known fortune, surely, Jack, though the woman were the daughter of a duke. I asked if she approved of the settlements. She said she had compared them with my mother's, and had no objection to them. She had written to Miss Howe upon the subject, she owned, and to inform her of our present situation. Just now, in high good humour, my beloved returned me the draughts of the settlements, a copy of which I have sent to Captain Tomlinson. She complimented me, that she never had any doubt of my honour in cases of this nature. In matters between man and man, nobody ever had, thou knowest. I had need, thou wilt say, to have some good qualities. Great faults and great virtues are often found in the same person. In nothing very bad, but as to women. And did not one of them begin with me? We have held that women have no souls. I am a very Turk in this point, and willing to believe they have not. And if so, to whom shall I be accountable for what I do to them? Nay, if souls they have, as there is no sex in ethereals, nor need of any, what plea can a lady hold of injuries done her in her lady state, when there is an end of her ladyship? End of Letter X.
Letter XI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XI. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Monday, June 5th. I am now almost in despair of succeeding with this charming frost-piece, by love or gentleness. A copy of the draughts, as I told thee, has been sent to Captain Tomlinson, and that by a special messenger. Engrossments are proceeding with. I have been again at the Commons. Should in all probability have procured a license by Mallory's means, had not Mallory's friend, the proctor, been suddenly sent for to Chestnut to make an old lady's will. Pritchard has told me by word of mouth, though my charmer saw him not, all that was necessary for her to know in the letter my lord read, which I could not show her, and taken my directions about the estates to be made over to me on my nuptials. Yet with all these favourable appearances, no conceding moment to be found, no improvable tenderness to be raised. But never, I believe, was there so true, so delicate a modesty in the human mind, as in that of this lady, and this has been my security all along, and, in spite of Miss Howe's advice to her, will be so still, since, if her delicacy be a fault, she can no more overcome it than I can my aversion to matrimony. Habit, habit, Jack, seest thou not, may subject us both to weaknesses. And should she not have charity for me, as I have for her? Twice indeed with rapture, which once she called rude, did I salute her, and each time, resenting the freedom, did she retire, though, to do her justice, she favoured me again with her presence at my first entreaty, and took no notice of the cause of her withdrawing. Is it policy to show so open a resentment for innocent liberties, which, in her situation, she must so soon forgive? Yet the woman who resents not initiatory freedoms must be lost, for love is an encroacher, love never goes backward, love is always aspiring, always must aspire, nothing but the highest act of love can satisfy an indulged love. And what advantages has a lover who values not breaking the peace over his mistress who is solicitous to keep it? I have now at this instant wrought myself up for the dozenth time to a half resolution. 1,000 agreeable things I have to say to her. She is in the dining-room, just gone up. She always expects me when there. High displeasure, followed by an abrupt departure. I sat down by her. I took both her hands in mine. I would have it so, all gentle my voice, her father mentioned with respect, her mother with reverence, even her brother amicably spoken of. I never thought I could have wished so ardently, as I told her I did wish, for a reconciliation with her family. A sweet and grateful flush then overspread her fair face. A gentle sigh now and then heaved her handkerchief. I perfectly longed to hear from Captain Tomlinson. It was impossible for the uncle to find fault with the draught of the settlements. I would not, however, be understood by sending them down, that I intended to put it in her uncle's power to delay my happy day. When was it to be? I would hasten again to the Commons, and would not return without the license. The lawn I proposed to retire to, as soon as the happy ceremony was over. This day and that day I proposed. It was time enough to name the day when the settlements were completed, and the license obtained. Happy should she be, could the kind Captain Tomlinson obtain her uncle's presence privately. A good hint. It may perhaps be improved upon, either for a delay or a pacifier. No new delays for heaven's sake, I besought her, and reproached her gently for the past. Name but the day, an early day I hoped it would be, in the following week, that I might hail its approach, and number the tardy hours. My cheek reclined on her shoulder, kissing her hands by turns. Rather bashfully than angrily reluctant, her hand sought to be withdrawn, her shoulder avoiding my reclined cheek, apparently loath, and more loath to quarrel with me, her downcast eye confessing more than her lips can utter. Now, surely, thought I, is my time to try if she can forgive a still bolder freedom than I had ever yet taken. I then gave her struggling hands liberty. I put one arm round her waist. I imprinted a kiss on her sweet lip, with a be quiet only, and an averted face, as if she feared another. Encouraged by so gentle a repulse, the tenderest things I said, and then with my other hand drew aside the handkerchief that concealed the beauty of beauties, and pressed with my burning lips the most charming breast that ever my ravished eyes beheld. A very contrary passion to that which gave her bosom so delightful a swell immediately took place. She struggled out of my encircling arms with indignation. I detained her reluctant hand. Let me go, said she. I see there is no keeping terms with you. Base encroacher! Is this the design of your flattering speeches? Far as matters have gone, I will for ever renounce you. You have an odious heart. Let me go, I tell you. I was forced to obey, and she flung from me, repeating base, and adding flattering encroacher. In vain have I urged by Dorcas for the promised favour of dining with her. She would not dine at all. She could not. But why makes she every inch of her person thus sacred? So near the time, too, that she must suppose that all will be my own by deed of purchase and settlement. She has read, no doubt, of the art of the Eastern monarchs, who sequester themselves from the eyes of their subjects, in order to excite their adoration, when, upon some solemn occasions, they think fit to appear in public. But let me ask thee, Belford, whether, on these solemn occasions, the preceding cavalcade, here a great officer, and there a great minister, with their satellites and glaring equipages, do not prepare the eyes of the wondering beholders, by degrees, to bear the blaze of canopied majesty, what though but an ugly old man perhaps himself, yet glittering in the collected riches of his vast empire? And should not my beloved, for her own sake, descend by degrees from goddesshood into humanity? If it be pride that restrains her, ought not that pride to be punished? If, as in the Eastern emperors, it be art as well as pride, art is what she of all women need not use. If shame, what a shame to be ashamed to communicate to her adorer's sight the most admirable of her personal graces! Let me perish, Belford, if I would not forego the brightest diadem in the world for the pleasure of seeing a twin Lovelace at each charming breast, drawing from it his first sustenance, the pious task, for physical reasons, continued for 1 month and no more. I now, methinks, behold this most charming of women in this sweet office, her conscious eye now dropt on one, now on the other, with a sigh of maternal tenderness, and then raised up to my delighted eye, full of wishes, for the sake of the pretty varlets, and for her own sake, that I would deign to legitimate, that I would condescend to put on the nuptial fetters. End of Letter 11.
Letter 12 of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 12. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq., Monday afternoon. A letter received from the worthy Captain Tomlinson has introduced me into the presence of my charmer sooner than perhaps I should otherwise have been admitted. Sullen her brow at her first entrance into the dining-room, but I took no notice of what had passed, and her anger of itself subsided. The Captain, after letting me know that he chose not to write till he had promised the draught of the settlements, acquaint me that his friend Mr. John Harlowe, in their first conference, which was held as soon as he got down, was extremely surprised, and even grieved, as he feared he would be, to hear that we were not married. The world, he said, who knew my character, would be very censorious were it owned that we had lived so long together unmarried in the same lodgings, although our marriage were now to be ever so publicly celebrated. His nephew James, he was sure, would make a great handle of it against any motion that might be made towards a reconciliation, and with the greater success, as there was not a family in the kingdom more jealous of their honour than theirs. This is true of the Harlowes, Jack. They have been called the proud Harlowes, and I have ever found that all young honour is supercilious and touchy. But seest thou not how right I was in my endeavour to persuade my fair one to allow her uncle's friend to think us married, especially as he came prepared to believe it, and as her uncle hoped it was so? But nothing on earth is so perverse as a woman, when she is set upon carrying a point, and has a meek man, or one who loves his peace, to deal with. My beloved was vexed. She pulled out her handkerchief, but was more inclined to blame me than herself. Had you kept your word, Mr. Lovelace, and left me when we came to town? And there she stopped, for she knew that it was her own fault that we were not married before we left the country, and how could I leave her afterwards, while her brother was plotting to carry her off by violence? Nor has his brother yet given over his machinations. For, as the Captain proceeds, Mr. John Harlowe owned to him, but in confidence, that his nephew is at this time busied in endeavouring to find out where we are, being assured, as I am not to be heard of at any of my relations, or at my usual lodgings, that we are together; and that we are not married is plain, as he will have it, from Mr. Hickman's application so lately made to her uncle, and which was seconded by Mrs. Norton to her mother; and her brother cannot bear that I should enjoy such a triumph unmolested. A profound sigh, and the handkerchief again lifted to the eye. But did not the sweet soul deserve this turn upon her, for feloniously resolving to rob me of herself, had the application made by Hickman succeeded? I read on to the following effect. Why, asked Mr. Harlowe, was it said to his other inquiring friend, that we were married, and that by his niece's woman, who ought to know, who could give convincing reasons, no doubt? Here again she wept, took a turn across the room, then returned. Read on, says she. Will you, my dearest life, read it yourself? I will take the letter with me by and by. I cannot see to read it just now, wiping her eyes. Read on, let me hear it all, that I may know your sentiments upon this letter, as well as give my own. The Captain then told Uncle John the reasons that induced me to give out that we were married, and the conditions on which my beloved was brought to countenance it, which had kept us at the most punctilious distance. But still Mr. Harlowe objected my character, and went away dissatisfied, and the Captain was also so much concerned, that he cared not to write what the result of his first conference was. But in the next, which was held on receipt of the draughts, at the Captain's house,
as the former was for the greater secrecy. When the old gentleman had read them, and had the Captain's opinion, he was much better pleased; and yet he declared that it would not be easy to persuade any other person of his family to believe so favourably of the matter, as he was now willing to believe, were they to know that we had lived so long together unmarried. And then the Captain says, his dear friend made a proposal. It was this: that we should marry out of hand, but as privately as possible, as indeed he found we intended, for he could have no objection to the draughts; but yet he expected to have present one trusty friend of his own for his better satisfaction. Here I stopped, with a design to be angry; but she, desiring me to read on, I obeyed. But that it should pass to every one living, except to that trusty person, to himself, and to the Captain, that we were married from the time that we had lived together in one house; and that this time should be made to agree with that of Mr. Hickman's application to him from Miss Howe. This, my dearest life, said I, is a very considerate proposal. We have nothing to do but to caution the people below properly on this head. I did not think your uncle Harlowe capable of hitting upon such a charming expedient as this. But you see how much his heart is in the reconciliation. This was the return I met with: You have always, as a mark of your politeness, let me know how meanly you think of every one in my family. Yet thou wilt think, Belford, that I could forgive her for the reproach. The Captain does not know, says he, how this proposal will be relished by us. But for his part, he thinks it an expedient that will obviate many difficulties, and may possibly put an end to Mr. James Harlowe's further designs. And on this account he has, by the uncle's advice, already declared to two several persons, by whose means it may come to that young gentleman's, that he, Captain Tomlinson, has very great reason to believe that we were married soon after Mr. Hickman's application was rejected. And this, Mr. Lovelace, says the Captain, will enable you to pay a compliment to the family that will not be unsuitable to the generosity of some of the declarations you were pleased to make to the lady before me, and which Mr. John Harlowe may make some advantage of in favour of a reconciliation, in that you were entitled to make the demand. An excellent contriver, surely, she must think this worthy Mr. Tomlinson to be. But the Captain adds, that if either the lady or I disapprove of his report of our marriage, he will retract it. Nevertheless, he must tell me that Mr. John Harlowe is very much set upon this way of proceeding, as the only one, in his opinion, capable of being improved into a general reconciliation. But if we do acquiesce in it, he beseeches my fair one not to suspend my day, that he may be authorized in what he says, as to the truth of the main fact. How conscientious this good man! Nor must it be expected, he says, that her uncle will take one step towards the wished-for reconciliation, till the solemnity is actually over. He adds, that he shall be very soon in town on other affairs, and then proposes to attend us, and give us a more particular account of all that has passed, or shall further pass, between Mr. Harlowe and him. Well, my dearest life, what say you to your uncle's expedient? Shall I write to the Captain, and acquaint him that we have no objection to it? She was silent for a few minutes. At last, with a sigh, See, Mr. Lovelace, said she, what you have brought me to, by treading after you in such crooked paths. See what disgrace I have incurred. Indeed, you have not acted like a wise man. My beloved creature, do you not remember how earnestly I besought the honour of your hand before we came to town, had I been then favoured? Well, well, sir, there has been much amiss somewhere. That's all I will say at present. And since what's past cannot be recalled, my uncle must be obeyed, I think. Charmingly dutiful. I had nothing then to do, that I might not be behindhand with the worthy Captain and her uncle, but to press for the day. This I fervently did. But, as I might have expected, she repeated her former answer, to wit, that when the settlements were completed, when the license was actually obtained, it would be time enough to name the day. And, oh, Mr. Lovelace, said she, turning from me with a grace inimitably tender, her handkerchief at her eyes, what a happiness if my dear uncle could be prevailed upon to be personally a father on this occasion to the poor fatherless girl! What's the matter with me? Whence this dewdrop? A tear! As I hope to be saved, it is a tear, Jack! Very ready, methinks, only on reciting. But her lovely image was before me in the very attitude she spoke the words, and indeed at the time she spoke them, these lines of Shakespeare came into my heart: Thy heart is big, get thee apart and weep. Passion, I see, is catching, for my eye, seeing those beads of sorrow stand in thine, begin to water. I withdrew, and wrote to the Captain to the following effect. I desired that he would be so good as to acquaint his dear friend that we entirely acquiesced with what he had proposed, and had already properly cautioned the gentlewomen of the house, and their servants, as well as our own, and to tell him, that if he would in person give me the blessing of his dear niece's hand, it would crown the wishes of both. In this case I consented, that his own day, as I presumed it would be a short one, should be ours, that by this means the secret would be with fewer persons, that I myself, as well as he, thought the ceremony could not be too privately performed, and this not only for the sake of the wise end he had proposed to answer by it, but because I would not have Lord M. think himself slighted, since that nobleman, as I told him, the Captain, had once intended to be our nuptial father, and actually made the offer, but that we had declined to accept of it, and that for no other reason than to avoid a public wedding, which his beloved niece would not come into, while she was in disgrace with her friends. But that if he chose not to do us this honour, I wished that Captain Tomlinson might be the trusty person whom he would have be present on the happy occasion. I showed this letter to my fair one. She was not displeased with it. So, Jack, we cannot now move too fast as to settlements and license. The day is her uncle's day, or Captain Tomlinson's perhaps, as shall best suit the occasion. Miss Howe's smuggling scheme is now surely provided against, in all events. But I will not by anticipation make thee a judge of all the benefits that may flow from this my elaborate contrivance. Why will these girls put me upon my master strokes? And now for a little mine, which I am getting ready to spring. The first that I have sprung, and at the rate I go on, now a resolution, and now a remorse, perhaps the last that I shall attempt to spring. A little mine I call it, but it may be attended with great effects. I shall not, however, absolutely depend upon the success of it, having much more effectual ones in reserve. And yet great engines are often moved by small springs. A little spark, falling by accident into a powder magazine, hath done more execution in a siege than 100 cannon. Come the worst, the hymeneal torch, and a white sheet, must be my amende honorable, as the French have it. End of Letter 12.
Letter 13 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 13. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Tuesday, June 6th. Unsuccessful as hitherto my application to you has been, I cannot for the heart of me forbear writing once more, in behalf of this admirable woman, and yet am unable to account for the zeal which impels me to take her part with an earnestness so sincere. But all her merit thou acknowledgest, all thy own vileness thou confessest, and even gloriest in it. What hope then of moving so hardened a man? Yet, as it is not too late, and thou art nevertheless upon the crisis, I am resolved to try what another letter will do. It is but my writing in vain, if it do no good. And if thou wilt let me prevail, I know thou wilt hereafter think me richly entitled to thy thanks. To argue with thee would be folly. The case cannot require it. I will only entreat thee, therefore, that thou wilt not let such an excellence lose the reward of her vigilant virtue. I believe there never were libertines so vile, but purposed, at some future period of their lives, to set about reforming. And let me beg of thee, that thou wilt in this great article make thy future repentance as easy, as some time hence thou wilt wish thou hadst made it. If thou proceedest, I have no doubt that this affair will end tragically one way or another. It must. Such a woman must interest both gods and men in her cause. But what I most apprehend is, that with her own hand, in resentment of the perpetrated outrage, she, like another Lucretia, will assert the purity of her heart, or if her piety preserve her from this violence, that wasting grief will soon put a period to her days. And in either case, will not the remembrance of thy ever-during guilt and transitory triumph be a torment of torments to thee? 'Tis a seriously sad thing, after all, that so fine a creature should have fallen into such vile and remorseless hands. For from thy cradle, as I have heard thee own, thou ever delightedst to sport with and torment the animal, whether bird or beast, that thou lovest, and hadst a power over. How different is the case of this fine woman from that of any other whom thou hast seduced! I need not mention to thee, nor insist upon the striking difference. Justice, gratitude, thy interest, thy vows, all engaging thee, and thou certainly loving her, as far as thou art capable of love, above all her sex. She not to be drawn aside by art, or to be made to suffer from credulity, nor for want of wit and discernment. That would be another cutting reflection to so fine a mind as hers. The contention between you only unequal, as it is between naked innocence and armed guilt. In every thing else, as thou ownest, her talents greatly superior to thine. What a fate will hers be, if thou art not at last overcome by thy reiterated remorses! At first, indeed, when I was admitted into her presence, and till I observed her meaning air, and heard her speak, I supposed that she had no very uncommon judgment to boast of; for I made, as I thought, but just allowances for her blossoming youth, and for that loveliness of person, and for that ease and elegance in her dress, which I imagined must have taken up half her time and study to cultivate. And yet I had been prepared by thee to entertain a very high opinion of her sense and her reading. Her choice of this gay fellow upon such hazardous terms, thought I, is a confirmation that her wit wants that maturity which only years and experience can give it. Her knowledge, argued I to myself, must be all theory; and the complaisance ever consorting with an age so green and so gay will make so inexperienced a lady at least forbear to show herself disgusted at freedoms of discourse in which those present of her own sex, and some of ours, so learned, so well read, and so travelled, allow themselves. In this presumption I ran on; and having the advantage, as I conceited, of all the company but you, and being desirous to appear in her eyes a mighty clever fellow, I thought I showed away, when I said any foolish things that had more sound than sense in them; and when I made silly jests, which attracted the smiles of thy Sinclair and the specious Partington, and that Miss Harlowe did not smile too, I thought was owing to her youth, or affectation, or to a mixture of both, perhaps to a greater command of her features. Little dreamt I that I was incurring her contempt all the time. But when, as I said, I heard her speak, which she did not till she had fathomed us all; when I heard her sentiments on 2 or 3 subjects, and took notice of the searching eye, darting into the very inmost cells of our frothy brains, by my faith it made me look about me; and I began to recollect and be ashamed of all I had said before; in short, was resolved to sit silent, till every one had talked round, to keep my folly in countenance. And then I raised the subjects that she could join in, and which she did join in; so much to the confusion and surprise of every one of us. For even thou, Lovelace, so noted for smart wit, repartee, and a vein of raillery, that delighteth all who come near thee, satest in palpable darkness, and look'st about thee, as well as we. One instance only of this shall I remind thee of. We talked of wit, and of it, and aimed at it; bandying it like a ball from one to another, and resting it chiefly with thee, who wert always proud enough and vain enough of the attribute; and then more especially as thou hadst assembled us, as far as I know, principally to show the lady thy superiority over us, and us thy triumph over her. And then Tourville, who is always satisfied with wit at second hand, wit upon memory, other men's wit, repeated some verses as applicable to the subject, which 2 of us applauded, though full of double entendre. Thou, seeing the lady's serious air on one of those repetitions, appliedst thyself to her, desiring her notions of wit; a quality, thou saidst, which every one prized, whether flowing from himself or found in another. Then it was that she took all our attention. It was a quality much talked of, she said, but she believed very little understood; at least, if she might be so free as to give her judgment of it from what had passed in the present conversation, she must say, that wit with men was one thing, with women another. This startled us all. How the women looked! How they pursed their mouths, a broad smile the moment before upon each, from the verses they had heard repeated, so well understood as we saw by their looks; while I besought her to let us know, for our instruction, what wit with women, for such I was sure it ought to be with men. Cowley, she said, had defined it prettily by negatives. Thou desirest her to repeat his definition. She did, and with so much graceful ease and beauty and propriety of accent, as would have made bad poetry delightful. 1,000 different shapes it bears, comely in 1,000 shapes appears. 'Tis not a tale, 'tis not a jest, admired with laughter at a feast, nor florid talk, which must this title gain; the proofs of wit for ever must remain. Much less can that have any place, at which a virgin hides her face. Such dross the fire must purge away; 'tis just the author blush there, where the reader must. Here she stopped, looking round upon her, upon us all, with conscious superiority, as I thought. Lord, how we stared! Thou attemptst to give us thy definition of wit, that thou mightest have something to say, and not seem to be surprised into silent modesty. But as if she cared not to trust thee with the subject, referring to the same author as for his more positive decision, she thus, with the same harmony of voice and accent, emphatically decided upon it. Wit, like a luxurious vine, unless to virtue's prop it join, firm and erect, hard, heaven bound, though it with beauteous leaves and pleasant fruit be crowned, it lies deformed and rotting on the ground. If thou recollectest this part of the conversation, and how like fools we looked at one another, how much it put us out of conceit with ourselves, and made us fear her,
when we found our conversation thus excluded from the very character which our vanity had made us think unquestionably ours, and if thou profitest properly by the recollection, thou wilt be of my mind, that there is not so much wit in wickedness as we had flattered ourselves there was. And after all, I have been of opinion ever since that conversation, that the wit of all the rakes and libertines, down to little Johnny Hartop the punster, consists mostly in saying bold and shocking things, with such courage as shall make the modest blush, the impudent laugh, and the ignorant stare. And why dost thou think I mention these things, so mal a propos as it may seem? Only let me tell thee, as an instance, among many that might be given from the same evening's conversation, of this fine woman's superiority in those talents which ennoble nature and dignify her sex, evidenced not only to each of us as we offended, but to the flippant Partington, and the grosser, but egregiously hypocritical Sinclair, in the correcting eye, the discouraging blush, in which was mixed as much displeasure as modesty, and sometimes, as the occasion called for it, for we were some of us hardened above the sense of feeling delicate reproof, by the sovereign contempt mingled with a disdainful kind of pity, that showed at once her own conscious worth, and our despicable worthlessness. O Lovelace! What then was the triumph even in my eye, and what is it still upon reflection, of true jest, laughing impertinence, and an obscenity so shameful even to the guilty, that they cannot hint at it but under a double meaning? Then, as thou hast somewhere observed, all her correctives avowed by her eye, not poorly, like the generality of her sex, affecting ignorance of meanings too obvious to be concealed, but so resenting, as to show each impudent laugher the offence given to and taken by a purity that had mistaken its way when it fell into such company. Such is the woman, such is the angel, whom thou hast betrayed into thy power, and wouldst deceive and ruin. Sweet creature! Did she but know how she is surrounded, as I then thought, as well as now think, and what is intended, how much sooner would death be her choice than so dreadful a situation! And how effectually would her story, were it generally known, warn all the sex against throwing themselves into the power of ours, let our vows, oaths, and protestations be what they will. But let me beg of thee once more, my dear Lovelace, if thou hast any regard for thine own honour, for the honour of thy family, for thy future peace, or for my opinion of thee, who yet pretend not to be so much moved by principle, as by that dazzling merit which ought still more to attract thee, to be prevailed upon, to be humane, that's all, only that thou wouldst not disgrace our common humanity. Hardened as thou art, I know that they are the abandoned people in the house who keep thee up to a resolution against her. O that the sagacious fair one, with so much innocent charity in her own heart, had not so resolutely held those women at distance! That as she boarded there, she had oftener tabled with them. Specious as they are, in a week's time she would have seen through them. They could not have been always so guarded as they were when they saw her but seldom, and when they prepared themselves to see her. And she would have fled their house as a place infected. And yet perhaps with so determined an enterpriser this discovery might have accelerated her ruin. I know that thou art nice in thy loves. But are there not hundreds of women, who, though not utterly abandoned, would be taken with thee for mere personal regards? Make a toy, if thou wilt, of principle, with respect to such of the sex as regard it as a toy; but rob not an angel of those purities which, in her own opinion, constitute the difference between angelic and brutal qualities. With regard to the passion itself, the less of soul in either man or woman, the more sensual are they. Thou, Lovelace, hast a soul, though a corrupted one, and art more intent, as thou even gloriest, upon the preparative stratagem, than upon the end of conquering. See we not the natural bent of idiots and the crazed? The very appetite is body, and when we ourselves are most fools, and crazed, then are we most eager in these pursuits. See what fools this passion makes the wisest men! What snivellers, what dotards, when they suffer themselves to be run away with by it! An unpermanent passion! Since, if ashamed of its more proper name, we must call it love, love gratified is love satisfied; and where consent on one side adds to the obligation on the other, what then but remorse can follow a forcible attempt? Do not even chaste lovers choose to be alone in their courtship preparations, ashamed to have even a child to witness to their foolish actions, and more foolish expressions? Is this deified passion, in its greatest altitudes, fitted to stand the day? Do not the lovers, when mutual consent awaits their wills, retire to coverts, and to darkness, to complete their wishes? And shall such a sneaking passion as this, which can be so easily gratified by viler objects, be permitted to debase the noblest? Were not the delays of thy vile purposes owing more to the awe which her majestic virtue has inspired thee with, than to thy want of adroitness and villany? I must write my free sentiments in this case, for have I not seen the angel? I should be ready to censure some of thy contrivances and pretences to suspend the expected day, as trite, stale, and, to me who know thy intention, poor; and too often resorted to, as nothing comes of them to be gloried in, particularly that of Mennell, the vapourish lady, and the ready furnished house. She must have thought so too at times, and in her heart despised thee for them, or loved thee, ungrateful as thou art, to her misfortune, as well as entertain hope against probability. But this would afford another warning to the sex, were they to know her story, as it would show them what poor pretences they must seem to be satisfied with, if once they put themselves into the power of a designing man. If trial only was thy end, as once was thy pretence, enough surely hast thou tried this paragon of virtue and vigilance. But I knew thee too well to expect at the time that thou wouldst stop there. Men of our cast put no other bound to their views upon any of the sex, than what want of power compels them to put. I knew that from one advantage gained, thou wouldst proceed to attempt another. Thy habitual aversion to wedlock too, well I knew; and indeed thou avowest thy hope to bring her to cohabitation in that very letter in which thou pretendest trial to be thy principal view. But do not even thy own frequent and involuntary remorses, when thou hast time, place, company, and every other circumstance, to favour thee in thy wicked design, convince thee that there can be no room for a hope so presumptuous? Why then, since thou wouldst choose to marry her rather than lose her, wilt thou make her hate thee for ever? But if thou darest to meditate personal trial, and art sincere in thy resolution to reward her, as she behaves in it, let me beseech thee to remove her from this vile house. That will be to give her and thy conscience fair play. So entirely now does the sweet deluded excellence depend upon her supposed happier prospects, that thou needest not to fear that she will fly from thee, or that she will wish to have recourse to that scheme of Miss Howe, which has put thee upon what thou callest thy master strokes. But whatever be thy determination on this head, and if I write not in time, but that thou hast actually pulled off the mask, let it not be one of the devices, if thou wouldst avoid the curses of every heart, and hereafter of thy own, to give her, no, not for 1 hour, be her resentment ever so great, into the power of that villanous woman, who has, if possible, less remorse than thyself, and whose trade it is to break the resisting spirit, and utterly to ruin the heart unpractised in evil. O Lovelace, Lovelace! How many dreadful stories could this horrid woman tell the sex! And shall that of a Clarissa swell the guilty list? But this I might have spared. Of this, devil as thou art, thou canst not be capable. Thou couldst not enjoy a triumph so disgraceful to thy wicked pride, as well as to humanity. Shouldst thou think that the melancholy spectacle hourly before me has made me more serious than usual, perhaps thou wilt not be mistaken. But nothing more is to be inferred from hence, were I even to return to my former courses, but that whenever the time of cool reflection comes, whether brought on by our own disasters or by those of others, we shall undoubtedly, if capable of thought, and if we have time for it, think in the same manner. We neither of us are such fools as to disbelieve a futurity, or to think, whatever be our practice, that we came hither by chance, and for no end but to do all the mischief we have it in our power to do. Nor am I ashamed to own, that in the prayers which my poor uncle makes me read to him, in the absence of a very good clergyman who regularly attends him, I do not forget to put in a word or two for myself. If, Lovelace, thou laughest at me, thy ridicule will be more conformable to thy actions than to thy belief. Devils believe and tremble. Canst thou be more abandoned than they? And here let me add, with regard to my poor old man, that I often wish thee present but for 1/2 hour in a day, to see the dregs of a gay life running off in the most excruciating tortures that the colic, the stone, and the surgeon's knife can unitedly inflict, and to hear him bewail the dissoluteness of his past life, in the bitterest anguish of a spirit every hour expecting to be called to its last account. Yet by all his confessions, he has not to accuse himself in 67 years of life of half the very vile enormities which you and I have committed in the last 7 only. I conclude with recommending to your serious consideration all I have written, as proceeding from the heart and soul of your assured friend, John Belford. End of Letter 13. Letter 14 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 14.
Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Tuesday afternoon, June 6th. Difficulties still to be got over in procuring this plaguy license. I ever hated, and ever shall hate, these spiritual lawyers and their court. And now, Jack, if I have not secured victory, I have a retreat. But hold, thy servant with a letter. A confounded long one, though not a narrative one. Once more in behalf of this lady. Lie thee down, oddity. What canst thou write that can have force upon me at this crisis? And have I not, as I went along, made thee to say all that was necessary for thee to say? Yet once more I will take thee up. Trite, stale, poor, sayest thou, are some of my contrivances, that of the widow particularly. I have no patience with thee. Had not that contrivance its effect at that time, for a procrastination? And had I not then reason to fear that the lady would find enough to make her dislike this house? And was it not right, intending what I intended, to lead her on from time to time with a notion that a house of her own would be ready for her soon, in order to induce her to continue here till it was? Trite, stale, and poor! Thou art a silly fellow, and no judge, when thou sayest this. Had I not like a blockhead revealed to thee as I went along the secret purposes of my heart, but had kept all in till the event had explained my mysteries, I would have defied thee to have been able, any more than the lady, to have guessed at what was to befall her, till it had actually come to pass. Nor doubt I in this case, that, instead of presuming to reflect upon her for credulity, as loving me to her misfortune, and for hoping against probability, thou wouldst have been readier by far to censure her for nicety and over scrupulousness. And let me tell thee, that had she loved me as I wished her to love me, she could not possibly have been so very apprehensive of my designs, nor so ready to be influenced by Miss Howe's precautions, as she has always been, although my general character made not for me with her. But in thy opinion, I suffer for that simplicity in my contrivances, which is their principal excellence. No machinery make I necessary, no unnatural flights aim I at, all pure nature taking advantage of nature, as nature tends, and so simple my devices, that, when they are known, thou, even thou, imaginest thou couldst have thought of the same. And indeed thou seemest to own, that the slight thou puttest upon them is owing to my letting thee into them beforehand, undistinguishing as well as ungrateful as thou art. Yet, after all, I would not have thee think that I do not know my weak places. I have formerly told thee, that it is difficult for the ablest general to say what he will do, or what he can do, when he is obliged to regulate his motions by those of a watchful enemy. If thou givest due weight to this consideration, thou wilt not wonder that I should make many marches and countermarches, some of which may appear, to a slight observer, unnecessary. But let me cursorily enter into debate with thee on this subject, now I am within sight of my journey's end. Abundance of impertinent things thou tellest me in this letter, some of which thou hadst from myself, others that I knew before. All that thou sayest in this charming creature's praise is short of what I have said and written on the inexhaustible subject. Her virtue, her resistance, which are her merits, are my stimulatives. Have I not told thee so 20 times over? Devil, as these girls between them call me, what of devil am I, but in my contrivances? I am not more devil than others in the end I aim at: for when I have carried my point, it is still but one seduction, and I have perhaps been spared the guilt of many seductions in the time. What of uncommon would there be in this case, but for her watchfulness? As well as I love intrigue and stratagem, dost think that I had not rather have gained my end with less trouble and less guilt? The man, let me tell thee, who is as wicked as he can be, is a worse man than I am. Let me ask any rake in England, if, resolving to carry his point, he would have been so long about it, or have had so much compunction as I have had? Were every rake, nay, were every man, to sit down as I do, and write all that enters into his head, or into his heart, and to accuse himself with equal freedom and truth, what an army of miscreants should I have to keep me in countenance? It is a maxim with some, that if they are left alone with a woman, and make not an attempt upon her, she will think herself affronted. Are not such men as these worse than I am? What an opinion must they have of the whole sex? Let me defend the sex I so dearly love. If these elder brethren of ours think they have general reason for their assertion, they must have kept very bad company, or must judge of women's hearts by their own. She must be an abandoned woman, who will not shrink as a snail into its shell at a gross and sudden attempt. A modest woman must be naturally cold, reserved, and shy. She cannot be so much and so soon affected as libertines are apt to imagine. She must at least have some confidence in the honour and silence of a man, before desire can possibly put forth in her, to encourage and meet his flame. For my own part, I have been always decent in the company of women, till I was sure of them. Nor have I ever offered a great offence till I found little ones passed over, and that they shunned me not when they knew my character. My divine Clarissa has puzzled me, and beat me out of my play. At one time I hoped to overcome by intimidating her, at another by love, by the amorous see-saw, as I have called it, and I have only now to join surprise to the other two, and see what can be done by all three. And whose property, I pray thee, shall I invade, if I pursue my schemes of love and vengeance? Have not those who have a right to her renounced that right? Have they not wilfully exposed her to dangers? Yet must know, that such a woman would be considered as lawful prize by as many as could have the opportunity to attempt her. And had they not thus cruelly exposed her, is she not a single woman? And need I tell thee, Jack, that men of our cast, the best of them, the worst stick at nothing, think it a great grace and favour done to the married men, if they leave them their wives to themselves, and compound for their sisters, daughters, wards, and nieces? Shocking as these principles must be to a reflecting mind, yet such thou knowest are the principles of thousands, who would not act so generously as I have acted by almost all of the sex, over whom I have obtained a power, and as often carried into practice as their opportunities of courage will permit. Such, therefore, have no right to blame me. Thou repeatedly pleadest her sufferings from her family. But I have too often answered this plea to need to say any more now, than that she has not suffered for my sake. For has she not been made the victim of the malice of her rapacious brother and envious sister, who only waited for an occasion to ruin her with her other relations, and took this as the first to drive her out of the house, and, as it happened, into my arms? Thou knowest how much against her inclination. As for her own sins, how many has the dear creature to answer for to love and to me? 20 times, and 20 times 20, has she not told me that she refused not the odious Solmes in favour to me? And as often has she not offered to renounce me for the single life, if the implacables would have received her on that condition? Of what repetitions does thy weak pity make me guilty? To look a little further back. Canst thou forget what my sufferings were from this haughty beauty in the whole time of my attendance upon her proud motions in the purlieus of Harlowe place, and at the little White Hart at Neale, as we called it? Did I not threaten vengeance upon her then, and had I not reason for disappointing me of a promised interview? O Jack! What a night had I in the bleak coppice adjoining to her father's paddock! My linen and wig frozen, my limbs absolutely numbed, my fingers only sensible of so much warmth as enabled me to hold a pen, and that obtained by rubbing the skin off, and by beating with my hands my shivering sides, kneeling on the hoar moss on one knee, writing on the other, if the stiff scrawl could be called writing, my feet, by the time I had done, seeming to have taken root, and actually unable to support me for some minutes. Love and rage then kept my heart in motion, and only love and rage could do it, or how much more than I did suffer must I have suffered. I told thee at my melancholy return what were the contents of the letter I wrote, and I showed thee afterwards her tyrannical answer to it. Thou then, Jack, lovest thy friend, and pitiedst thy poor suffering Lovelace. Even the affronted god of love approved then of my threatened vengeance against the fair promiser, though of the night of my sufferings he is become an advocate for her. Nay, was it not he himself that brought to me my adorable Nemesis, and both together put me upon this very vow, that I would never rest till I had drawn in this goddess daughter of the Harlowes to cohabit with me, and that in the face of all their proud family? Nor canst thou forget this vow. At this instant I have thee before me, as then thou sorrowfully look'st, thy strong features glowing with compassion for me, thy lips twisted, thy forehead furrowed, thy whole face drawn out from the stupid round into the ghastly oval, every muscle contributing its power to complete the aspect grievous, and not one word couldst thou utter but Amen to my vow. And what of distinguishing love, or favour, or confidence, have I had from her since, to make me forego this vow? I renewed it not indeed afterwards, and actually for a long season was willing to forget it, till repetitions of the same faults revived the remembrance of the former. And now adding to those the contents of some of Miss Howe's virulent letters so lately come at, what canst thou say for the rebel, consistent with thy loyalty to thy friend? Every man to his genius and constitution. Hannibal was called the father of warlike stratagems. Had Hannibal been a private man, and turned his plotting head against the other sex, or had I been a general, and turned mine against such of my fellow creatures of my own as I thought myself entitled to consider as my enemies, because they were born and lived in a different climate, Hannibal would have done less mischief, Lovelace more. That would have been the difference. Not a sovereign on earth, if he be not a good man, and if he be of a warlike temper, but must do 1,000 times more mischief than I. And why? Because he has it in his power to do more. An honest man, perhaps thou'lt say,
will not wish to have it in his power to do hurt. He ought not, let me tell him; for if he have it, 1,000 to 1, but it makes him both wanton and wicked. In what, then, am I so singularly vile? In my contrivances, thou wilt say, for thou art my echo, if not in my proposed end of them. How difficult does every man find it, as well as I, to forego a predominant passion! I have 3 passions that sway me by turns, all imperial ones: love, revenge, ambition, or a desire of conquest. As to this particular contrivance of Tomlinson and the uncle, which perhaps thou wilt think a black one, that had been spared, had not these innocent ladies put me upon finding a husband for their Mrs. Townsend. That device, therefore, is but a preventive one. Thinkest thou that I could bear to be outwitted? And may not this very contrivance save a world of mischief? For dost thou think I would have tamely given up the lady to Townsend's tars? What meanest thou, except to overthrow thy own plea, when thou sayest that men of our cast know no other bound to their wickedness but want of power? Yet knowest this lady to be in mine. Enough, sayest thou. Have I tried this paragon of virtue? Not so; for I have not tried her at all. All I have been doing is but preparation to a trial. But thou art concerned for the means that I may have recourse to in the trial, and for my veracity. Silly fellow! Did ever any man, thinkest thou, deceive a woman, but at the expense of his veracity? How otherwise can he be said to deceive? As to the means, thou dost not imagine that I expect a direct consent. My main hope is but in a yielding reluctance; without which I will be sworn, whatever rapes have been attempted, none ever were committed, one person to one person. And good Queen Bess of England, had she been living, and appealed to, would have declared herself of my mind. It would not be amiss for the sex to know what our opinions are upon this subject. I love to warn them. I wish no man to succeed with them but myself. I told thee once, that though a rake, I am not a rake's friend. Thou sayest that I ever hated wedlock; and true thou sayest; and yet as true, when thou tellest me, that I would rather marry than lose this lady. And will she detest me for ever, thinkest thou, if I try her, and succeed not? Take care, Jack. Seest thou not that thou warnest me that I do not try without resolving to conquer? I must add, that I have for some time been convinced that I have done wrong to scribble to thee so freely as I have done; and the more so, if I make the lady legally mine. For has not every letter I have written to thee been a bill of indictment against myself? I may partly curse my vanity for it; and I think I will refrain for the future, for thou art really very impertinent. A good man, I own, might urge many of the things thou urgest; but by my soul they come very awkwardly from thee. And thou must be sensible that I can answer every tittle of what you writest upon the foot of the maxims we have long held and pursued. By the specimen above, thou wilt see that I can. And pr'ythee tell me, Jack, what but this that follows would have been the epitome of mine and my beloved's story, after 10 years' cohabitation, had I never written to thee upon the subject, and had I not been my own accuser? Robert Lovelace, a notorious woman-eater, makes his addresses in an honourable way to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, a young lady of the highest merit, fortunes on both sides out of the question. After encouragement given, he is insulted by her violent brother, who thinks it his interest to discountenance the match, and who at last challenging him, is obliged to take his worthless life at his hands. The family, as much enraged as if he had taken the life he gave, insult him personally, and find out an odious lover for the young lady. To avoid a forced marriage, she is prevailed upon to take a step which throws her into Mr. Lovelace's protection. Yet, disclaiming any passion for him, she repeatedly offers to renounce him for ever, if on that condition her relations will receive her, and free her from the address of the man she hates. Mr. Lovelace, a man of strong passions, and, as some say, of great pride, thinks himself under very little obligation to her on this account, and not being naturally fond of marriage, and having so much reason to hate her relations, endeavours to prevail upon her to live with him what he calls the life of honour, and at last by stratagem, art, and contrivance, prevails. He resolves never to marry any other woman, takes a pride to have her called by his name, a church rite all the difference between them, treats her with deserved tenderness. Nobody questions their marriage but those proud relations of hers, whom he wishes to question it. Every year a charming boy, fortunes to support the increasing family with splendour, a tender father, always a warm friend, a generous landlord, and a punctual paymaster. Now and then, however, perhaps, indulging with a new object, in order to bring him back with greater delight to his charming Clarissa. His only fault, love of the sex, which, nevertheless, the women say, will cure itself; defensible thus far, that he breaks no contracts by his rovings. And what is there so very greatly amiss, as this world goes, in all this? Let me aver, that there are thousands and 10,000s who have worse stories to tell than this would appear to be, had I not interested thee in the progress to my great end. And besides, thou knowest, that the character I gave myself to Joseph Leman, as to my treatment of my mistress, is pretty near the truth. Were I to be as much in earnest in my defence as thou art warm in my arraignment, I could convince thee by other arguments, observations, and comparisons. Is not all human good and evil comparative? That though from my ingenuous temper, writing only to thee, who art master of every secret of my heart, I am so ready to accuse myself in my narrations, yet I have something to say for myself to myself as I go along, though no one else, perhaps, that was not a rake, would allow any weight to it. And this caution might I give to thousands who would stoop for a stone to throw at me. See that your own predominant passions, whatever they be, hurry you not into as much wickedness as mine do me. See, if ye happen to be better than I in some things, that ye are not worse in others, and in points too that may be of more extensive bad consequence than that of seducing a girl, and taking care of her afterwards, who from her cradle is armed with cautions against the delusions of men. And yet I am not so partial to my own follies as to think lightly of this fault, when I allow myself to think. Another grave thing I will add, now my hand is in. So dearly do I love the sex, that had I found that a character for virtue had been generally necessary to recommend me to them, I should have had a much greater regard to my morals, as to the sex, than I have had. To sum all up, I am sufficiently apprized that men of worthy and honest hearts, who never allowed themselves in premeditated evil, and who take into the account the excellencies of this fine creature, will and must not only condemn, but abhor me, were they to know as much of me as thou dost. But methinks I would be glad to escape the censure of those men, and of those women too, who have never known what capital trials and temptations are, of those who have no genius for enterprise, of those who want rather courage than will, and most particularly of those who have only kept their secret better than I have kept, or wish to keep, mine. Were those exceptions to take place, perhaps, Jack, I should have 10 to acquit to 1 that should condemn me. Have I not often said that human nature is a rogue? I threatened above to refrain writing to thee. But take it not to heart, Jack. I must write on, and cannot help it. End of Letter 14.
Letter 15 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 15. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Wednesday night, 11 o'clock. Faith, Jack, thou hadst half undone me with thy nonsense, though I would not own it on my yesterday's letter. My conscience of thy party before. But I think I am my own man again. So near to execution my plot, so near springing my mine, all agreed upon between the women and me, or I believe thou hadst overthrown me. I have time for a few lines preparative to what is to happen in an hour or two, and I love to write to the moment. We have been extremely happy. How many agreeable days have we known together? What may the next 2 hours produce? When I parted with my charmer, which I did with infinite reluctance half an hour ago, it was upon her promise that she would not sit up to write or read. For so engaging was the conversation to me, and indeed my behaviour throughout the whole of it was confessedly agreeable to her, that I insisted, if she did not directly retire to rest, that she should add another happy hour to the former. To have sat up writing or reading half the night, as she sometimes does, would have frustrated my view, as thou wilt observe, when my little plot unravels. What now, bounding villain? Wouldst thou choke me? I was speaking to my heart, Jack. It was then at my throat. And what is all this for? These shy women, how, when a man thinks himself near the mark, do they tempest him? Is all ready, Dorcas? Has my beloved kept her word with me? Whether are these billowy heavings owing more to love or to fear, I cannot tell, for the soul of me, of which I have most. If I can but take her before her apprehension, before her eloquence is awake. Limbs, why thus convulsed? Knees, till now so firmly knit, why thus relaxed? Why beat you thus together? Will not these trembling fingers, which twice have refused to direct the pen, fail me in the arduous moment? Once again, why, and for what, all these convulsions? This project is not to end in matrimony, surely. But the consequences must be greater than I had thought of till this moment. My beloved's destiny, or my own, may depend upon the issue of the 2 next hours. I will recede, I think. Soft, O virgin saint, and safe as soft be thy slumbers. I will now once more turn to my friend Belford's letter. Thou shalt have fair play, my charmer. I will reperuse what thy advocate has to say for thee. Weak arguments will do, in the frame I am in. But what's the matter? What a double But the uproar abates. What a double coward am I! Or is it that I am taken in a cowardly minute? For heroes have their fits of fear, cowards their brave moments, and virtuous women, all but my Clarissa, their moment critical. But thus coolly enjoying the reflection in a hurricane, again the confusion is renewed. What? Where? How came it? Is my beloved safe? Awake not too roughly, my beloved. End of Letter 15. Letter 16 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 16. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Thursday morning, 5 o'clock, June 8th. Now is my reformation secure, for I never shall love any other woman. Oh, she is all variety. She must ever be new to me. Imagination cannot form, much less can the pencil paint, nor can the soul of painting, poetry, describe an angel so exquisitely, so elegantly lovely. But I will not by anticipation pacify thy impatience. Although the subject is too hallowed for profane contemplation, yet shalt thou have the whole before thee as it passed, and this not from a spirit wantoning in description upon so rich a subject, but with a design to put a bound to thy roving thoughts. It will be iniquity, greater than a Lovelace was ever guilty of, to carry them further than I shall acknowledge. Thus, then, connecting my last with the present, I lead to it. Didst thou not, by the conclusion of my former, perceive the consternation I was in, just as I was about to reperuse thy letter, in order to prevail upon myself to recede from my purpose of awaking in terrors my slumbering charmer? And what dost think was the matter? I'll tell thee. At a little after 2, when the whole house was still, or seemed to be so, and, as it proved, my Clarissa in bed and fast asleep, I also in a manner undressed, as indeed I was for an hour before, and in my gown and slippers, though to oblige the writing on, I was alarmed by a trampling noise overhead, and a confused buzz of mixed voices, some louder than others, like scolding, and little short of screaming. While I was wondering what could be the matter, downstairs ran Dorcas, and at my door, in an accent rather frightedly and hoarsely inward than shrilly clamorous, she cried out, Fire! Fire! And this the more alarmed me, as she seemed to endeavour to cry out louder, but could not. My pen, its last scrawl a benediction on my beloved, dropped from my fingers, and up started I, and making but 3 steps to the door, opening it, cried out, Where? Where? Almost as much terrified as the wench, while she, more than half undressed, her petticoats in her hand, unable to speak distinctly, pointed upstairs. I was there in a moment, and found all owing to the carelessness of Mrs. Sinclair's cookmaid, who, having sat up to read the simple history of Durastus and Faunia, when she should have been in bed, had set fire to an old pair of calico window curtains. She had had the presence of mind, in her fright, to tear down the half-burnt valance, as well as curtains, and had got them, though blazing, into the chimney, by the time I came up, so that I had the satisfaction to find the danger happily over. Meantime, Dorcas, after she had directed me upstairs, not knowing the worst was over, and expecting every minute the house would be in a blaze, out of tender regard for her lady, I shall for ever love the wench for it, ran to her door, and rapping loudly at it, in a recovered voice, cried out, with a shrillness equal to her love, Fire! Fire! The house is on fire! Rise, madam! This instant rise, if you would not be burnt in your bed! No sooner had she made this dreadful outcry, but I heard her lady's door, with hasty violence, unbar, unbolt, unlock, and open, and my charmer's voice sounding like that of one going into a fit. Thou mayest believe that I was greatly affected. I trembled with concern for her, and hastened down faster than the alarm of fire had made me run up, in order to satisfy her that all the danger was over. When I had flown down to her chamber door, there I beheld the most charming creature in the world, supporting herself on the arm of the gasping Dorcas, sighing, trembling, and ready to faint, with nothing on but an under petticoat, her lovely bosom half open, and her feet just slipped into her shoes. As soon as she saw me, she panted, and struggled to speak, but could only say, Oh, Mr. Lovelace! And down was ready to sink. I clasped her in my arms with an ardour she never felt before. My dearest life, fear nothing. I have been up, the danger is over, the fire is got under, And how, foolish devil, to Dorcas, could you thus by your hideous yell alarm and frighten my angel? O Jack, how her sweet bosom, as I clasped her to mine, heaved and panted! I could even distinguish her dear heart flutter, flutter against mine, and for a few minutes I feared she would go into fits. Lest the half-lifeless charmer should catch cold in this undress, I lifted her to her bed, and sat down by her upon the side of it, endeavouring with the utmost tenderness, as well of action as expression, to dissipate her terrors. But what did I get by this my generous care of her, and my successful endeavour to bring her to herself? Nothing, ungrateful as she was, but the most passionate exclamations, for we had both already forgotten the occasion, dreadful as it was, which had thrown her into my arms. I from the joy of encircling the almost disrobed body of the loveliest of her sex, she from the greater terrors that arose from finding herself in my arms, and both seated on the bed, from which she had been so lately frighted. And now, Belford, reflect upon the distance at which the watchful charmer had hitherto kept me. Reflect upon my love, and upon my sufferings for her. Reflect upon her vigilance, and how long I had laid in wait to elude it, the awe I had stood in, because of her frozen virtue and over-niceness, and that I never before was so happy with her. And then think how ungovernable must be my transports in those happy moments. And yet, in my own account, I was both decent and generous. But far from being affected as I wished by an address so fervent, although from a man from whom she had so lately owned a regard, and with whom, but an hour or two before, she had parted with so much satisfaction, I never saw a bitterer or more moving grief when she came fully to herself. She appealed to heaven against my treachery, as she called it, while I, by the most solemn vows, pleaded my own equal fright, and the reality of the danger that had alarmed us both. She conjured me, in the most solemn and affecting manner, by turns threatening and soothing, to quit her apartment, and permit her to hide herself from the light, and from every human eye. I besought her pardon, yet could not avoid offending, and repeatedly vowed, that the next morning's sun should witness our espousals. But taking, I suppose, all my protestations of this kind as an indication that I intended to proceed to the last extremity, she would hear nothing that I said, but redoubling her struggles to get from me, in broken accents, and exclamations the most vehement, she protested that she would not survive what she called a treatment so disgraceful and villanous, and looking all wildly round her, as if for some instrument of mischief, she espied a pair of sharp-pointed scissors on a chair by the bedside, and endeavoured to catch them up, with design to make her words good on the spot. Seeing her desperation, I begged her to be pacified, that she would hear me speak but one word, declaring that I intended no dishonour to her. And having seized the scissors, I threw them into the chimney, and she still insisting vehemently upon my distance, I permitted her to take the chair. But oh, the sweet discomposure! Her bared shoulders, and arms so inimitably fair and lovely, her spread hands crossed over her charming neck, yet not half concealing its glossy beauties, the scanty coat as she rose from me, giving the whole of her admirable shape and fine-turned limbs, her eyes running over, yet seeming to threaten future vengeance, and at last her lips uttering what every indignant look and glowing feature portended, exclaiming as if I had done the worst I could do, and vowing never to forgive me. Wilt thou wonder if I resumed the incensed, the already too much provoked fair one? I did, and clasped her once more to my bosom. But considering the delicacy of her frame, her force was amazing, and showed how much in earnest she was in her resentment, for it was with the utmost difficulty that I was able to hold her, nor could I prevent her sliding through my arms to fall upon her knees, which she did at my feet, and there, in the anguish of her soul, her streaming eyes lifted up to my face with supplicating softness, hands folded, dishevelled hair, for her night head-dress having fallen off in her struggling, her charming tresses fell down in naturally shining ringlets, as if officious to conceal the dazzling beauties of her neck and shoulders, her lovely bosom too heaving with sighs and broken sobs, as if to aid her quivering lips in pleading for her. In this manner, but when her grief gave way to her speech, in words pronounced with that emphatical propriety which distinguishes this admirable creature, in her elocution, from all the women I ever heard speak, did she implore my compassion and my honour. Consider me, dear Lovelace, dear was her charming word, on my knees I beg you to consider me as a poor creature, who has no protector but you, who has no defence but your honour. By that honour, by your humanity, by all you have vowed, I conjure you not to make me abhor myself, not to make me vile in my own eyes. I mention to-morrow as the happiest day of my life. Tell me not of to-morrow. If indeed you mean me honourably, now, this very instant, now, you must show it, and be gone.
You can never in a whole long life repair the evils you now make me suffer. Wicked wretch! Insolent villain! Yes, she called me insolent villain, although so much in my power. And for what? Only for kissing, with passion indeed, her inimitable neck, her lips, her cheeks, her forehead, and her streaming eyes, as this assemblage of beauties offered itself at once to my ravished sight. She continued kneeling at my feet as I sat. If I am a villain, madam, and then my grasping but trembling hand, I hope I did not hurt the tenderest and loveliest of all her beauties. If I am a villain, madam, she tore my ruffle, shrunk from my happy hand with amazing force and agility, as with my other arm I would have encircled her waist. Indeed you are the worst of villains. Help, dear blessed people! And screamed out, No help for a poor creature! Am I then a villain, madam? Am I then a villain, say you? And clasped both my arms about her, offering to raise her to my bounding heart. Oh no! And yet you are! And again I was her dear Lovelace, her hands again clasped over her charming bosom. Kill me, if I am odious enough in your eyes to deserve this treatment, and I will thank you. Too long, much too long, has my life been a burden to me. Or, wildly looking all round her, give me but the means, and I will instantly convince you that my honour is dearer to me than my life. Then with still folded hands and fresh streaming eyes, I was her blessed Lovelace, and she would thank me with her latest breath, if I would permit her to make that preference, or free her from further indignities. I sat suspended for a moment. By my soul, thought I, thou art, upon full proof, an angel, and no woman. Still, however, close clasping her to my bosom, as I raised her from her knees, she again slid through my arms, and dropped upon them. See, Mr. Lovelace, good God! that I should live to see this hour, and to bear this treatment! See at your feet a poor creature, imploring your pity, who for your sake is abandoned of all the world. Let not my father's curse thus dreadfully operate. Be not you the inflictor, who have been the cause of it. But spare me, I beseech you, spare me. For how have I deserved this treatment from you? For your own sake, if not for my sake, as you would that God Almighty in your last hour should have mercy upon you. Spare me. What heart but must have been penetrated? I would again have raised the dear suppliant from her knees, but she would not be raised, till my softened mind, she said, had yielded to her prayer, and bid her rise to be innocent. Rise then, my angel, rise, and be what you are, and all you wish to be. Only pronounce me pardoned for what has passed, and tell me you will continue to look upon me with that eye of favour and serenity, which I have been blessed with for some days past, and I will submit to my beloved conquerors, whose power never was at so great an height with me as now, and retire to my apartment. God Almighty, said she, hear your prayers in your most arduous moments, as you have heard mine, and now leave me, this moment leave me, to my own recollection, in that you will leave me to misery enough, and more than you ought to wish to your bitterest enemy. Impute not every thing, my best beloved, to design, for design it was not. O Mr. Lovelace! Upon my soul, madam, the fire was real, and so it was, Jack. The house, my dearest life, might have been consumed by it, as you will be convinced in the morning by ocular demonstration. O Mr. Lovelace! Let my passion for you, madam, and the unexpected meeting of you at your chamber door, in an attitude so charming, leave me this moment, I beseech you, leave me, looking wildly and in confusion about her, and upon herself. Excuse me, my dearest creature, for those liberties which, innocent as they were, your too great delicacy may make you take amiss. No more, leave me, I beseech you, again looking upon herself, and round her, in a sweet confusion. Begone, begone! Then weeping, she struggled vehemently to withdraw her hands, which all the while I held between mine. Her struggles! Oh, what additional charms, as I now reflect, did her struggles give to every feature, every limb of a person so sweetly elegant and lovely. Impossible, my dearest life, till you pronounce my pardon. Say but you forgive me. Say but you forgive me. I beseech you to be gone. Leave me to myself, that I may think what I can do, and what I ought to do. That, my dearest creature, is not enough. You must tell me that I am forgiven, that you will see me to-morrow as if nothing had happened. And then I clasped her again in my arms, hoping she would not forgive me. I will, I do forgive you, wretch that you are. Nay, my Clarissa, and is it such a reluctant pardon, mingled with a word so upbraiding, that I am to be put off with, when you are thus, clasping her close to me, in my power? I do forgive you. Heartily? Yes, heartily. And freely? Freely. And will you look upon me to-morrow as if nothing had passed? Yes, yes. I cannot take these peevish affirmatives so much like intentional negatives. Say you will, upon your honour. Upon my honour, then. Oh, now, begone, and never, never.
Never, my angel. Is this forgiveness? Never, said she, let what has passed be remembered more. I insisted upon one kiss to seal my pardon, and retired like a fool, a woman's fool as I was. I sneakingly retired. Couldst thou have believed it? But I had no sooner entered my own apartment, than reflecting upon the opportunity I had lost, and that all I had gained was but an increase of my own difficulties, and upon the ridicule I should meet with below, upon a weakness so much out of my usual character, I repented, and hastened back, in hope that, through the distress of mind which I left her in, she had not so soon fastened the door. And I was fully resolved to execute all my purposes, be the consequence what it would. For, thought I have already sinned beyond cordial forgiveness, I doubt. And if fits and desperation ensue, I can but marry at last, and then I shall make her amends. But I was justly punished, for her door was fast. And hearing her sigh and sob as if her heart would burst, My beloved creature, said I, rapping gently, the sobbings then ceasing, I want but to say 3 words to you, which must be the most acceptable you ever heard from me. Let me see you out for one moment. I thought I heard her coming to open the door, and my heart leapt in that hope. But it was only to draw another bolt, to make it still the faster, and she either could not or would not answer me, but retired to the further end of her apartment, to her closet probably, and more like a fool than before, again I sneaked away. This was mine, my plot, and this was all I made of it. I love her more than ever, and well I may. Never saw I polished ivory so beautiful as her arms and shoulders, never touched I velvet so soft as her skin, her virgin bosom, O Belford! She's all perfection. Then such an elegance in her struggling, losing her shoe, but just slipped on, as I told thee, her pretty foot equally white and delicate as the hand of any other woman, or even her own hand. But seest thou not that I have a claim of merit for a grace that every body hitherto had denied me? And that is for a capacity of being moved by prayers and tears? Where, on this occasion, was the callous, where the flint, by which my heart was said to be surrounded? This indeed is the first instance, in the like case, that ever I was wrought upon. But why? Because I never before encountered a resistance so much in earnest, a resistance, in short, so irresistible. What a triumph has her sex obtained in my thoughts by this trial, and this resistance! But if she can now forgive me, she must. Has she not upon her honour already done it? But how will the dear creature keep that part of her promise, which engages her to see me in the morning, as if nothing had happened? She would give the world, I fancy, to have the first interview over. She had not best reproach me. Yet not to reproach me! What a charming puzzle! Let her break her word with me at her peril. Fly me she cannot. No appeals lie from my tribunal. What friend has she in the world, if my compassion exert not itself in her favour? And then the worthy Captain Tomlinson, and her uncle Harlowe, will be able to make all up for me, be my next offence what it may. As to thy apprehensions of her committing any rashness upon herself, whatever she might have done in her passion, if she could have seized upon her scissors, or found any other weapon, I dare say there is no fear of that from her deliberate mind. A man has trouble enough with these truly pious and truly virtuous girls, now I believe there are such. He had need to have some benefit from, some security in, the rectitude of their minds. In short, I fear nothing in this lady but grief. Yet that's a slow worker, you know, and gives time to pop in a little joy between its sullen fits. End of Letter 16.
Letter 17 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 17. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq., Thursday morning, 8 o'clock. Her chamber door has not yet been opened. I must not expect she will breakfast with me. Nor dine with me, I doubt. A little silly soul! What troubles does she make to herself by her over-niceness? All I have done to her would have been looked upon as a frolic only, a romping bout, and laughed off by 9 parts in 10 of the sex accordingly. The more she makes of it, the more painful to herself, as well as to me. Why now, Jack, were it not better, upon her own notions, that she seem not so sensible as she will make herself to be, if she is very angry? But perhaps I am more afraid than I need. I believe I am. From her over-niceness arises my fear, more than from any extraordinary reason for resentment. Next time she may count herself very happy if she come off no worse. The dear creature was so frightened and so fatigued last night, no wonder she lies it out this morning. I hope she has had more rest than I have had. Soft and balmy, I hope, have been her slumbers, that she may meet me in tolerable temper. All sweetly blushing and confounded, I know how she will look. But why should she, the sufferer, be ashamed, when I, the trespasser, am not? But custom is a prodigious thing. The women are told how much their blushes heighten their graces. They practise for them, therefore. Blushes come as hastily when they call for them as their tears. Ay, that's it. While we men, taking blushes for a sign of guilt or of sheepishness, are equally studious to suppress them. By my troth, Jack, I am half as much ashamed to see the women below as my fair one can be to see me. I have not yet opened my door, that I may not be obtruded upon by them. After all, what devils may one make of the sex? To what a height of, what shall I call it, must those of it be arrived, who once loved a man with so much distinction, as both Polly and Sally loved me, and yet can have got so much above the pangs of jealousy, so much above the mortifying reflections that arise from dividing and sharing with new objects the affections of them they prefer to all others, as to wish for and promote a competitorship in his love, and make their supreme delight consist in reducing others to their level? For thou canst not imagine how even Sally Martin rejoiced last night in the thought that the lady's hour was approaching. Past 10 o'clock. I never longed in my life for any thing with so much impatience as to see my charmer. She has been stirring, it seems, these 2 hours. Dorcas just now tapped at her door to take her morning commands. She had none for her, was the answer. She desired to know if she would not breakfast. A sullen and low-voiced negative received Dorcas. I will go myself. 3 different times tapped I at the door, but had no answer. Permit me, dearest creature, to inquire after your health. As you have not been seen to-day, I am impatient to know how you do. Not a word of answer, but a deep sigh, even to sobbing. Let me beg of you, madam, to accompany me up another pair of stairs. You'll rejoice to see what a happy escape we have all had. A happy escape indeed, Jack! For the fire had scorched the window boards, singed the hangings, and burnt through the slit deal linings of the window jambs. No answer, madam! Am I not worthy of one word? Is it thus you keep your promise with me? Shall I not have the favour of your company for 2 minutes, only for 2 minutes, in the dining-room? And a deep sigh, were all the answer. Answer me but how you do. Answer me but that you are well. Is this the forgiveness that was the condition of my obedience? Then with a faintish but angry voice, Begone from my door! Wretch, inhuman, barbarous, and all that is base and treacherous, begone from my door, nor tease thus a poor creature, entitled to protection, not outrage. I see, madam, how you keep your word with me. If a sudden impulse, the effects of an unthought-of accident, cannot be forgiven. O the dreadful weight of a father's curse, thus in the very letter of it! And then her voice dying away in murmurs inarticulate, I looked through the keyhole, and saw her on her knees, her face, though not towards me, lifted up, as well as hands, and these folded, depreciating, I suppose, that gloomy tyrant's curse. I could not help being moved. My dearest life, admit me to your presence but for 2 minutes, and confirm your promised pardon. I may lightning blast me on the spot, if I offer any thing but my penitence at a shrine so sacred. I will afterwards leave you for a whole day, till to-morrow morning, and then attend you with writings, all ready to sign, a license obtained, or if it cannot, a minister without one. This once, believe me, when you see the reality of the danger that gave occasion for this your unhappy resentment, you will think less hardly of me. And let me beseech you to perform a promise on which I made a reliance not altogether ungenerous. I cannot see you. Would to heaven I never had! If I write, that's all I can do. Let your writing then, my dearest life, confirm your promise, and I will withdraw in expectation of it. Past 11 o'clock. She rung her bell for Dorcas, and with her door in her hand, only half opened, gave her a billet for me. How did the dear creature look, Dorcas? She was dressed. She turned her face quite from me, and sighed, as if her heart would break. Sweet creature! I kissed the wet wafer, and drew it from the paper with my breath. These are the contents. No inscriptive Sir. No Mr. Lovelace. I cannot see you, nor will I, if I can help it. Words cannot express the anguish of my soul on your baseness and ingratitude. If the circumstances of things are such, that I can have no way for reconciliation with those who would have been my natural protectors from such outrages, but through you, the only inducement I have to stay a moment longer in your knowledge, pen and ink must be at present the only means of communication between us. vilest of men, and most detestable of plotters! How have I deserved from you the shocking indignities! But no more. Only for your own sake wish not, at least for a week, to come to see the undeservedly injured and insulted Clarissa Harlowe. So thou seest, nothing could have stood me in stead but this plot of Tomlinson and her uncle. To what a pretty pass, nevertheless, have I brought myself! Had Caesar been such a fool, he had never passed the Rubicon. But after he had passed it, had he retreated re infecta, intimidated by a senatorial edict, what a pretty figure would he have made in history! I might have known that to attempt a robbery, and put a person in bodily fear, is as punishable as if the robbery had been actually committed. But not to see her for a week! Dear pretty soul, how she anticipates me in every thing! The counsellor will have finished the writings to day or to morrow at furthest. The license with the parson, or the parson without the license, must also be procured within the next 24 hours. Pritchard is as good as ready with his indentures tripartite. Tomlinson is at hand with a favourable answer from her uncle. Yet not to see her for a week! Dear sweet soul, her good angel is gone a journey, is truanting at least. But nevertheless in thy week's time, or in much less, my charmer, I doubt not to complete my triumph. But what vexes me of all things is, that such an excellent creature should break her word. Fie, fie upon her! But nobody is absolutely perfect. 'Tis human to err, but not to persevere. I hope my charmer cannot be inhuman. End of Letter 17. Letter 18 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 18. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, King's Arms, Pall Mall, Thursday, 2 o'clock. Several billets passed between us before I went out, by the internuncioship of Dorcas, for which reason mine are superscribed by her married name. She would not open her door to receive them, lest I should be near it, I suppose. So Dorcas was forced to put them under the door, after copying them for thee, and thence to take the answers. Read them, if thou wilt, at this place. To Mrs. Lovelace. Indeed, my dearest life, you carry this matter too far. What will the people below, who suppose us one as to the ceremony, think of so great a niceness? Liberty so innocent? The occasion so accidental? You will expose yourself as well as me. Hitherto they know nothing of what has passed. And what indeed has passed to occasion all this resentment? I am sure you will not, by a breach of your word of honour, give me reason to conclude that, had I not obeyed you, I could have fared no worse. Most sincerely do I repent the offence given to your delicacy. But must I, for so accidental an occurrence, be branded by such shocking names? Vilest of men, and most detestable of plotters, are hard words. From the pen of such a lady too. If you step up another pair of stairs, you will be convinced that, however detestable I may be to you, I am no plotter in this affair. I must insist upon seeing you, in order to take your directions upon some of the subjects we talked of yesterday in the evening. All that is more than necessary is too much. I claim your promised pardon, and wish to plead it on my knees. I beg your presence in the dining-room for 1/4 of an hour, and I will then leave you for the day. I am, my dearest life, your ever adoring and truly penitent Lovelace. To Mr. Lovelace. I will not see you. I cannot see you. I have no directions to give you. Let Providence decide for me as it pleases. The more I reflect upon your vileness, your ungrateful, your barbarous vileness, the more I am exasperated against you. You are the last person whose judgment I will take upon what is or is not carried too far in matters of decency. 'Tis grievous to me to write, or even to think of you, at present. Urge me no more then. Once more, I will not see you, nor care I, now you have made me vile to myself, what other people think of me. To Mrs. Lovelace. Again, Madam, I remind you of your promise, and beg leave to say, I insist upon the performance of it. Remember, dearest creature, that the fault of a blameable person cannot warrant a fault in one more perfect. Over-niceness may be under-niceness. I cannot reproach myself with any thing that deserves this high resentment. I own that the violence of my passion for you might have carried me beyond fit bounds. But that your commands and adjurations had power over me at such a moment, I humbly presume to say, deserves some consideration. You enjoined me not to see you for a week. If I have not your pardon before Captain Tomlinson comes to town, What shall I say to him? I beg once more your presence in the dining room. By my soul, madam, I must see you. I want to consult you about the license and other particulars of great importance. The people below think us married, and I cannot talk to you upon such subjects with the door between us. For heaven's sake, favour me with your presence for a few minutes, and I will leave you for the day. If I am to be forgiven, according to your promise, the earlier forgiveness will be most obliging, and will save great pain to yourself, as well as to your truly contrite and afflicted Lovelace. To Mr. Lovelace. The more you tease me, the worse it will be for you. Time is wanted to consider whether I ever should think of you at all. At present it is my sincere wish that I may never more see your face. All that can afford you the least shadow of favour from me arises from the hope for reconciliation with my real friends, not my Judas protector. I am careless at present of consequences. I hate myself. And who is it I have reason to value? Not the man who could form a plot to disgrace his own hopes, as well as a poor friendless creature, made friendless by himself, by insults not to be thought of with patience. To Mrs. Lovelace. Madam, I will go to the Commons, and proceed in every particular as if I had not the misfortune to be under your displeasure. I must insist upon it, that however faulty my passion, on so unexpected an instant, made me appear to a lady of your delicacy, yet my compliance with your entreaties at such a moment, as it gave you an instance of your power over me which few men could have shown, ought, duly considered, to entitle me to the effects of that solemn promise which was the condition of my obedience. I hope to find you in a kinder, and I will say juster disposition on my return. Whether I get the license or not, let me beg of you to make the soon you have been pleased to bid me hope for, to-morrow morning. This will reconcile every thing, and make me the happiest of men. The settlements are ready to sign, or will be by night. For heaven's sake, madam, do not carry your resentment into a displeasure so disproportionate to the offence, for that would be to expose us both to the people below, and what is of infinite more consequence to us, to Captain Tomlinson. Let us be able, I beseech you, madam, to assure him on his next visit that we are one. As I have no hope to be permitted to dine with you, I shall not return till evening, and then I presume to say, I expect (your promise authorises me to use the word) to find you disposed to bless, by your consent for to-morrow, your adoring Lovelace. What pleasure did I propose to take, how to enjoy the sweet confusion in which I expected to find her, while all was so recent! But she must, she shall, see me on my return. It were better to herself, as well as for me, that she had not made so much ado about nothing. I must keep my anger alive, lest it sink into compassion. Love and compassion, be the provocation ever so great, are hard to be separated, while anger converts what would be pity without it into resentment. Nothing can be lovely in a man's eye with which he is thoroughly displeased. I ordered Dorcas, on putting the last billet under the door, and finding it taken up, to tell her that I hoped an answer to it before I went out. Her reply was verbal. Tell him that I care not whither he goes nor what he does. And this, re-urged by Dorcas, was all she had to say to me. I looked through the keyhole at my going by her door, and saw her on her knees, at her bed's feet, her head and bosom on the bed, her arms extended. Sweet creature, how I adore her! And in an agony she seemed to be, sobbing, as I heard at that distance, as if her heart would break. By my soul, Jack, I am a pitiful fellow. Recollection is my enemy. Divine excellence! Happy with her for so many days together. Now so unhappy, and for what? But she is purity herself. And why, after all, should I thus torment? But I must not trust myself with myself, in the humour I am in. Waiting here for Mowbray and Mallory, by whose aid I am to get the license, I took papers out of my pocket to divert myself, and thy last popped officiously the first into my hand. I gave it the honour of a reperusal, and this revived the subject with me, with which I had resolved not to trust myself. I remember that the dear creature, in her torn answer to my proposals, says condescension is not meanness. She better knows how to make this out than any mortal breathing. Condescension indeed implies dignity, and dignity ever was there in her condescension. Yet such a dignity as gave grace to the condescension, for there was no pride, no insult, no apparent superiority indicated by it. This Miss Howe confirms to be a part of her general character. I can tell her how she might behave to make me her own for ever. She knows she cannot fly me. She knows she must see me sooner or later, the sooner the more gracious. I would allow her to resent, not because the liberties I took with her require resentment, were she not a Clarissa, but as it becomes her particular niceness to resent. But would she show more love than abhorrence of me in her resentment? Would she seem, if it were but to seem, to believe the fire no device, and all that followed merely accidental, and descend upon it to tender expostulation and upbraiding for the advantage I would have taken of her surprise, and would she at last be satisfied, as well she may, that it was attended with no further consequence, and place some generous confidence in my honour, power loves to be trusted, Jack, I think I would put an end to all her trials, and pay her my vows at the altar. Yet to have taken such bold steps, as with Tomlinson and her uncle, to have made such a progress, oh, Belford, Belford, how I have puzzled myself, as well as her! This cursed aversion to wedlock, how it has entangled me! What contradictions has it made me guilty of! How pleasing to myself to look back upon the happy days I gave her, though mine would doubtless have been unmixedly so, could I have determined to lay aside my contrivances, and to be as sincere all the time as she deserved that I should be! If I find this humour hold but till to-morrow morning, and it has now lasted 2 full hours, and I seem, methinks, to have pleasure in encouraging it, I will make thee a visit, I think, or get thee to come to me, and then will I consult thee upon it. But she will not trust me. She will not confide in my honour. Doubt, in this case, is defiance. She loves me not well enough to forgive me generously. She is so greatly above me. How can I forgive her for a merit so mortifying to my pride? She thinks, she knows, she has told me, that she is above me. These words are still in my ears. Begone, Lovelace. My soul is above thee, man. Thou hast a proud heart to contend with. My soul is above thee, man. Miss Howe thinks her above me too. Thou, even thou, my friend, my intimate friend and companion, art of the same opinion. Then I fear her as much as I love her. How shall my pride bear these reflections? My wife, as I have often said, because it so often recurs to my thoughts, to be so much my superior! Myself to be considered but as the second person in my own family! Canst thou teach me to bear such a reflection as this? To tell me of my acquisition in her, and that she, with all her excellencies, will be mine in full property, is a mistake. It cannot be so. For shall I not be hers, and not my own? Will not every act of her duty, as I cannot deserve it, be a condescension, and a triumph over me? And must I owe it merely to her goodness, that she does not despise me? To have her condescend to bear with my follies? To wound me with an eye of pity? A daughter of the Harlowes thus to excel the last, and, as I have heretofore said, not the meanest of the Lovelaces? Forbid it. Yet forbid it not. For do I not now, do I not every moment see her before me all over charms, and elegance, and purity, as in the struggles of the past midnight? And in these struggles, heart, voice, eyes, hand, and sentiments, so greatly, so gloriously consistent with the character she has sustained from her cradle to the present hour? But what advantages do I give thee? Yet have I not always done her justice? Why then thy teasing impertinence? However, I forgive thee, Jack, since, so much generous love am I capable of, I had rather all the world should condemn me, than that her character should suffer the least impeachment. The dear creature herself once told me, that there was a strange mixture in my mind. I have been called Devil and Beelzebub, between the two proud beauties. I must indeed be a Beelzebub, if I had not some tolerable qualities. But as Miss Howe says, the suffering time of this excellent creature is her shining time. Hitherto she has done nothing but shine. She called me villain, Belford, within these few hours. And what is the sum of the present argument, but that had I not been a villain in her sense of the word, she had not been such an angel? O Jack, Jack, this midnight attempt has made me mad, has utterly undone me. How can the dear creature say, I have made her vile in her own eyes, when her behaviour under such a surprise, and her resentment under such circumstances, have so greatly exalted her in mine? Whence, however, this strange rhapsody? Is it owing to my being here, that I am not at Sinclair's? But if there be infection in that house, how has my beloved escaped it? But no more in this strain. I will see what her behaviour will be on my return. Yet already do I begin to apprehend some little sinkings, some little retrogradations. For I have just now a doubt arisen, whether, for her own sake, I should wish her to forgive me lightly, or with difficulty. I am in a way to come at the wished for license. I have now given every thing between my beloved and me a full consideration, and my puzzle is over. What has brought me to a speedier determination is, that I think I have found out what she means by the week's distance at which she intends to hold me. It is, that she may have time to write to Miss Howe, to put in motion that cursed scheme of hers, and to take measures upon it, which shall enable her to abandon and renounce me for ever. Now, Jack, if I obtain not admission to her presence on my return, but am refused with haughtiness, if her week be insisted upon, such prospects before her, I shall be confirmed in my conjecture, and it will be plain to me, that weak at best was that love, which could give place to punctilio, at a time when that all-reconciling ceremony, as she must think, waits her command. Then will I recollect all her perversenesses. Then will I reperuse Miss Howe's letters, and the transcripts from others of them, give way to my aversion to the life of shackles, and then shall she be mine in my own way. But after all, I am in hopes that she will have better considered of every thing by the evening; that her threat of a week's distance was thrown out in the heat of passion; and that she will allow, that I have as much cause to quarrel with her for breach of her word, as she has with me for breach of the peace. These lines of Rowe have got into my head, and I shall repeat them very devoutly all the way the chairman shall puppet me towards her by and by. Teach me, some power, the happy art of speech, to dress my purpose up in gracious words, such as may softly steal upon her soul, and never waken the tempestuous passions. End of Letter 18. Letter 19, of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 19. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Thursday evening, June 8th. Oh, for a curse to kill with! Ruined! Undone! Outwitted! Tricked! Zounds, man! The lady has gone off! Absolutely gone off! Escaped! Thou knowest not, nor canst conceive, the pangs that wring my heart. What can I do? O Lord! O Lord! O Lord! And thou, too, who hast endeavoured to weaken my hands, wilt but clap thy dragon's wings at the tidings. Yet I must write, or I shall go distracted. Little less have I been these 2 hours, dispatching messengers to every stage, to every inn, to every waggon or coach, whether flying or creeping, and to every house with a bill up, for 5 miles around. The little hypocrite, who knows not a soul in this town! I thought I was sure of her at any time. Such an unexperienced traitress! Giving me hope, too, in her first billet, that her expectation of the family reconciliation would withhold her from taking such a step as this. Curse upon her contrivances! I thought that it was owing to her bashfulness, to her modesty, that after a few innocent freedoms she could not look me in the face, when all the while she was impudently, yes, I say impudently, though she be Clarissa Harlowe, contriving to rob me of the dearest property I had ever purchased by a painful servitude of many months, fighting through the wild beasts of her family for her, and combating with a windmill virtue, which hath cost me millions of perjuries only to attempt, and which now, with its damned air fans, has tossed me 1.5 miles beyond hope. And this, just as I had arrived within view of the consummation of all my wishes. O devil of love! God of love no more! How have I deserved this of thee? Never before the friend of frozen virtue? Powerless demon! For powerless thou must be, if thou meanest not to frustrate my hopes, who shall henceforth kneel at thy altars. May every enterprising heart abhor, despise, execrate, renounce thee, as I do. But, O Belford, Belford, what signifies cursing now? How she could effect this her wicked escape is my astonishment, the whole sisterhood having charge of her. For as yet I have not had patience enough to inquire into the particulars, nor to let a soul of them approach me. Of this I am sure, or I had not brought her hither, there is not a creature belonging to this house that could be corrupted either by virtue or remorse. The highest joy every infernal nymph of this worse than infernal habitation could have known, would have been to reduce this proud beauty to her own level. And as to my villain, who also had charge of her, he is such a seasoned varlet, that he delights in mischief for the sake of it. No bribe could seduce him to betray his trust, were there but wickedness in it. 'Tis well, however, he was out of my way when the cursed news was imparted to me. Gone the villain in quest of her, not to return nor to see my face, so it seems he declared, till he has heard some tidings of her, and all the out-of-place varlets of his numerous acquaintance are summoned and employed in the same business. To what purpose brought I this angel I must yet call her, to this hellish house? And was I not meditating to do her deserved honour? By my soul, Belford, I was resolved. But thou knowest what I had conditionally resolved. And now, who can tell into what hands she may have fallen? I am mad, stark mad, by Jupiter, at the thoughts of this. Unprovided, destitute, unacquainted, some villain worse than myself, who adores her not as I adore her, may have seized her, and taken advantage of her distress. Let me perish, Belford, if a whole hecatomb of innocents, as the little plagues are called, shall atone for the broken promises and wicked artifices of this cruel creature. Going home as I did, with resolutions favourable to her, Judge thou of my distraction when her escape was first hinted to me, although but in broken sentences. I knew not what I said, nor what I did. I wanted to kill somebody. I flew out of one room into another, who broke the matter to me. I charged bribery and corruption, in my first fury, upon all, and threatened destruction to old and young, as they should come in my way. Dorcas continues locked up from me. Sally and Polly have not yet dared to appear. The vile Sinclair. But here comes the odious devil. She taps at the door. Thought that's only ajar. Whining and snuffling, to try, I suppose, to coax me into temper. What a helpless state, where a man can only execrate himself and others, the occasion of his rage remaining, the evil increasing upon reflection, time itself conspiring to deepen it. Oh, how I cursed her! I have her now, methinks, before me, blubbering. How odious does sorrow make an ugly face! Thine, Jack, and this old beldam's, in penitentials, instead of moving compassion, must evermore confirm hatred. While beauty in tears, is beauty heightened, and what my heart has ever delighted to see. What excuse, confound you and your cursed daughters, what excuse can you make? Is she not gone? Has she not escaped? But before I am quite distracted, before I commit 100 murders, let me hear how it was. I have heard her story. Art, damned, confounded, wicked, unpardonable art, is a woman of her character. But show me a woman, and I'll show thee a plotter. This plaguy sex is art itself. Every individual of it is a plotter by nature. This is the substance of the old wretch's account. She told me, that I had no sooner left the vile house, than Dorcas acquainted the siren. Do, Jack, let me call her names. I beseech thee, Jack, to permit me to call her names. That Dorcas acquainted her lady with it, and that I had left word that I was gone to Doctors' Commons, and should be heard of for some hours at the Horn there, if inquired after by the counsellor, or any body else. That afterwards I should be either at the Cocoa Tree, or King's Arms, and should not return till late. She then urged her to take some refreshment. She was in tears when Dorcas approached her, her saucy eyes swelled with weeping. She refused either to eat or drink, sighed as if her heart would break. False, devilish grief, not the humble, silent grief that only deserves pity, contriving to ruin me, to despoil me of all that I held valuable in the very midst of it. Nevertheless, being resolved not to see me for a week at least, she ordered her to bring up 3 or 4 French rolls, with a little butter, and a decanter of water, telling her she would dispense with her attendance, and that should be all she should live upon in the interim. So artful creature, pretending to lay up for a week's siege. For as to substantial food, she, no more than other angels. Angels, said I? The devil take me if she be any more an angel, for she is odious in my eyes, and I hate her mortally. But, O Lovelace, thou liest. She is all that is lovely, all that is excellent. But is she, can she be gone? O how Miss Howe will triumph! But if that little fury receive her, fate shall make me rich amends, for then will I contrive to have them both. I was looking back for connection, but the devil take connection, I have no business with it. The contrary best befits distraction, and that will soon be my lot. Dorcas consulted the old wretch about obeying her. Oh yes, by all means, for Mr. Lovelace knew how to come at her at any time, and directed a bottle of sherry to be added. This cheerful compliance so obliged her, that she was prevailed upon to go up, and look at the damage done by the fire, and seemed not only shocked by it, but, as they thought, satisfied it was no trick, as she owned she had at first apprehended it to be. All this made them secure, and they laughed in their sleeves to think what a childish way of showing her resentment she had found out. Sally throwing out her witticisms, that Mrs. Lovelace was right, however, not to quarrel with her bread and butter. Now this very childishness, as they imagined it, in such a genius, would have made me suspect either her head, after what had happened the night before, or her purpose, when the marriage was, so far as she knew, to be completed within the week in which she was resolved to secrete herself from me in the same house. She sent Will with a letter to Wilson's, directed to Miss Howe, ordering him to inquire if there were not one for her there. He only pretended to go, and brought word there was none, and put her letter in his pocket for me. She then ordered him to carry another, which she gave him, to the Horn Tavern to me. All this done without any seeming hurry. Yet she appeared to be very solemn, and put her handkerchief frequently to her eyes. Will pretended to come to me with this letter. But then the dog had the sagacity to mistrust something on her sending him out a second time, and to me, whom she had refused to see, which he thought extraordinary, and mentioned his mistrust to Sally, Polly, and Dorcas. Yet they made light of his suspicions, Dorcas assuring them all that her lady seemed more stupid with her grief than active, and that she really believed she was a little turned in her head, and knew not what she did. But all of them depended upon her inexperience, her open temper, and upon her not making the least motion towards going out, or to have a coach or chair called, as sometimes she had done, and still more upon the preparation she had made for a week's siege, as I may call it. Will went out, pretending to bring the letter to me, but quickly returned, his heart still misgiving him, on recollecting my frequent cautions, that he was not to judge for himself when he had positive orders, but if any doubt occurred, from circumstances I could not foresee, literally to follow them, as the only way to avoid blame. But it must have been in this little interval that she escaped, for soon after his return they made fast the street door and hatch, the mother and the two nymphs taking a little turn into the garden, Dorcas going up stairs, and Will, to avoid being seen by his lady, or his voice heard, down into the kitchen. About half an hour after, Dorcas, who had planted herself where she could see her lady's door open, had the curiosity to go look through the keyhole, having a misgiving, as she said, that the lady might offer some violence to herself in the mood she had been in all day; and finding the key in the door, which was not very usual, she tapped at it 3 or 4 times, and having no answer, opened it with, Madam, Madam, did you call? Supposing her in her closet. Having no answer, she stepped forward, and was astonished to find she was not there. She hastily ran into the dining room, then into my apartment, searched every closet, dreading all the time to behold some sad catastrophe. Not finding her any where, she ran down to the old creature and her nymphs, with a Have you seen my lady? Then she's gone. She's no where above. They were sure she could not be gone out. The whole house was in an uproar in an instant, some running up stairs, some down, from the upper rooms to the lower, and all screaming, How should they look me in the face? Will cried out he was a dead man. He blamed them, they him, and every one was an accuser and an excuser at the same time. When they had searched the whole house, and every closet in it, 10 times over, to no purpose, they took it into their heads to send to all the porters, chairmen, and hackney coachmen that had been near the house for 2 hours past, to inquire if any of them saw such a young lady, describing her. This brought them some light, the only dawning for hope that I can have, and which keeps me from absolute despair. One of the chairmen gave them this account, that he saw such a one come out of the house a little before 4, in a great hurry, and as if frighted, with a little parcel tied up in a handkerchief in her hand; that he took notice to his fellow, who plied her without her answering, that she was a fine young lady; that he'd warrant she had either a husband or very cross parents, for that her eyes seemed swelled with crying. Upon which a third fellow replied, that it might be a doe escaped from Mother Damnable's park. This Mrs. Sinclair told me with a curse, and a wish that she had a better reputation. So handsomely as she lived, and so justly as she paid every body for what she bought, her house visited by the best and civillest of gentlemen, and no noise or brawls ever heard or known in it. From these appearances, the fellow who gave this information had the curiosity to follow her unperceived. She often looked back. Every body who passed her turned to look after her, passing their verdict upon her tears, her hurry, and her charming person, till coming to a stand of coaches, a coachman plied her, was accepted, alighted, opened the coach door in a hurry, seeing her hurry, and in it she stumbled for haste, and, as the fellow believed, hurt her shin with the stumble. The devil take me, Belford, if my generous heart is not moved for her, notwithstanding her wicked deceit, to think what must be her reflections and apprehensions at the time. A mind so delicate, heeding no censures, yet probably afraid of being laid hold of by a Lovelace in every one she saw. At the same time, not knowing to what dangers she was about to expose herself, nor of whom she could obtain shelter, a stranger to the town, and to all its ways, the afternoon far gone, but little money, and no clothes but those she had on. It is impossible, in this little interval since last night, that Miss Howe's Townsend could be co-operating. But how she must abhor me to run all these risks! How heartily she must detest me for my freedoms of last night! Oh, that I had given her greater reason for a resentment so violent! As to her virtue, I am too much enraged to give her the merit due to that. To virtue it cannot be owing that she should fly from the charming prospects that were before her, but to malice, hatred, contempt, Harlowe pride, the worst of pride, and to all the deadly passions that ever reigned in a female breast. And if I can but recover her But be still, be calm, be hushed, my stormy passions; for is it not Clarissa Harlowe, must I say, that thus far I rave against? The fellow heard her say, Drive fast, very fast. Where, Madam? To Holborn Bars, answered she, repeating, Drive very fast. And up she pulled both the windows, and he lost sight of the coach in a minute. Will, as soon as he had this intelligence, speeded away in hopes to trace her out, declaring that he would never think of seeing me till he had heard some tidings of his lady. And now, Belford, all my hope is that this fellow, who attended us in our airing to Hampstead, to Highgate, to Muswell Hill, to Kentish Town, will hear of her at some one or other of those places. And on this I the rather build, as I remember she was once, after our return, very inquisitive about the stages and their prices, praising the conveniency to passengers in their going off every hour, and this in Will's hearing, who was then in attendance. Woe be to the villain, if he recollect not this! I have been traversing her room, meditating or taking up every thing she but touched or used. The glass she dressed at, I was ready to break, for not giving me the personal image it was wont to reflect of her, whose idea is for ever present with me. I call for her, now in the tenderest, now in the most reproachful terms, as if within hearing. Wanting her, I want my own soul, at least every thing dear to it. What a void in my heart! What a chillness in my blood! As if its circulation was arrested. From her room to my own, in the dining room, and in and out of every place where I have seen the beloved of my heart, do I hurry. In none can I tarry, her lovely image in every one, in some lively attitude, rushing cruelly upon me, in differently remembered conversations. But when in my first fury at my return I went up 2 pairs of stairs, resolved to find the locked up Dorcas, and beheld the vainly burnt window board, and recollected my baffled contrivances, baffled by my own weak folly, I thought my distraction completed; and down I ran as one frighted at a spectre, ready to howl for vexation, my head and my temples shooting with a violence I had never felt before, and my back aching as if the vertebrae were disjointed and falling in pieces. But now that I have heard the mother's story, and contemplated the dawning hopes given by the chairman's information, I am a good deal easier, and can make cooler reflections. Most heartily pray I for Will's success, every 4 or 5 minutes. If I lose her, all my rage will return with redoubled fury. The disgrace to be thus outwitted by a novice, an infant in stratagem and contrivance, added to the violence of my passion for her, will either break my heart, or, what saves many a heart in evils insupportable, turn my brain. What had I to do to go out a license hunting, at least till I had seen her, and made up matters with her? And indeed, were it not the privilege of a principal to lay all his own faults upon his underlings, and never be to blame himself, I should be apt to reflect, that I am more in fault than any body. And, as the sting of this reflection will sharpen upon me, if I recover her not, how shall I ever be able to bear it? If ever Here Mr. Lovelace lays himself under a curse too shocking to be repeated, if he revenge not himself upon the lady, should he once more get her into his hands. I have just now dismissed the snivelling toad Dorcas, who was introduced to me for my pardon by the whining mother. I gave her a kind of negative and ungracious forgiveness. Yet I shall as violently curse the 2 nymphs by and by for the consequences of my own folly. And if this will be a good way too to prevent their ridicule upon me, for losing so glorious an opportunity as I had last night, or rather this morning. I have corrected, from the result of the inquiries made of the chairman, and from Dorcas's observations before the cruel creature escaped, a description of her dress; and am resolved, if I cannot otherwise hear of her, to advertise her in the Gazette, as an eloped wife, both by her maiden and acknowledged name, for her elopement will soon be known by every enemy. Why then should not my friends be made acquainted with it, from whose inquiries and informations I may expect some tidings of her? She had on a brown lustring nightgown, fresh, and looking like new, as every thing she wears does, whether new or not, from an elegance natural to her; a beaver hat, a black ribbon about her neck, and blue knots on her breast; a quilted petticoat of carnation-coloured satin; a rose diamond ring, supposed on her finger; and in her whole person and appearance, as I shall express it, a dignity, as well as beauty, that commands the repeated attention of every one who sees her. The description of her person I shall take a little more pains about. My mind must be more at ease before I undertake that. And I shall threaten that if, after a certain period given for her voluntary return, she be not heard of, I will prosecute any person who presumes to entertain, harbour, abet, or encourage her, with all the vengeance that an injured gentleman and husband may be warranted to take by law, or otherwise. Fresh cause of aggravation, but for this scribbling vein, or I should still run mad. Again going into her chamber, because it was hers, and sighing over the bed and every piece of furniture in it, I cast my eye towards the drawers of the dressing glass, and saw peep out, as it were, in one of the half-drawn drawers, the corner of a letter. I snatched it out, and found it superscribed by her, to Mr. Lovelace. The sight of it made my heart leap, and I trembled so, that I could hardly open the seal. How does this damned love unman me! But nobody ever loved as I love. It is even increased by her unworthy flight, and my disappointment. Ungrateful creature, to fly from a passion thus ardently flaming, which like the palm rises the more for being depressed and slighted. I will not give thee a copy of this letter. I owe her not so much service. But wouldst thou think that this haughty promise-breaker could resolve as she does, absolutely and for ever to renounce me for what passed last night? That she could resolve to forego all her opening prospects of reconciliation, the reconciliation with a worthless family, on which she has set her whole heart? Yet she does. She acquits me of all obligation to her, and herself of all expectations from me. And for what? O that indeed I had given her real cause! Damned confounded niceness, prudery, affectation, or pretty ignorance, if not affectation. By my soul, Belford, I told thee all. I was more indebted to her struggles than to my own forwardness. I cannot support my own reflections upon a decency so ill requited. She could not, she would not have been so much a Harlowe in her resentment. All she feared had then been over, and her own good sense and even modesty would have taught her to make the best of it. But if ever again I get her into my hands, art and more art, and compulsion too, if she make it necessary, and 'tis plain that nothing else will do, shall she experience from the man whose fear of her has been above even his passion for her, and whose gentleness and forbearance she has thus perfidiously triumphed over. Well, says the poet, "'Tis nobler like a lion to invade, when appetite directs and seize my prey, than to wait tamely like a begging dog, till dull consent throws out the scraps of love." Thou knowest what I have so lately vowed, and yet at times, cruel creature, and ungrateful as cruel, I can subscribe with too much truth to those lines of another poet: She reigns more fully in my soul than ever. She garrisons my breast, and mans against me even my own rebel thoughts with 1,000 graces, 10,000 charms, and new discovered beauties. End of Letter 19. Letter 20 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 20. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. A letter is put into my hands by Wilson himself. Such a letter! A letter from Miss Howe to her cruel friend. I made no scruple to open it. It is a miracle that I fell not into fits at the reading of it, and at the thought of what might have been the consequence, had it come into the hands of this Clarissa Harlowe. Let my justly excited rage excuse my irreverence. Collins, though not his day, brought it this afternoon to Wilson's, with a particular desire that it might be sent with all speed to Miss Beaumont's lodgings, and given, if possible, into her own hands. He had before been here, at Mrs. Sinclair's, with intent to deliver it to the lady with his own hand, but was told, too truly told, that she was abroad, but that they would give her anything he should leave for her the moment she returned. But he cared not to trust them with his business, and went away to Wilson's, as I find by the description of him at both places, and there left the letter, but not till he had a second time called here, and found her not come in. The letter, which I shall enclose, for it is too long to transcribe, will account to thee for Collins's coming hither. Oh, this devilish Miss Howe! Something must be resolved upon and done with that little fury. Thou wilt see the margin of this cursed letter crowded with indices. I put them to mark the places which call for vengeance upon the vixen writer, or which require animadversion. Return thou it to me the moment thou hast perused it. Read it here, and avoid trembling for me, if thou canst. To Miss Laetitia Beaumont, Wednesday, June 7th. My dearest friend, you will perhaps think that I have been too long silent, but I had begun 2 letters at different times since my last, and written a great deal each time, and with spirit enough, I assure you, incensed as I was against the abominable wretch you are with, particularly on reading yours of the 21st of the past month. The first I intended to keep open, till I could give you some account of my proceedings with Mrs. Townsend. It was some days before I saw her, and this intervenient space giving me time to reperuse what I had written, I thought it proper to lay that aside, and to write in a style a little less fervent, for you would have blamed me, I know, for the freedom of some of my expressions, execrations, if you please. And when I had gone a good way in the second, the change in your prospects, on his communicating to you Miss Montague's letter, and his better behaviour, occasioning a change in your mind, I laid that aside also; and in this uncertainty, thought I would wait to see the issue of affairs between you before I wrote again, believing that all would soon be decided one way or other. I had still perhaps held this resolution, as every appearance, according to your letters, was more and more promising, had not the 2 past days furnished me with intelligence which it highly imports you to know. But I must stop here and take a little walk, to try to keep down that just indignation which rises to my pen when I am about to relate to you what I must communicate. I am not my own mistress enough, then my mother, always up and down, and watching as if I were writing to a fellow. But I will try if I can contain myself in tolerable bounds. The women of the house where you are, oh my dear, the women of the house, but you never thought highly of them, so it cannot be very surprising, nor would you have stayed so long with them, had not the notion of removing to one of your own made you less uneasy, and less curious about their characters and behaviour. Yet I could now wish that you had been less reserved among them. But I tease you. In short, my dear, you are certainly in a devilish house. Be assured that the woman is one of the vilest women, nor does she go to you by her right name. Very true.
Her name is not Sinclair, nor is the street she lived in Dover Street. Did you never go out by yourself, and discharge the coach or chair, and return by another coach or chair? If you did, yet I don't remember that you ever wrote to me that you did, you would never have found your way to the vile house, either by the woman's name Sinclair, or by the street's name, mentioned by that Dolman in his letter about the lodgings. The wretch might indeed have held out these false lights a little more excusably, had the house been an honest house, and had his end only been to prevent mischief from your brother. But this contrivance was antecedent, as I think, to your brother's project, so that no excuse can be made for his intentions at the time. The man, whatever he may now intend, was certainly then, even then, a villain in his heart. I am excessively concerned that I should be prevailed upon between your over-niceness on one hand, and my mother's positiveness on the other, to be satisfied without knowing how to direct you at your lodgings. I think, too, that the proposal that I should be put off to a third-hand knowledge, or rather veiled in a first-hand ignorance, came from him, and that it was only acquiesced in you, as it was by me, upon needless and weak considerations, because truly I might have it to say, if challenged, that I knew not where to send to you. I am ashamed of myself. Had this been at first excusable, it could not be a good reason for going on in the folly, when you had no liking to the house, and when he began to play tricks and delay with you. What! I was to mistrust myself, was I? I was to allow it to be thought that I could not keep my own secret. But the house to be taken at this time, and at that time, led us both on, like fools, like tame fools, in a string. Upon my life, my dear, this man is a vile, a contemptible villain. I must speak out. How has he laughed in his sleeve at us both, I warrant, for I can't tell how long. And yet who could have thought that a man of fortune, and some reputation, this Dolman I mean, not your wretch, to be sure, formerly a rake indeed, I inquired after him long ago, and so was the easier satisfied, but married to a woman of family, having had a palsy blow, and one would think a penitent, should recommend such a house, why, my dear, he could not inquire of it, but must find it to be bad, to such a man as Lovelace, to bring his future, nay, his then supposed bride to. I write perhaps with too much violence, to be clear, but I cannot help it. Yet I lay down my pen, and take it up every 10 minutes, in order to write with some temper. My mother too, in and out. What need I, she asks me, lock myself in, if I am only reading past correspondences? For that is my pretence, when she comes poking in with her face sharpened to an edge, as I may say, by a curiosity that gives her more pain than pleasure. The Lord forgive me, but I believe I shall huff her next time she comes in. Do you forgive me too, my dear? My mother ought, because she says I am my father's girl, and because I am sure I am hers. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to write next. I have so much to write, yet have so little patience, and so little opportunity. But I will tell you how I came by my intelligence. That being a fact, and requiring the less attention, I will try to account to you for that. Thus then it came about. Miss Lardner, whom you have seen at her cousin Biddulph's, saw you at St. James's Church on Sunday was fortnight. She kept you in her eye during the whole time, but she could not once obtain the notice of yours, though she curtsied to you twice. She thought to pay her compliments to you when the service was over, for she doubted not but you were married, and for an odd reason, because you came to church by yourself. Every eye, as usual, wherever you are, she said, was upon you, and this seeming to give you hurry, and you being nearer the door than she, you slid out, before she could get to you, but she ordered her servant to follow you till you were housed. This servant saw you step into a chair, which waited for you, and you ordered the men to carry you to the place where they took you up. The next day Miss Lardner sent the same servant, out of mere curiosity, to make private inquiry whether Mr. Lovelace were or were not with you there. And this inquiry brought out from different people that the house was suspected to be one of those genteel wicked houses which receive and accommodate fashionable people of both sexes. Miss Lardner, confounded at this strange intelligence, made further inquiry, enjoining secrecy to the servant she had sent, as well as to the gentleman whom she employed, who had it confirmed from a rakish friend who knew the house, and told him that there were 2 houses, the one in which all decent appearances were preserved, and guests rarely admitted, the other the receptacle of those who were absolutely engaged, and broken to the vile yoke. So, my dear creature, say, shall I not execrate the wretch? But words are weak. What can I say that will suitably express my abhorrence of such a villain as he must have been, when he meditated to carry a Clarissa to such a place? Miss Lardner kept this to herself some days, not knowing what to do, for she loves you, and admires you of all women. At last she revealed it but in confidence to Miss Biddulph by letter. Miss Biddulph, in like confidence, being afraid it would distract me were I to know it, communicated it to Miss Lloyd, and so, like a whispered scandal, it passed through several canals, and then it came to me, which was not till last Monday. I thought I should have fainted upon the surprising communication, but rage taking place, it blew away the sudden illness. I besought Miss Lloyd to re-enjoin secrecy to every one. I told her that I would not for the world that my mother, or any of your family, should know it, and I instantly caused a trusty friend to make what inquiries he could about Tomlinson. I had thoughts to have done it before I had this intelligence, but not imagining it to be needful, and little thinking that you could be in such a house, and as you were pleased with your changed prospects, I forbore. And the rather forbore, as the matter is so laid, that Mrs. Hodges is supposed to know nothing of the projected treaty of accommodation, but on the contrary, that it was designed to be a secret to her, and to every body but immediate parties, and it was Mrs. Hodges that I had proposed to sound by a second hand. Now, my dear, it is certain, without applying to that too much favoured housekeeper, that there is not such a man within 10 miles of your uncle. Very true. One Tomkins there is, about 4 miles off, but he is a day labourer, and one Thompson, about 5 miles distant the other way, but he is a parish schoolmaster, poor, and about 70. A man thought but of £800 a year cannot come from one country to settle in another, but everybody in both must know it, and talk of it. Mrs. Hodges may yet be sounded at a distance, if you will. Your uncle is an old man. Old men imagine themselves under obligation to their paramours, if younger than themselves, and seldom keep anything from their knowledge. But if we suppose him to make secret of this designed treaty, it is impossible, before that treaty was thought of, but she must have seen him, at least have heard your uncle speak praisefully of a man he is said to be so intimate with, let him have been ever so little a while in those parts. Yet, methinks, the story is so plausible, Tomlinson, as you describe him, is so good a man, and so much of a gentleman, the end to be answered by his being an impostor, so much more than necessary, if Lovelace has villainy in his head, and as you are in such a house, your wretch's behaviour to him was so petulant and lordly, and Tomlinson's answer so full of spirit and circumstance, and then what he communicated to you of Mr. Hickman's application to your uncle, and of Mrs. Norton's to your mother, some of which particulars, I am satisfied, his vile agent Joseph Leman could not reveal to his vile employer, his pressing on the marriage day, in the name of your uncle, which it could not answer any wicked purpose for him to do, and what he writes of your uncle's proposal, to have it thought that you were married from the time that you have lived in one house together, and that to be made to agree with the time of Mr. Hickman's visit to your uncle, and the insisting on a trusty person's being present at the ceremony, at that uncle's nomination, these things make me willing to try for a tolerable construction to be made of all. Though I am so much puzzled by what occurs on both sides of the question, that I cannot but abhor the devilish wretch, whose inventions and contrivances are for ever employing an inquisitive head, as mine is, without affording the means of absolute detection. But this is what I am ready to conjecture, that Tomlinson, specious as he is a machine of Lovelace, and that he is employed for some end which has not yet been answered. This is certain, that not only Tomlinson, but Mennell, who I think attended you more than once at this vile house, must know it to be a vile house. What can you then think of Tomlinson's declaring himself in favour of it upon inquiry? Lovelace too must know it to be so, if not before he brought you to it, soon after. Perhaps the company he found there may be the most probable way of accounting for his bearing with the house, and for his strange suspensions of marriage, when it was in his power to call such an angel of a woman his. O my dear, the man is a villain, the greatest of villains, in every light. I am convinced that he is, and this dolman must be another of his implements. There are so many wretches who think that to be no sin, which is one of the greatest and most ungrateful of all sins, to ruin young creatures of our sex, who place their confidence in them, that the wonder is less than the shame, that people, of appearance at least, are found to promote the horrid purposes of profligates of fortune and interest. But can I think, you will ask with indignant astonishment, that Lovelace can have designs upon your honour? That such designs he has had, if he still hold them or not, I can have no doubt, now that I know the house he has brought you to be a vile one. This is a clue that has led me to account for all his behaviour to you ever since you have been in his hands. Allow me a brief retrospection of it all. We both know that pride, revenge, and a delight to tread in unbeaten paths are principal ingredients in the character of this finished libertine. He hates all your family, yourself excepted, and I have several times thought that I have seen him stung and mortified, that love has obliged him to kneel at your footstool, because you are a Harlowe. Yet is this wretch a savage in love. Love that humanizes the fiercest spirits has not been able to subdue his. His pride, and the credit which a few plausible qualities sprinkled among his odious ones have given him, have secured him too good a reception from our eye-judging, our undistinguishing, our self-flattering, our too confiding sex, to make assiduity and obsequiousness, and a conquest of his unruly passions, any part of his study. He has some reason for his animosity to all the men, and to one woman of your family. He has always shown you, and his own family too, that he prefers his pride to his interest. He is a declared marriage-hater, a notorious intriguer, full of his inventions and glorying in them. He never could draw you into declarations of love, nor, till your wise relations persecuted you as they did, to receive his addresses as a lover. He knew that you professedly disliked him for his immoralities. He could not, therefore, justly blame you for the coldness and indifference of your behaviour to him. The prevention of mischief was your first main view in the correspondence he drew you into. He ought not then to have wondered that you declared your preference of the single life to any matrimonial engagement. He knew that this was always your preference, and that before he tricked you away so artfully. What was his conduct to you afterwards, that you should of a sudden change it? Thus was your whole behaviour regular, consistent, and dutiful to those to whom by birth you owed duty, and neither prudish, coquettish, nor tyrannical to him. He had agreed to go on with you upon those your own terms, and to rely only on his own merits and future reformation for your favour. It was plain to me, indeed, to whom you communicated all that you knew of your own heart, though not all of it that I found out, that love had pretty early gained footing in it, and this you yourself would have discovered sooner than you did, had not his alarming, his unpolite, his rough conduct kept it under. I knew by experience that love is a fire that is not to be played with without burning one's fingers. I knew it to be a dangerous thing for two single persons of different sexes to enter into familiarity and correspondence with each other, since, as to the latter, must not a person be capable of premeditated art, who can sit down to write, and not write from the heart? And a woman to write her heart to a man practised in deceit, or even to a man of some character, what advantage does it give him over her? As this man's vanity had made him imagine that no woman could be proof against love when his address was honourable, no wonder that he struggled, like a lion held in toils, against a passion that he thought not returned. And how could you, at first, show a return in love to so fierce a spirit, and who had seduced you away by vile artifices, but to the approval of those artifices? Hence, perhaps, it is not difficult to believe that it became possible for such a wretch as this to give way to his old prejudices against marriage, and to that revenge which had always been a first passion with him. This is the only way, I think, to account for his horrid views in bringing you to a vile house. And now, may not all the rest be naturally accounted for? His delays, his teasing ways, his bringing you to bear with his lodging in the same house, his making you pass to the people of it as his wife, though restrictively so, yet with hope, no doubt, vilest of villains as he is, to take you at an advantage, his bringing you into the company of his libertine companions, the attempt of imposing upon you that Miss Partington for a bedfellow, very probably his own invention for the worst of purposes, his terrifying you at many different times, his obtruding himself upon you when you went out to church, no doubt to prevent your finding out what the people of the house were, the advantages he made of your brother's foolish project with Singleton. See, my dear, how naturally all this follows from the discovery made by Miss Lardner. See how the monster, whom I thought, and so often called, a fool, comes out to have been all the time one of the greatest villains in the world. But if this is so, what, it would be asked by an indifferent person, has hitherto saved you? Glorious creature! What, morally speaking, but your watchfulness? What but that, and the majesty of your virtue, the native dignity which, in a situation so very difficult, friendless, destitute, passing for a wife, cast into the company of creatures accustomed to betray and ruin innocent hearts, has hitherto enabled you to baffle, overawe, and confound such a dangerous libertine as this, so habitually remorseless as you have observed him to be, so very various in his temper, so inventive, so seconded, so supported, so instigated, too probably, as he has been? That native dignity, that heroism, I will call it, which has, on all proper occasions, exerted itself in its full lustre, unmingled with that charming obligingness and condescending sweetness, which is evermore the softener of that dignity, when your mind is free and unapprehensive. Let me stop to admire and to bless my beloved friend, who, unhappily for herself, at an age so tender, unacquainted as she was with the world, and with the vile arts of libertines, having been called upon to sustain the hardest and most shocking trials, from persecuting relations on one hand, and from a villanous lover on the other, has been enabled to give such an illustrious example of fortitude and prudence as never woman gave before her, and who, as I have heretofore observed, has made a far greater figure in adversity than she possibly could have made had all her shining qualities been exerted in their full force and power by the continuance of that prosperous run of fortune which attended her for 18 years of life out of 19. But now, my dear, do I apprehend that you are in greater danger than ever yet you have been in, if you are not married in a week, and yet stay in this abominable house, for were you out of it, I own I should not be much afraid for you. These are my thoughts, on the most deliberate consideration, that he is now convinced that he has not been able to draw you off your guard, that therefore, if he can obtain no new advantage over you as he goes along, he is resolved to do you all the poor justice that it is in the power of such a wretch as he to do you. He is the rather induced to this, as he sees that all his own family have warmly engaged themselves in your cause, and that it is his highest interest to be just to you. Then the horrid wretch loves you, as well he may, above all women. I have no doubt of this, with such a love as such a wretch is capable of, with such a love as Herod loved his Marianne.
He is now, therefore, very probably, at last, in earnest. I took time for inquiries of different natures, as I knew by the train you are in, that whatever his designs are, they cannot ripen either for good or evil, till something shall result from this device of his about Tomlinson and your uncle. A device I have no doubt that it is, whatever this dark, this impenetrable spirit intends by it. Yet I find it to be true that Counsellor Williams, whom Mr. Hickman knows to be a man of eminence in his profession, has actually as good as finished the settlements, that 2 drafts of them have been made, one avowedly to be sent to one Captain Tomlinson, as the clerk says, and I find that a license has actually been more than once endeavoured to be obtained, and that difficulties have hitherto been made, equally to Lovelace's vexation and disappointment. My mother's proctor, who is very intimate with the proctor applied to by the wretch, has come at this information in confidence, and hints that, as Mr. Lovelace is a man of high fortunes, these difficulties will probably be got over. But here follow the causes of my apprehension of your danger, which I should not have had a thought of, since nothing very vile has yet been attempted, but on finding what a house you are in, and on that discovery laying together and ruminating on past occurrences. You are obliged, from the present favourable appearances, to give him your company whenever he requests it. You are under necessity of forgetting, or seeming to forget, past disobligations, and to receive his addresses as those of a betrothed lover. You will incur the censure of prudery and affectation, even perhaps in your own apprehension, if you keep him at that distance which has hitherto been your security. His sudden, and as suddenly recovered, illness has given him an opportunity to find out that you love him. Alas, my dear, I knew you loved him. He is, as you relate, every hour more and more an encroacher upon it. He has seemed to change his nature, and is all love and gentleness. The wolf has put on the sheep's clothing, yet more than once has shown his teeth and his hardly sheathed claws. The instance you have given of his freedom with your person, which you could not but resent, and yet, as matters are circumstanced between you, could not but pass over, when Tomlinson's letter called you into his company, show the advantage he has now over you, and also that if he can obtain greater, he will. And for this very reason, as I apprehend it is, that Tomlinson is introduced, that is to say, to give you the greater security, and to be a mediator, if mortal offence be given you by any villanous attempt. The day seems not now to be so much in your power as it ought to be, since that now partly depends on your uncle, whose presence at your own motion he has wished on the occasion. A wish were all real, very unlikely, I think, to be granted. And thus situated, should he offer greater freedoms, must you not forgive him? I fear nothing, as I know who has said, that devil carnate or incarnate can fairly do against a virtue so established. But surprises, my dear, in such a house as you are in, and in such circumstances as I have mentioned, I greatly fear. The man one who has already triumphed over persons worthy of his alliance. What then have you to do but to fly this house, this infernal house? Oh, that your heart would let you fly the man! If you should be disposed so to do, Mrs. Townsend shall be ready at your command. But if you meet with no impediments, no new causes of doubt, I think your reputation in the eye of the world, though not your happiness, is concerned, that you should be his. And yet I cannot bear that these libertines should be rewarded for their villainy with the best of the sex, when the worst of it are too good for them. But if you meet with the least ground for suspicion, if he would detain you at the odious house, or wish you to stay, now you know what the people are, fly him, whatever your prospects are, as well as them. In one of your next airings, if you have no other way, refuse to return with him. Name me for your intelligencer that you are in a bad house, and if you think you cannot now break with him, seem rather to believe that he may not know it to be so, and that I do not believe he does. And yet this belief in us both must appear to be very gross. But suppose you desire to go out of town for the air, this sultry weather, and insist upon it, you may plead your health for so doing. He dare not resist such a plea. Your brother's foolish scheme, I am told, is certainly given up, so you need not be afraid on that account. If you do not fly the house upon reading of this, or some way or other get out of it, I shall judge of his power over you, by the little you will have over either him or yourself. One of my informers has made such slight inquiries concerning Mrs. Fretchville. Did he ever name to you the street or square she lived in? I don't remember that you, in any of yours, mentioned the place of her abode to me. Strange, very strange this, I think. No such person or house can be found near any of the new streets or squares, where the lights I had from your letters led me to imagine her house might be. Ask him what street the house is in, if he has not told you, and let me know. If you make a difficulty of that circumstance, it will amount to a detection, and yet I think you will have enough without this. I shall send this long letter by Collins, who changes his day to oblige me, and that he may try, now I know where you are, to get it into your own hands. If he cannot, he will leave it at Wilson's, as none of our letters by that conveyance have miscarried, when you have been in more apparently disagreeable situations than you are in at present. I hope that this will go safe, if Collins should be obliged to leave it there. I wrote a short letter to you in my first agitations. It contained not above 20 lines, all full of fright, alarm, and execration. But being afraid that my vehemence would too much affect you, I thought it better to wait a little, as well for the reasons already hinted at, as to be able to give you as many particulars as I could, and my thoughts upon all. And as they have offered, or may offer, you will be sufficiently armed to resist all his machinations, be what they will. One word more. Command me up, if I can be of the least service or pleasure to you. I value not fame, I value not censure, nor even life itself, I verily think, as I do your honour and your friendship. For is not your honour my honour, and is not your friendship the pride of my life? May Heaven preserve you, my dearest creature, in honour and safety, is the prayer, the hourly prayer, of your ever faithful and affectionate Anna Howe. Thursday morning, 5th. I have written all night. To Miss Howe, my dearest creature. How you have shocked, confounded, surprised, astonished me by your dreadful communication! My heart is too weak to bear up against such a stroke as this, when all hope was with me, when my prospects were so much mended. But can there be such villainy in men, as in this vile principal and equally vile agent? I am really ill, very ill. Grief and surprise, and now I will say despair, have overcome me. All you have laid down as conjecture appears to me now to be more than conjecture. Oh, that your mother would have the goodness to permit me the presence of the only comforter that my afflicted, my half-broken heart could be raised by! But I charge you, think not of coming up without her indulgent permission. I am too ill at present, my dear, to think of combating with this dreadful man, and of flying from this horrid house. My bad writing will show you this. But my illness will be my present security, should he indeed have meditated villainy. Forgive, oh forgive me, my dearest friend, the trouble I have given you. All must soon. But why add I grief to grief, and trouble to trouble? But I charge you, my beloved creature, not to think of coming up without your mother's love to the truly desolate and broken-spirited Clarissa Harlowe. Well, Jack, and what thinkest thou of this last letter? Miss Howe values not either fame or censure. And thinkest thou that this letter will not bring the little fury up, though she could procure no other conveyance than her higgler's panniers, one for herself, the other for her maid? She knows whither to come now. Many a little villain have I punished for knowing more than I would have her know, and that by adding to her knowledge and experience. What thinkest thou, Belford, if by getting hither this virago, and giving cause for a lamentable letter from her to the fair fugitive, I should be able to recover her? Would she not visit that friend in her distress, thinkest thou, whose intended visit to her in hers brought her into the condition from which she herself had so perfidiously escaped? Let me enjoy the thought. Shall I send this letter? Thou seest I have left room, if I fail in the exact imitation of so charming a hand, to avoid too strict a scrutiny. Do they not both deserve it of me? Seest thou now how the raving girl threatens her mother? Ought she not to be punished? And can I be a worse devil, or villain, or monster, that she calls me in the long letter I enclose, and has called me in her former letters, were I to punish them both as my vengeance urges me to punish them? And when I have executed that my vengeance, how charmingly satisfied may they both go down into the country, and keep house together, and have a much better reason than their pride could give them, for living the single life they have both seemed so fond of! I will set about transcribing it this moment, I think. I can resolve afterwards. Yet what has poor Hickman done to deserve this of me? But gloriously would it punish the mother, as well as daughter, for all her sordid avarice, and for her undutifulness to honest Mr. Howe, whose heart she actually broke. I am on tiptoe, Jack, to enter upon this project. Is not one country as good to me as another, if I should be obliged to take another tour upon it? But I will not venture. Hickman is a good man, they tell me. I love a good man. I hope one of these days to be a good man myself. Besides, I have heard within this week something of this honest fellow that shows he has a soul. When I thought, if he had one, that it lay a little of the deepest to emerge to notice, except on very extraordinary occasions, and that then it presently sunk again into its cellular adiposa. The man is a plump man. Didst ever see him, Jack? But the principal reason that withholds me, for 'tis a tempting project, is for fear of being utterly blown up, if I should not be quick enough with my letter, or if Miss Howe should deliberate on setting out, to try her mother's consent first, in which time a letter from my frighted beauty might reach her. For I have no doubt, wherever she has refuged, but her first work was to write to her vixen friend. I will therefore go on patiently, and take my revenge upon the little fury at my leisure. But in spite of my compassion for Hickman, whose better character is sometimes my envy, and who is one of those mortals that bring clumsiness into credit with the mothers, to the disgrace of us clever fellows, and often to our disappointment with the daughters, and who has been very busy in assisting these double-armed beauties against me, I swear by all the Dii Majores, as well as Minores, that I will have Miss Howe, if I cannot have her more exalted friend; and then, if there be as much flaming love between these girls as they pretend, will my charmer profit by her escape. And now,
that I shall permit Miss Howe to reign a little longer, let me ask thee, if thou hast not, in the enclosed letter, a fresh instance that a great many of my difficulties with her sister Toast are owing to this flighty girl? 'Tis true that here was naturally a confounded sharp winter air, and if a little cold water was thrown into the path, no wonder that it was instantly frozen, and that the poor honest traveller found it next to impossible to keep his way, one foot sliding back as fast as the other advanced, to the endangering of his limbs or neck. But yet I think it impossible that she should have baffled me as she has done, novice as she is, and never before from under her parents' wings, had she not been armed by a virago, who was formerly very near showing that she could better advise than practise. But this, I believe, I have said more than once before. I am loath to reproach myself, now the cruel creature has escaped me. For what would that do but add to my torment, since evils self-caused and avoidable admit not of palliation or comfort? And yet if thou tellest me that all her strength was owing to my weakness, and that I have been a cursed coward in this whole affair, why then, Jack, I may blush, and be vexed, but by my soul I cannot contradict thee. But this, Belford, I hope, that if I can turn the poison of the enclosed letter into wholesome ailment, that is to say, if I can make use of it to my advantage, I shall have thy free consent to do it. I am always careful to open covers cautiously, and to preserve seals entire. I will draw out from this cursed letter an alphabet. Nor was Nicero ever half so diligent to learn Spanish at the Quixote recommendation of a certain peer, as I will be to gain the mastery of this vixen's hand. End of Letter 20. Letter 21 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 21. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Thursday evening, June 8th. After my last, so full of other hopes, the contents of this will surprise you. O my dearest friend, the man has at last proved himself to be a villain. It was with the utmost difficulty last night that I preserved myself from the vilest dishonour. He extorted from me a promise of forgiveness, and that I would see him next day, as if nothing had happened. But if it were possible to escape from a wretch who, as I have too much reason to believe, formed a plot to fire the house, to frighten me almost naked into his arms, how could I see him next day? I have escaped, Heaven be praised that I have, and now have no other concern than that I fly from the only hope that could have made such a husband tolerable to me, the reconciliation with my friends, so agreeably undertaken by my uncle. All my present hope is, to find some reputable family or person of my own sex, who is obliged to go beyond sea, or who lives abroad, I care not whether, but if I might choose, in some one of our American colonies, never to be heard of more by my relations, whom I have so grievously offended. Nor let your generous heart be moved at what I write. If I can escape the dreadfullest part of my father's malediction, for the temporary part is already in a manner fulfilled, which makes me tremble in apprehension of the other, I shall think the wreck of my worldly fortunes a happy composition. Neither is there need of the renewal of your so often tendered goodness to me, for I have with me rings and other valuables that were sent me with my clothes, which will turn into money to answer all I can want, till Providence shall be pleased to put me into some want to help myself, if, for my further punishment, my life is to be lengthened beyond my wishes. Impute not this scheme, my beloved friend, either to dejection on one hand, or to that romantic turn on the other, which we have supposed generally to obtain with our sex, from 15 to 22. For, be pleased to consider my unhappy situation, in the light in which it really must appear to every considerate person who knows it. In the first place, the man, who has endeavoured to make me his property, will hunt me as a stray, and he knows he may do so with impunity, for whom have I to protect me from him? Then, as to my estate, the envied estate, which has been the original cause of all my misfortunes, it shall never be mine upon litigated terms. What is there in being enabled to boast, that I am worth more than I can use, or wish to use? And if my power is circumscribed, I shall not have that to answer for, which I should have, if I did not use it as I ought, which very few do. I shall have no husband, of whose interest I ought to be so regardful, as to prevent me doing more than justice to others, that I may not do less for him. If therefore my father will be pleased, as I shall presume in proper time to propose to him, to pay 2 annuities out of it, one to my dear Mrs. Norton, which may make her easy for the remainder of her life, as she is now growing into years, the other of 50 pounds per annum, to the same good woman for the use of my poor, as I had the vanity to call a certain set of people, concerning whom she knows all my mind, that so as few as possible may suffer by the consequences of my error. God bless them, and give them heart's ease and content with the rest. Other reasons for my taking the step I have hinted at are these. This wicked man knows I have no friend in the world but you. Your neighbourhood, therefore, would be the first he would seek for me in, were you to think it possible for me to be concealed in it. And in this case you might be subjected to inconveniences greater even than those which you have already sustained on my account. From my cousin Morden, were he to come, I could not hope protection, since by his letter to me it is evident that my brother has engaged him in his party, nor would I by any means subject so worthy a man to danger, as might be the case from the violence of this ungovernable spirit. These things considered, what better method can I take than to go abroad to some one of the English colonies, where nobody but yourself shall know any thing of me, nor you, let me tell you presently, nor till I am fixed, and if it please God, in a course of living tolerably to my mind. For it is no small part of my concern that my indiscretions have laid so heavy a tax upon you, my dear friend, to whom once I hope to give more pleasure than pain. I am at present at one Mrs. Moore's at Hampstead. My heart misgave me at coming to this village, because I had been here with him more than once. But the coach hither was so ready a conveniency, that I knew not what to do better. Then I shall stay here no longer than till I can receive your answer to this, in which you will be pleased to let me know, if I cannot be hid according to your former contrivance. Happy had I given into it at the time, by Mrs. Townsend's assistance, till the heat of his search be over. The Deptford road, I imagine, will be the right direction to hear of a passage, and to get safely aboard. Oh, why was the great fiend of all unchained, and permitted to assume so specious a form, and yet allowed to conceal his feet and his talons, till with the one he was ready to trample upon my honour, and to strike the other into my heart? And what had I done, that he should be let loose particularly upon me? Forgive me this murmuring question, the effect of my impatience, my guilty impatience, I doubt. For, as I have escaped with my honour, and nothing but my worldly prospects, and my pride, my ambition, and my vanity, have suffered in this wreck of my hopefuller fortunes, may I not still be more happy than I deserve to be? And is it not in my own power still, by the divine favour, to secure the greatest stake of all? And who knows but that this very path into which my inconsideration has thrown me, strewed as it is with briars and thorns, which tear in pieces my gaudier trappings, may not be the right path to lead me into the great road to my future happiness, which might have been endangered by evil communication? And after all, are there not still more deserving persons than I, who never failed in any capital point of duty, that have been more humble than myself, and some too by the errors of parents and relations, by the tricks and baseness of guardians and trustees, and in which their own rashness or folly had no part? I will then endeavour to make the best of my present lot, and join with me my best, my only friend, in praying that my punishment may end here, and that my present afflictions may be sanctified to me. This letter will enable you to account for a line or two which I sent to Wilson's, to be carried to you, only for a feint, to get his servant out of the way. He seemed to be left, as I thought, for a spy upon me. But he returning too soon, I was forced to write a few lines for him to carry to his master, to a tavern near Doctors' Commons, with the same view, and this happily answered my end. I wrote early in the morning a bitter letter to the wretch, which I left for him obvious enough, and I suppose he has it by this time. I kept no copy of it. I shall recollect the contents, and give you the particulars of all, at more leisure. I am sure you will approve of my escape, the rather as the people of the house must be very vile, for they, and that Dorcas too, did hear me, I know they did, cry out for help. If the fire had been other than a villanous plot, although in the morning to blind them I pretended to think it otherwise, they would have been alarmed as much as I, and have run in, hearing me scream, to comfort me, supposing my terror was the fire, to relieve me, supposing it was any thing else. But the vile Dorcas went away as soon as she saw the wretch throw his arms about me. Bless me, my dear, I had only my slippers and an under petticoat on. I was frighted out of my bed by her cries of fire, and that I should be burnt to ashes in a moment, and she to go away, and never to return, nor any body else. And yet I heard women's voices in the next room, indeed I did, an evident contrivance of them all. God be praised, I am out of their house. My terror is not yet over. I can hardly think myself safe. Every well-dressed man I see from my windows, whether on horseback or on foot, I think to be him. I know you will expedite an answer. A man and horse will be procured me to-morrow early to carry this. To be sure you cannot return an answer by the same man, because you must see Mrs. Townsend first. Nevertheless, I shall wait with impatience till you can, having no friend but you to apply to, and being such a stranger to this part of the world, that I know not which way to turn myself, whither to go, nor what to do. What a dreadful hand have I made of it! Mrs. Moore, at whose house I am, is a widow, and of good character, and of this one of her neighbours, of whom I bought a handkerchief, purposely to make inquiry before I would venture, informed me.
I will not set my foot out of doors till I have your direction, and I am the more secure, having dropped words to the people of the house where the coach set me down, as if I expected a chariot to meet me in my way to Hendon, a village a little distance from this. And when I left their house, I walked backward and forward upon the hill, at first not knowing what to do, and afterwards to be certain that I was not watched, before I ventured to inquire after a lodging. You will direct for me, my dear, by the name of Mrs. Harriet Lucas. Had I not made my escape when I did, I was resolved to attempt it again and again. He was gone to the Commons for a license, as he wrote me word, for I refused to see him, notwithstanding the promise he extorted from me. How hard, how next to impossible, my dear, to avoid many lesser deviations, when we are betrayed into a capital one! For fear I should not get away at my first effort, I had apprized him that I would not set eye upon him under a week, in order to gain myself time for it in different ways. And were I so to have been watched as to have made it necessary, I would, after such an instance of the connivance of the women of the house, have run out into the street, and thrown myself into the next house I could have entered, or claimed protection from the first person I had met. Women to desert the cause of a poor creature of their own sex in such a situation, what must they be? Then, such poor guilty sort of figures did they make in the morning after he was gone out, so earnest to get me up stairs, and to convince me, by the scorched window boards, and burnt curtains and vallens, that the fire was real, that, although I seemed to believe all they would have me believe, I was more and more resolved to get out of their house at all adventures. When I began, I thought to write but a few lines. But be my subject what it will, I know not how to conclude when I write to you. It was always so. It is not therefore owing peculiarly to that most interesting and unhappy situation, which you will allow, however, to engross at present the whole mind of your unhappy, but ever affectionate, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XXI.
Chapter 22 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 22. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Friday morning, past 2 o'clock. Io triumpha! Io Clarissa, sing! Once more, what a happy man thy friend! A silly dear novice, to be heard to tell the coachman where to carry her, and to go to Hampstead of all the villages about London, the place where we had been together more than once. Methinks I am sorry she managed no better. I shall find the recovery of her too easy a task, I fear. Had she but known how much difficulty enhances the value of anything with me, and had she the least notion of obliging me by it, she would never have stopped short at Hampstead, surely. Well, but after all this exultation, thou wilt ask, if I have already got back my charmer? I have not. But knowing where she is almost the same thing as having her in my power. And it delights me to think how she will start and tremble when I first pop upon her. How she will look with conscious guilt, that will more than wipe off my guilt of Wednesday night, when she sees her injured lover, and acknowledged husband, from whom the greatest of felonies she would have stolen herself. But thou wilt be impatient to know how I came by my lights. Read the enclosed letter, as I have told thee, I have given my fellow, in apprehension of such an elopement, and that will tell thee all, and what I may reasonably expect from the rascal's diligence and management, if he wishes ever to see my face again. I received it about half an hour ago, just as I was going to lie down in my clothes, and it has made me so much alive, that, midnight as it is, I have sent for a Blunt's chariot to attend me here by day peep, with my usual coachman, if possible, and knowing not what else to do with myself, I sat down, and in the joy of my heart have not only written thus far, but have concluded upon the measures I shall take, when admitted to her presence, for well am I aware of the difficulties I shall have to contend with from her perverseness. Honoured Sir, this is to certify your honour, as how I am here at Hampstead, where I have found out my lady to be in lodgings at one Mrs. Moore's, near upon Hampstead Heath, and I have so ordered matters that her ladyship cannot stir, but I must have notice of her goings and comings. As I knowed I durst not look into your honour's face, if I had not found out my lady, though she was gone off the premises in a quarter of an hour, as a man may say, so I knowed you would be glad at heart to know I have found her out. And so I send this Peter Patrick, who is to have 5 shillings, it being now near 12 of the clock at night, for he would not stir without a hearty drink too besides, and I was willing all should be snug Likewise at the lodgings before I sent. I have money of your honour's, but I thought as how, if the man was paid by me beforehand, he might play tricks, so left that to your honour. My lady knows nothing of my being here away, but I thought it best not to leave the place, because she has taken the lodgings but for a few nights. If your honour come to the Upper Flax, I will be in sight all the day about the tap-house or the heath. I have borrowed another coat instead of your honour's livery, and a black wig, so cannot be known by my lady, if as how she should see me, and have made as if I had the toothache, so with my handkerchief at my mouth, the teeth which your honour was pleased to beat out with your honour's fist, and my damned wide mouth, as your honour notifies it to be, cannot be known to be mine. The 2 inner letters I had from my lady before she went off the premises. One was to be left at Mr. Wilson's for Miss Howe, the next was to be for your honour. But I knowed you was not at the place directed, and being afeard of what fell out, so I kept them for your honour, and so could not give them to you until I seed you. Miss Howe's I only made believe to her ladyship as I carried it, and said as how there was nothing left for her, as she wished to know, so here they be both. I am, may it please your honour's most dutiful, and once more happy servant, William Somers. The 2 inner letters, as Will calls them, 'tis plain, were written for no other purpose but to send him out of the way with them, and one of them to amuse me. That directed to Miss Howe is only this. Thursday, June 8th. I write this, my dear Miss Howe, only for a feint, and to see if it will go current. I shall write at large very soon, if not miserably prevented. Clarissa Harlowe. Now, Jack, will not her feints justify mine? Does she not invade my province, thinkest thou? And is it not now fairly come to, who shall most deceive and cheat the other? So I thank my stars we are upon a par at last as to this point, which is a great ease to my conscience, thou must believe. And if what Hudibras tells us is true, the due fugitive has also abundance of pleasure to come. Doubtless the pleasure is as great in being cheated as to cheat, as lookers on find most delight, who least perceive the juggler's sleight, and still the less they understand, the more admire the sleight of hand. This my dear juggler's letter to me, the other inner letter sent by Will. Thursday, June 8, Mr. Lovelace. Do not give me cause to dread your return. If you would not that I should hate you for ever, send me half a line by the bearer, to assure me that you will not attempt to see me for a week to come. I cannot look you in the face without equal confusion and indignation. The obliging me in this is but a poor atonement for your last night's vile behaviour. You may pass this time in a journey to Lord M.'s, and I cannot doubt, if the ladies of your family are as favourable to me as you have assured me they are, but that you will have interest enough to prevail with one of them to oblige me with their company. After your baseness of last night, you will not wonder that I insist upon this proof of your future honour. If Captain Tomlinson comes meantime, I can hear what he has to say, and send you an account of it. But in less than a week, if you see me, it must be owing to a fresh act of violence, of which you know not the consequence. Send me the requested line, if ever you expect to have the forgiveness confirmed, the promise of which you extorted from the unhappy Clarissa Harlowe. Now, Belford, what canst thou say in behalf of this sweet rogue of a lady? What canst thou say for her? 'Tis apparent that she was fully determined upon an elopement when she wrote it, and thus would she make me of party against myself, by drawing me in to give her a week's time to complete it, and more wicked still, send me upon a fool's errand to bring up one of my cousins, when we came, to have the satisfaction of finding her gone off, and me exposed for ever. What punishment can be bad enough for such a little villain of a lady? But mind, moreover, how plausibly she accounts by this billet, supposing she should not find an opportunity of eloping before I return, for the resolution of not seeing me for a week, and for the bread and butter expedient, so childish as we thought it. The chariot is not come, and if it were, it is yet too soon for every thing but my impatience. And as I have already taken all my measures, and can think of nothing but my triumph, I will resume her violent letter, in order to strengthen my resolutions against her. I was before in too gloomy a way to proceed with it, but now the subject is all alive to me, and my gayer fancy, like the sunbeams, will irradiate it, and turn the solemn deep green into a brighter verdure. When I have called upon my charmer to explain some parts of her letter, and to atone for others, I will send it, or a copy of it, to thee.
Suffice it at present to tell thee, in the first place, that she is determined never to be my wife. To be sure, there ought to be no compulsion in so material a case. Compulsion was her parents' fault, which I have censured so severely, that I shall hardly be guilty of the same. I am therefore glad I know her mind as to this essential point. I have ruined her, she says. Now that's a fib, take it her own way. If I had, she would not, perhaps, have run away from me. She is thrown upon the wide world. Now I own that Hampstead Heath affords very pretty and very extensive prospects, but 'tis not the wide world neither, and suppose that to be her grievance, I hope soon to restore her to a narrower. I am the enemy of her soul, as well as of her honour. Confoundedly severe. Nevertheless, another fib; for I love her soul very well, but think no more of it in this case than of my own. She is to be thrown upon strangers. And is not that her own fault? Much against my will, I am sure. She is cast from a state of independency into one of obligation. She never was in a state of independency, nor is it fit a woman should of any age, or in any state of life. And as to the state of obligation, there is no such thing as living without being beholden to somebody. Mutual obligation is the very essence and soul of the social and commercial life. Why should she be exempt from it? I am sure the person she raves at desires not such an exemption, has been long dependent upon her, and would rejoice to owe further obligations to her than he can boast of hitherto. She talks of her father's curse. But have I not repaid him for it 100-fold in the same coin? But why must the faults of other people be laid at my door? Have I not enow of my own? But the grey-eyed dawn begins to peep. Let me sum up all. In short, then, the dear creature's letter is a collection of invectives not very new to me, though the occasion for them, no doubt, is new to her. A little sprinkling of the romantic and contradictory runs through it. She loves and she hates. She encourages me to pursue her, by telling me I safely may, and yet she begs I will not. She apprehends poverty and want, yet resolves to give away her estate. To gratify whom? Why, in short, those who have been the cause of her misfortunes. And finally, though she resolves never to be mine, yet she has some regrets at leaving me, because of the opening prospects of a reconciliation with her friends. But never did morning dawn so tardily as this. Neither is the chariot yet come. A gentleman to speak with me, Dorcas? Who can want me thus early? Captain Tomlinson, sayest thou? Surely he must have travelled all night. Early riser as I am, how could he think to find me up thus early? Let but the chariot come, and he shall accompany me in it to the bottom of the hill, though he return to town on foot; for the Captain is all obliging goodness, that I may hear all he has to say, and tell him all my mind, and lose no time. Well, now I am satisfied that this rebellious flight will turn to my advantage, as all crushed rebellions do to the advantage of a sovereign in possession. Dear Captain, I rejoice to see you, just in the nick of time. See, see! The rosy-fingered morn appears, and from her mantle shakes her tears. The sun arising mortals cheers, and drives the rising mists away, in promise of a glorious day. Excuse me, sir, that I salute you from my favourite bard. He that rises with the lark will sing with the lark. Strange news since I saw you, Captain. Poor mistaken lady! But you have too much goodness, I know, to reveal to her uncle Harlowe the error of this capricious beauty. It will all turn out for the best. You must accompany me part of the way. I know the delight you take in composing differences, but 'tis the task of the prudent to heal the breaches made by the rashness and folly of the imprudent. And now, all around me so still and so silent, the rattling of the chariot wheels at a street's distance do I hear, and to this angel of a woman I fly. Reward, O God of love! The cause is thy own. Reward thou, as it deserves, my suffering perseverance. Succeed my endeavours to bring back to thy obedience this charming fugitive. Make her acknowledge her rashness, repent her insults, implore my forgiveness, beg to be reinstated in my favour, and that I will bury in oblivion the remembrance of her heinous offence against thee, and against me, thy faithful votary. The chariot at the door! I come! I come! I attend you, good Captain. Indeed, sir. Pray, sir, civility is not ceremony. And now, dressed as a bridegroom, my heart elated beyond that of the most desiring one, attended by a footman whom my beloved never saw, I am already at Hampstead. End of Letter XXII.
Letter XXIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 5, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 23. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Upper Flask, Hampstead, Friday morning, 7 o'clock, June 9th. I am now here, and here have been this hour and half. What an industrious spirit have I! Nobody can say that I eat the bread of idleness. I take true pains for all the pleasure I enjoy. I cannot but admire myself strangely, for certainly with this active soul I should have made a very great figure in whatever station I had filled. But had I been a prince, to be sure I should have made a most noble prince. I should have led up a military dance, equal to that of the great Macedonian. I should have added kingdom to kingdom, and despoiled all my neighbour sovereigns, in order to have obtained the name of Robert the Great. And I would have gone to war with the Great Turk, and the Persian and Mogul, for the Seraglios, for not one of those eastern monarchs should have had a pretty woman to bless himself with, till I had done with her. And now I have so much leisure upon my hands, that after having informed myself of all necessary particulars, I am set to my shorthand writing in order to keep up with time as well as I can, for the subject is now become worthy of me, and it is yet too soon, I doubt, to pay my compliments to my charmer, after all her fatigues for 2 or 3 days past. And, moreover, I have abundance of matters preparative to my future proceedings to recount, in order to connect and render all intelligible. I parted with the captain at the foot of the hill, trebly instructed, and that is to say, as to the fact, to the probable, and to the possible. If my beloved and I can meet, and make up without the mediating of this worthy gentleman, it will be so much the better. As little foreign aid as possible in my amorous conflicts has always been a rule with me, though here I have been obliged to call in so much. And who knows but it may be the better for the lady the less she makes necessary? I cannot bear that she should sit so indifferent to me, as to be in earnest to part with me for ever upon so slight, or even upon any occasion. If I find she is, but no more threatenings till she is in my power. Thou knowest what I have vowed. All Will's account, from the lady's flight to his finding her again, all the accounts of the people of the house, the coachman's information to Will, and so forth, collected together, stand thus. The Hampstead coach, when the dear fugitive came to it, had but 2 passengers in it, but she made the fellow to go off directly, paying for the vacant places. The 2 passengers directing the coachman to set them down at the Upper Flask, she bid him set her down there also. They took leave of her, very respectfully, no doubt. And she went into the house, and asked if she could not have a dish of tea, and a room to herself for half an hour. They showed her up to the very room where I now am. She sat at the very table I now write upon, and, I believe, the chair I sit in was hers. O Belford, if thou knowest what love is, thou wilt be able to account for these minutiae. She seemed spiritless and fatigued. The gentlewoman herself chose to attend so genteel and lovely a guest. She asked her if she would have bread and butter with her tea. No, she could not eat. They had very good biscuits, as she pleased. The gentlewoman stepped out for some, and returning on a sudden, she observed the sweet little fugitive endeavouring to restrain a violent burst of grief, to which she had given way in the little interval. However, when the tea came, she made the landlady sit down with her, and asked her abundance of questions about the villages and roads in the neighbourhood. The gentlewoman took notice to her that she seemed to be troubled in mind. Tender spirits, she replied, could not part with dear friends without concern. She meant me, no doubt. She made no inquiry about a lodging, though by the sequel thou wilt observe that she seemed to intend to go no further that night than Hampstead. But after she had drank 2 dishes and put a biscuit in her pocket, sweet soul, to serve for her supper perhaps, she laid down 1/2 crown, and refusing change, sighing, took leave, saying she would proceed towards Hendon, the distance to which had been one of her questions. They offered to send to know if a Hampstead coach were not to go to Hendon that evening. No matter, she said, perhaps she might meet the chariot. Another of her feints, I suppose, for how or with whom could any thing of this sort have been concerted since yesterday morning? She had, as the people took notice to one another, something so uncommonly noble in her air, and in her person and behaviour, that they were sure she was of quality. And having no servant with her of either sex, her eyes, her fine eyes, the gentlewoman called them, stranger as she was, and a woman, being swelled and red, they were sure there was an elopement in the case, either from parents or guardians, for they supposed her too young and too maidenly to be a married lady. And were she married, no husband would let such a fine young creature to be unattended and alone, nor give her cause for so much grief, as seemed to be settled in her countenance. Then at times she seemed to be so bewildered, they said, that they were afraid she had it in her head to make away with herself. All these things put together excited their curiosity, and they engaged a peery servant, as they called a footman who was drinking with Kit the hostler at the tap-house, to watch all her motions. This fellow reported the following particulars, as they re-reported to me. She indeed went towards Hendon, passing by the sign of the castle on the heath, then stopping, looked about her, and down into the valley before her. Then turning her face towards London, she seemed, by the motion of her handkerchief to her eyes, to weep, repenting, who knows, the rash step she had taken, and wishing herself back again. Better for her if she do, Jack, once more I say. Woe be to the girl who could think of marrying me, yet to be able to run away from me, and renounce me for ever. Then, continuing on a few paces, she stopped again, and, as if disliking her road, again seeming to weep, directed her course back towards Hampstead. I am glad she wept so much, because no heart bursts, be the occasion for the sorrow what it will, which has that kindly relief. Hence I hardly ever am moved at the sight of these pellucid fugitives in a fine woman. How often in the past 12 hours have I wished that I could cry most confoundedly! She then saw a coach and four driving towards her empty. She crossed the path she was in, as if to meet it, and seemed to intend to speak to the coachman, had he stopped or spoken first. He as earnestly looked at her. Every one did so who passed her, so the man who dogged her was the less suspected. Happy rogue of a coachman! Hadst thou known whose notice thou didst engage, and whom thou mightest have obliged! It was the divine Clarissa Harlowe at whom thou gazest. Mine own Clarissa Harlowe! But it was well for me that thou wert as undistinguishing as the beast thou drovest. Otherwise, what a wild goose chase had I been led! The lady, as well as the coachman, in short, seemed to want resolution. The horses kept on, the fellow's head and eyes, no doubt, turned behind him, and the distance soon lengthened beyond recall. With a wistful eye she looked after him, sighed, and wept again, as the servant, who then slyly passed her, observed. By this time she had reached the houses. She looked up at every one as she passed, now and then breathing upon her bared hand, and applying it to her swelled eyes to abate the redness and dry the tears. At last, seeing a bill up for letting lodgings, she walked backwards and forwards 6 times, as if unable to determine what to do, and then went further into the town, and there the fellow, being spoken to by one of his familiars, lost her for a few minutes. But he soon saw her come out of a linen drapery shop, attended with a servant maid, having, as it proved, got that maid servant to go with her to the house she is now at. The fellow, after waiting about an hour, and not seeing her come out, returned, concluding that she had taken lodgings there. And here, supposing my narrative of the dramatic kind, ends Act the First, and now begins Act 2, Scene, Hampstead Heath continued. Enter my rascal. Will having got at all these particulars, by exchanging others as frankly against them, with which I had formerly prepared him both verbally and in writing, I found the people already of my party, and full of good wishes for my success, repeating to me all they told him. But he had first acquainted me with the accounts he had given them of his lady and me. It is necessary that I give thee the particulars of his tale. And I have a little time upon my hands. For the maid of the house, who had been out of an errand, tells us that she saw Mrs. Moore, with whom must be my first business, go into the house of a young gentleman within a few doors of her, who has a maiden sister, Miss Rawlins by name, so notified for prudence, that none of her acquaintance undertake any thing of consequence without consulting her. Meanwhile, my honest coachman is walking about Miss Rawlins' door, in order to bring me notice of Mrs. Moore's return to her own house. I hope a gossip's tale will be as soon told as mine, which tale as follows. Will told them before I came, that his lady was but lately married to one of the finest gentlemen in the world, but that he, being very gay and lively, she was mortal jealous of him, and in a fit of that sort had eloped from him, for although she loved him dearly, and he doted upon her, as well he might, since, as they had seen, she was the finest creature that ever the sun shone upon, yet she was apt to be very wilful and sullen, if he might take liberty to say so, but truth was truth, and if she could not have her own way in every thing, would be for leaving him. That she had 3 or 4 times played his master such tricks, but with all the virtue and innocence in the world, running away to an intimate friend of hers, who, though a young lady of honour, was but too indulgent to her in this only failing, for which reason his master has brought her to London lodgings, their usual residence being in the country, and that on his refusing to satisfy her about a lady he had been seen with in St. James's Park, she had, for the first time since she came to town, served his master thus, whom he had left half distracted on this account. And truly well he might, poor gentleman, cried the honest folks, pitying me before they saw me. He told them how he came by his intelligence of her, and made himself such an interest with them, that they helped him to a change of clothes for himself, and the landlord, at his request, privately inquired if the lady actually remained at Mrs. Moore's, and for how long she had taken the lodgings, which he found only to be for a week certain, but she had said that she believed she should hardly stay so long. and then it was that he wrote his letter, and sent it by honest Peter Patrick, as thou hast heard. When I came, my person and dress having answered Will's description, the people were ready to worship me. I now and then sighed, now and then put on a lighter air, which, however, I designed should show more of vexation ill disguised, than of real cheerfulness, and they told Will it was such 1,000 pities so fine a lady should have such skittish tricks, adding, that she might expose herself to great dangers by them, for that there were rakes everywhere. Lovelaces in every corner, Jack, and many about that town, who would leave nothing unattempted to get into her company. And although they might not prevail upon her, yet might they nevertheless hurt her reputation, and in time estrange the affections of so fine a gentleman from her. Good sensible people these. Hey, Jack? Here, landlord, one word with you. My servant, I find, has acquainted you with the reason of my coming this way. An unhappy affair, landlord. A very unhappy affair. But never was there a more virtuous woman. So, sir, she seems to be. 1,000 pities her ladyship has such ways, and to so good humoured a gentleman as you seem to be, sir. Mother spoilt, landlord. Mother spoilt, that's the thing. But, sighing, I must make the best of it. What I want you to do for me is to lend me a greatcoat. I care not what it is. If my spouse should see me at a distance, she would make it very difficult for me to get at her speech. A greatcoat with a cape, if you have one. I must come upon her before she is aware. I am afraid, sir, I have none fit for such a gentleman as you. Oh, any thing will do, the worse the better. Exit landlord, re-enter with 2 greatcoats. Ay, landlord, this will be best, for I can button the cape over the lower part of my face. Don't I look devilishly down and concerned, landlord? I never saw a gentleman with a better natured look. 'Tis pity you should have such trials, sir. I must be very unhappy, no doubt of it, landlord. And yet I am a little pleased, you must needs think, that I have found her out before any great inconvenience has arisen to her. However, if I cannot break her of these freaks, she'll break my heart, for I do love her with all her failings. The good woman, who was within hearing of all this, pitied me much. Pray, your honour, said she, if I may be so bold, was madam ever a mamma? No, and I sighed. We have been but a little while married. And as I may say to you, it is her own fault that she is not in that way. Not a word of a lie in this, Jack. But to tell you truth, madam, she may be compared to the dog in the manger. I understand you, sir, simpering. She is but young, sir. I have heard of 1 or 2 such skittish young ladies in my time, sir. But when madam is in that way, I dare say, as she loves you, and it would be strange if she did not, all this will be over, and she may make the best of wives. That's all my hope. She is a fine lady as ever I beheld. I hope, sir, you won't be too severe. She'll get over all these freaks, if one should be a mamma, I warrant. I can't be severe to her. She knows that. The moment I see her, all resentment is over with me, if she gives me but one kind look. All this time I was adjusting the horseman's coat, and Will was putting in the ties of my wig, and buttoning the cape over my chin. I asked the gentlewoman for a little powder. She brought me a powder box, and I slightly shook the puff over my hat, and flapped one side of it, though the lace looked a little too gay for my covering, and slouching it over my eyes. Shall I be known, think you, madam? Your honour is so expert, sir. I wish, if I may be so bold, your lady has not some cause to be jealous. But it will be impossible, if you keep your lace clothes covered, that any body should know you in that dress to be the same gentleman, except they find you out by your clock stockings. Well observed. Can't you, landlord, lend or sell me a pair of stockings that will draw over these? I can cut off the feet, if they won't go into my shoes. He could let me have a pair of coarse but clean stirrup stockings, if I pleased. The best in the world for the purpose. He fetched them, Will drew them on, and my legs then made a good gouty appearance. The good woman, smiling, wished me success, and so did the landlord. And as thou knowest that I am not a bad mimic, I took a cane which I borrowed of the landlord, and stooped in the shoulders to 1/4 foot less height, and stumped away cross to the bowling green, to practise a little the hobbling gait of a gouty man. The landlady whispered her husband, as Will tells me, He's a good one, I warrant him. I dare say the fault lies not at all of one side. While mine host replied, that I was so lively and so good-natured a gentleman, that he did not know who could be angry with me, do what I would. A sensible fellow! I wish my charmer were of the same opinion. And now I am going to try if I can't agree with Goody Moore for lodgings and other conveniencies for my sick wife. Wife, Lovelace, methinks thou interrogatest. Yes, wife, for who knows what cautions the dear fugitive may have given in apprehension of me. But has Goody Moore any other lodgings to let? Yes, I have taken care of that, and find that she has just such conveniencies as I want, and I know that my wife will like them, for although married, I can do every thing I please, and that's a bold word, you know. But had she only a garret to let, I would have liked it, and been a poor author afraid of arrests, and made that my place of refuge. yet would have made shift to pay beforehand for what I had. I can suit myself to any condition. That's my comfort. The widow Moore returned, say you? Down, down, flutterer. This impertinent heart is more troublesome to me than my conscience, I think. I shall be obliged to hoarsen my voice and roughen my character, to keep up with its puppily dancings. But let me see, shall I be angry or pleased, when I am admitted to my beloved's presence? Angry, to be sure. Has she not broken her word with me? At a time, too, when I was meditating to do her grateful justice? And is not breach of word a dreadful crime in good folks? I have ever been for forming my judgment of the nature of things and actions, not so much from what they are in themselves, as from the character of the actors. Thus it would be as odd a thing in such as we to keep our words with a woman, as it would be wicked in her to break hers to us. Seest thou not that this unseasonable gravity is admitted to quell the palpitations of this unmanageable heart? But still it will go on with its boundings. I'll try as I ride in my chariot to tranquillize. Ride, Bob? So little a way? Yes, ride, Jack, for am I not lame? And will it not look well to have a lodger who keeps his chariot? What widow, what servant, asks questions of a man with an equipage? My coachman, as well as my other servant, is under Will's tuition. Never was there such a hideous rascal as he has made himself. The devil only and his other master can know him. They both have set their marks upon him. As to my honest mark, it will never be out of his damned wide mouth, as he calls it, for the dog will be hanged before you can lose the rest of his teeth by age. I am gone. End of Letter XXIII.